second position. Yes, there he is. And wow, this is going to be fun again. He's gotten the whole shot twice in a row. Carmichael's going to be forced to play catch-up again. And this time, we hope that his goggles stay intact. And
will be his 100th overall motocross victory.
Well, the two-moto format favors moto number 2, even though Carmichael was second in the first one. If he beats, and they're just this close together. Carmichael trying to make a move, but James Stewart, with the tremendous speed that he possesses and the talent that he uses to get it in that deep bag of tricks. You talked about Michael Alessi not being a very big guy. Well, neither is Ricky Carmichael. But Carmichael has developed his body over the years. He's got the strength to wrestle one of these big bikes this season. The first 3 wins overall went to Ricky Carmichael, and that tallied up to a total of 99 motocross wins during his career, well over.
And just really jackknifed the bike, and it just ejected him off.
It was Yosu Takashita who came off the bike like that. The bike did a complete 360, complete forward roll. Stewart, Carmichael again up front.
And Moto 2 here at Budds Creek is depth. Both riders have been extremely strong all day and focused. And James Stewart has came back with a vengeance here at Budds Creek and today.
Stewart and Carmichael. Carmichael is going to have to be the patient one, really, in terms of that 100th win as well. So we'll get back to that bit of action here as we continue to watch the race up front. It's very difficult to take your eyes off this battle for the lead, because not only of what and no one else even in the picture. Mike Alessi back almost 9 seconds behind the leader at this point and losing ground. These guys are the class of the field.
Capitalize.
We go up front. Carmichael as close as he has been. He's in a rut on the outside. He gets pushed wide and out of bounds.
James Stewart, if he's going to earn number 100, Stewart's going to make him earn it. It's going to take everything that he has, and he's going to have to lay it all on the table. Wheel to wheel and bumping each other here, but they are doing it very respectful with each other. And so James Stewart's not going to let Ricky Carmichael have anything.
And you know,
Ricky Carmichael at bay.
Better than 20 minutes, probably around 20 minutes of racing remain in this 30 minutes plus 2 laps moto number 2. This is really a compelling drama here played out in this beautiful and hilly race course in Maryland. Stewart and Carmichael just going to go back out. I don't know. That's a mystery.
Yeah, we didn't really get a shot. They were all looking down at the left peg there, but not really sure what the deal was. But right now, it's irrelevant because
the same. Well, they have punched their time cards in and gone back to work. The race is on again.
I tell you, both these guys want to see Stewart choosing more of an inside line there through the mid part of the turn. He was going way wide earlier. Carmichael was cracked. The riders were complaining about the track being too smooth in practice. Watch when they come down here. Look at those lines. They just found a little edge, a little rut is formed. Nobody going wide now. It's all for Stewart. It's all about protecting those inside lines and keeping up his momentum, keeping up the drive.
Have to come to a complete stop. Park it. Here we come up inside. Carmichael's even. They're going down the hill. Stewart's got the inside line. If Carmichael can cross back under him, he might get the spot. But he hops the wheel.
Stewart and Ricky Carmichael, they're the best riders in the world, and Stewart incredibly savvy, has that sixth sense and knows where the other riders are. It's been so fast. He's making huge jumps right here, pulling up besides James Stewart. Lap after lap in the same spot, but he hasn't found a line where he can make it work exiting the turn.
Until now, he draws up even, but
chess match these two riders have been playing here. They've been just cat and mouse, lap after lap, trying to sense where each other has the fast lines and figuring out a way to block.
Make it happen there. He's right behind James again, though.
And James is such a smart racer. He knows to block those insides. Watch right here. He's going to go to the left of the left rider. Keep Carmichael from being able to.
Stewart in previous laps. Right here. Gets up alongside. Together over the jump. Carmichael draws even. Maybe a little bit ahead. Stewart is there, but that right-hander. Now here's where Carmichael's been trying to get it done. He's got a lap rider parked in the way and closer and even more exciting. Here goes Carmichael to the inside. Stewart made a little mistake, did the blocking, and Ricky Carmichael has the lead.
Effort and energy here, trying to achieve his 100th motocross win of his career. Incredible pass on James Stewart.
Now, if Stewart, you could say that one motocross win is worth 2 car wins, couldn't you?
Well, and the one thing about it is that's 147 wins, okay? We have about the year at this pace. And he's not going to disrespect any of his past accomplishments by slowing down a little bit.
Win number 100 will go in the books with this win with a checkered flag. Carmichael has accomplished something no one in the two-wheeled sport has ever done before for him, and it's done here today. You were there to watch. And James Stewart, of course, comes over, has to give his props to the man that passed him and pulled away to win.
Motocross here on NBC. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We are back here at Budds Creek Raceway. Bogle looking for his first career overall win in the sport. And Baggett gets to the inside and take it away. Loads. And another strip to the handlebars. He's Velcroed himself to the bike. Here is Eli Tomac on the 3, on the charge, and he quickly.
Bogle's got to find a better rhythm through those corner whoops. Talking about that right before the finish. And you saw Tomac, he just came through like a freight train, carried that momentum, doubled all the way through. And I'm sure Tomac's on, because he looks like he's also on a mission. So Baggett's trying to run and hide. And Tomac's saying, hold on, I see you, I'm coming for you.
Almost went down, was able to come back to 7th, which is good.
Mediocre should get points, so half the field will get points. 25 for a win, 1 for last place. Makes a big difference, especially when the guy you're trying to beat for a championship is right in front of you. So for Tomac, getting around Baggett.
Martin Davalos and Matt Michaeli round out the top 10. Tomac, now you said he can see Baggett.
Which lost him about 5 or so bike lengths, and then
Tomac's right there now. He had last year's 450 champ, Ken Roczen, who's out with injury this year, saying he thought one of the keys for Tomac was you can't back down, you can't ride defensively, and Moto Tomac is doing it.
Exactly, and then the other thing which he needs right now, finding a passing area. That's very important. You want to be doing that lap after lap, turn after turn, watch us to the outside, rails that. Baggett did that earlier. That's how Baggett made some Kawasaki all over it behind him, because you can hear Adi Perfield back to the outside.
Oh, and he knocked him again. That one signboard. Whoa, Tomac, what a move! From the outside to the inside, and come back to life. Here at Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. And the crowd getting into it too.
Through there, because that is by far the fastest option.
Oh, and Tomac! A big mistake! Just able to keep it on the bike. We said earlier, it's both races, the one we had earlier today and this. If you total both of those up right now, Bogle will be the overall winner. Section where Tomac nailed before.
I was just going to say, watch, let's see if Baggett can learn. Does he go double-double? We'll see at the bottom of the screen. Yes, he does.
Today, and yes, because Tomac has yet to win this title, when the championship is coming down to the wire in Kawasaki, Tomac's last win was last NBC show, the sand track at Southwick, about a month ago. Huge step toward it here. Eli Tomac wins the second moto today here at Budds Creek.
Might be able to tuck around the outside, get him on the inside into this one, but he couldn't do it, so this is set up perfect. All the players are right there.
This is your leader, 105, Ryan Hughes, Mike Brown on the Kawasaki. Number 3 tucks into second, behind him a teammate, 917 Eric Sorby, and then 111 Grant Langston in 4th.
Well, Ryan Hughes has got plenty of hole shots in his. Know too much about what's going on behind him.
Way back in the middle of the pack was number 18, Brock Sellers. He had a flat in the first race. It looks like he has not solved the problem. The High Point Raceway, the Thor Nationals AMA Chevy Trucks U.S. Motocross Championship. Todd Harris along with David Bailey and Cameron Steele. And it is really heating up here in Moto number 2. Your leader, Ryan Hughes, 105. Number 3 on the Kawasaki's Mike Brown over the back, closing down the gap on Hughes. And he makes the pass on the jump. Look at this. Hughes on the inside, unable to get it done, and Brown moves into first.
He is determined to win this race. He's saying he didn't have a front brake the first moto. He's got both brakes now, and he's going to put them to use. It's up to Rhino to answer this challenge and stay with him.
He was battling a bit of the stomach flu, and as we go back to the battle for first, it's still Mike Brown, number 3. Ryan Hughes on the inside, though, trying to get a run at him.
This is what Rhino needed to do. He wants the overall win bad. He'd have a 5-point lead if he can win it. If he doesn't win it, he'll still be a point behind. So this is for everything right here. Oh, Brown missed the shift.
So Brown goes wide, 1-0 right back, though. Look at him, he's got it wide open.
Whoa, shoves him. Rhino is off the track. You can't pass him. Jumps back in behind him, and you do not want to make Ryan Hughes mad. He will retaliate. This is not on here year before and get away with it. But
Yeah, I think he knows. What have I done? Oh, and Ryan Hughes goes in and makes contact. So Hughes goes right into first place, Brown into second. Everyone at KTM's happy about that. Folks at Kawasaki. And look at this, Brown coming right back.
You can hear the crowd. Look at Brown just making sure there's no way Ryan's going to have a chance to get him back. Jumps into that section where he blew it the first moto. Doesn't get any better. They've got almost 30 seconds at this point of the race on Eric Sorby in third. These guys are absolutely flying. And that was in the orange shirt. That was Larry Brooks flexing his muscles, telling Rhino, be strong. You're the man. Win this thing. Brown's pretty strong, too. Oh, he gets him again.
Brown comes right back, puts a wheel in there, gets underneath him, and he gets the lead back. This is unbelievable, David. 5 lead changes in the last lap.
They've been settled down just a little bit right now, but this place has come to life. Mount Morris is seeing some of the best.
Front, and Ryan Hughes is on the charge.
Well, a lap ago, Ryan Hughes blew this double right here. He jumped over the top of that berm, and he couldn't do this. And he lost about 20 bike lengths or so, and he's gotten all that back, closed the gap a little bit, just to force, to make Mike nervous.
Great race. Moto number 1 was a different story when he got tangled up in that flagging stuff, kind of backed off a bit, worrying that his brakes might lock up. Ryan Hughes picked up the victory there. But look at it, here comes Hughes one more time.
Oh, he's giving it everything he's got. It looks like Brown's going to get it. They both deserved it, but Brown came back and answered Rhino's challenge.
So Mike Brown picks up the win in Moto number 2 by virtue of that, and a second-place finish in Moto number 1. He will get the overall.
I hope
but those two got together. Exactly. That's a good sign.
There you go. Man, if it had been 5 years ago, Rhino
would have been flying.
Jumped off his bike and tackled him to the ground.
Carmichael's right behind him now. Gibson slips back to third and in danger of losing that. So Carmichael chasing Reed here on lap number 1.
And behind you all the time. You get him in front of you, and it's hard to even keep him in sight. So I think Reed's in a good position right now. If he wants to race with Ricky, well, he's got him behind.
Of all the laps in a moto.
Yeah, particularly at the end of the moto. You start to slow a little bit. He uses his fitness to his advantage. He learned that early on in his career, and he continues to use that. His fitness is his biggest weapon.
Knox have pulled away from the rest of the field, making it look almost like a match race here at Budds Creek. Reed continues.
A rocky little spot where there's not a lot of rocks in the rest of the track, but just right there. And that roost on the 450 with those little bits of ground in the face with a little BB gun.
Probably feels like a machine gun nest coming up to meet you there at the top of that. Job of it here. As the Team Makita Suzuki number 4 is getting a little bit closer. It's going to be side by side, and there he goes, reaching for the chin piece on the helmet again. Moto number 2. And for Ricky Carmichael, trying hard, takes the outside line the long way around. Reed still gets a good drive off the corner and hangs on to the lead.
So how hard must it be to just ride your own line and try to worry
the hill? Reed still holding on to it over the top, 2 different ruts. And Chad Reed is your leader on the Yamaha. Here comes the Suzuki. A Carmichael up inside. Nope, can't make it work there. They jump together.
What that does is allow those guys to keep their bike's trajectory lower. If they hit it straight, the bike wants to just go up. If you have a second, but doing that around the entire circuit over each jump saves you a second, 2 seconds a lap. So a lot of that sideways stuff is not for show. It's actually to shave lap times off.
Reed holds off Ricky Carmichael at Budds Creek. Chad Reed's mechanic pretty happy with the situation right now.
It's good to see Reedy putting in a edge of the lines and scrubbing jumps. You can just see him pushing harder than he has been at other times this year.
So Chad Reed on the 22 Yamaha, Carmichael on the number 4 Suzuki. Done, but no, there's not enough time to get to the next right-hander. Reed's still there. Boy, they throw a lot of dirt.
Or get by him, do something quick.
He's up behind him right now, but the turn is just too slow. Now it's an uphill drag race, a little bit of air, another scrub. Boy, these guys are putting on a show.
Chad's stepped up, and he's going to give Ricky a run for it today.
Carmichael still looking for a way around that blue bike. In the air, he makes up some ground. It's going to be a right-hander coming up.
It's so hard to stay focused when you keep seeing a front wheel pop in, inside here, outside there. It makes you want to start cutting your lines, shortening them up a little bit, blocking the inside, and when you do, and then Ricky's all over you even more. So you just can't win when you got them all over you like this.
Carmichael still trying hard. Very difficult things to do at the same time. He's inside a block. Oh, that looked familiar.
Wow. Separated from Chad, and he grabbed the tear off in the gear, and he was gone.
So Ricky Carmichael with a little bit of contact.
Can't give RC that much room.
Now the question is, does Chad Reed have any fight left in him to try to bring it back?
Make him continue to ride a fast pace, and maybe he bobbles and goes down. You get the win. You get the overall on the day.
Well, the course is getting awful torn up, and something different might present itself around the next corner here. The Roczen have happened this season mostly to James Stewart.
Across the finish line.
And hanging on for dear life. That was a Bronco Billy ride of the highest order, but at this point, it's going to be a nice big wheelie, and Ricky Carmichael will go no hands across the line, 1-1.
So Ricky's in good position as they come down the ski jump. Carmichael, immediate pressure. Dell comes up short, and Ricky goes into first place. Kevin Windham has passed John Dowd. Dowd with Ryan Hughes and Tortelli. Ricky Carmichael finishing the first lap in front of Kevin Windham, and Tortelli is starting to blister the course.
Larocco back to 10.
Well, that's unlike Mike Larocco this year. Whoa, hang on, Tortelli. Kevin Windham, a chance to go bar to bar now with Tortelli.
Fight.
Tortelli with 4 podiums on the year takes the inside. Back and forth we go with Tortelli now in second place.
Well, if these guys keep fighting the way they are, if they come around a big sweeper like that and Carmichael's that far ahead, look at him. He's gone. And Tortelli is really putting time on Windham now, so maybe we're going to see a race for the top spot. Ryan's been able to hold him off.
Hang on to your hats. There's Ricky Carmichael, but look who's right behind him, Sebastien Tortelli. And Tortelli might be the fastest bike on the track right now.
Driver's seat a little.
Carmichael's arms looking just like pistons. Oh, he lost control for a moment. Here comes number 13. That's Tortelli. 1 foot on the peg for Carmichael, and Tortelli went by him.
Yeah, he's definitely worrying Ricky. Some mistakes that he hasn't been making this year when he's had pressure like that. He's made mistakes all on his own. He hasn't needed anyone to do it. But this time, Tortelli forced him into that. See all that dancing around they do before they get to the berm? It's hard to get set in the berm. So a couple of times, Tortelli's almost gone over it. Some good saves, though. He's still got a good cushion over Ricky.
Let's go down to the mechanics area, Davey.
Well, Shane, you were right. He did get him back.
He's known for fast starts in the motocross season. All 3 seasons, he's participated on the 250s here. He's led the points early in the year. He took it all the way to Unadilla a couple of years ago.
Really taking it to Carmichael here. Right out of the corner, and it ruins his rhythm down the rest of the straightaway. Larocco capitalized on it.
Tortelli leading on the final lap. Sebastien Tortelli looking for his 3rd moto win of the season. You have to go back to the first 2 races of the year in the first moto before you find moto wins for this young Frenchman.
He is really on right now. Everywhere, he's got great momentum.
Here comes Tortelli down the hill, weeding his way through some slower traffic. But he can afford it. He's got a good lead.
Only about a half a lap to go, and you know, he put out a lot of energy. He worked hard for this. But on a cooler day, the bikes run a little bit better, and so yeah, Carmichael's close. He can't afford to be cruising. And he is cruising. Something's weird. Something's going wrong.
Carmichael just blasts right by him. Something's wrong with the bike. Tortelli. Oh, just a few corners away from the checkered flag. Ricky Carmichael picks off the moto. Tortelli has got it going again, but slowly. And it sputters again.
Oh, the finish line is 50 feet away. They had.
And he's going to try to push it across the finish line. I don't know if he can get up that big finish line jump. The crowd is trying to encourage him. Oh, this takes so much strength, David. Tortelli trying to get up that final hill. And his mechanic, Shane Drew, is not allowed to help him.
Shane may be able to make some suggestions.
trying to get it started by going back downhill.
Already dropped back down into what he's lapped up to. That's going to be his finish.
Yeah, it was. That's a shame, Davey. Sebastien was riding really good. I mean, he caught up to me and passed me, and I didn't have too much for him. And that's a shame. His bike gave out on him there at the last lap, you know. I don't like to win that way at all, and my hat's off to him. He had that one, and I'll just have to take it. I worked really hard the off week because I knew he was going to be fast here, and I still didn't have nothing for him, and it kind of disappoints me. You know, I don't know where I can make up any time. I felt like I was riding
A whole
hard.
shot here, and it's Emig, Jeff Emig. Here's our leader right now out of the box, Jeff Emig. And he's got a Kawasaki teammate right behind him before Jeremy Mcgrath has a chance, trying to pull up on the Kawasaki's.
When that first lap, Emig was gone. He had a pretty good lead. Now they've closed back up. I think Hughes feels the pressure from...
Here comes Jeremy, moving into second place. Can he hold on to it? Great bar-to-bar battle.
It looked like they kind of locked elbows there. Make a statement in the 250 class.
Right now, the crowd is anticipating now. How fast can Jeremy catch up with Jeff Emig?
And as they went over the jump, they both sort of steered away from each other, but that was close.
Emig #1, Jeremy Mcgrath #2 as Jeremy has his sights on the #2 bike right now. And look at that, a golf clap.
Signal to Jeremy before this lap was you own him.
Well, yeah, he feels pretty confident right now, and their lap times are 3, almost 4 seconds faster. Jeff, I'm not sure if he didn't seem like he could hold on the first moto, and pace being up, to be interesting to see if he can hold on. Jeremy's strong. He knows he can run this pace the whole 30 cup.
Skip Norfolk never at a loss for words, David.
No, he's always got the good response, and he's smart. You know, it's a good team. These guys, any place on the racetrack where it's really that much faster than Emig. And Emig's going to have to make a mistake. He made a little one right there. Still not enough.
He had enough power to come from the outside and seal off Jeremy.
He came up short there. We saw Hughes bottom out there and pull it off. I mean, if he crashed there, he must have came up way short. And, you know, we know how many injuries he's had to those arms, and they have to take a beating on an impact like that.
Back out in front, it's Emig #2 and Jeremy Mcgrath #1. And Jeremy unable to really show him a wheel yet as they come over the finish line jump.
Mcgrath is going to pull out everything he can. And what I was beginning to say on that strategy is that if Mcgrath moves around Emig right now, that gives Emig a chance to retaliate. And he will, believe me. And if Mcgrath thinks he's faster somewhere on the racetrack, he might be smart to save that till the last lap and not give Emig a chance. My neck for 30 minutes, and it's no fun. Mcgrath trying to use the inside to get up that elevator jump.
Oh, that gives Emig a big advantage. Emig able to double.
I mean, he's always in the lead after the first couple of laps. Look how clean Emig is.
Emig really accelerating through there. Brakes hard to take the tight turn. Mcgrath is not having an easy time of it staying up with him, especially if he doesn't take the double on the elevator.
You know, when you do that, the momentum is all yours. And if he loses this here today, that momentum, it's only one race, Art, but that's all it takes for that momentum to shift. And he's got to get around Emig to keep that. Right here is a crucial. Now, he jumps it, so he's going to stay in contact, but still kind of gets stuck out there on that outside line. So he loses a little bit of time, regardless of the fact that he still jumped that. Mechanic's looking on, just crossing his fingers. That's about all he can do. There's nothing Mechanic can do now. That bike's going to hold up. Mcgrath, though, putting the pressure on.
This is breathtaking for the fans to see this duel all the way, race long. Emig making the move. Mcgrath's mechanic, Skip Norfolk, and he's with Davey.
Skip, it seems like every time Jeremy gets close enough to take a shot at Jeff, something happens. Either he doesn't do the uphill jump or Emig moves over on him.
Yeah, well, he's trying to inside line back here on that, what they call the elevator, I guess, and it's pretty hard and slick, and you just got to commit. And I hope he's trying to set him up for something in there. So, you know, it's way past the halfway. We're down to 3 laps left. He's got to make it happen now, or it's not going to.
Close, if not closer, for any hopes at all at pushing Emig into a mistake.
Over the finish line jump, it's boom, boom. It's that close, and here comes Jeremy Mcgrath to the inside, but Emig just enough steam to take into that first turn out in front. He cuts inside. Mcgrath goes wide. It's looking like bar to bar. Mcgrath makes the pass. Oh, with less than 2 laps remaining. And Emig comes back. Emig hits him and goes down. So Jeremy Mcgrath is handed a gift.
And now, boy, what a relief. Emig gets going. He's got some things bent on his bike. But I think they got enough of a lead over Hughes where he'll be able to hang on to second place. But there's Jeff Stanton and a couple of fans on a day that's not muddy. got to be a great feeling. About 50 yards to go to the finish.
Up the hill, he can see the checkered flag waving as he crosses the finish line. Jeremy Mcgrath, his 7th straight moto win. If you go back
And it's Will Hahn again with Musquin and Bogle on the 94.
There he is. He's just got passed by Bogle.
Yeah, he's apparently buried right now, so it's Baggett going to try to put the pressure on. He was 6th in Moto 1.
There he is, right there, middle of your screen, mid-pack.
7 or 8 in the midst of that final lap we just completed, and now Roczen's going to try to complete the pass for the lead, and he does.
Eli Tomac, dominant in Moto 1, won both motos 1 week ago. He is your points leader.
He wants to finish in front of Roczen in this race and make up more points. And here he comes, about 2 seconds faster. Tomac gets you the way he's been riding lately. He's awfully tough to stop.
Oh, he is carrying so much momentum right now, working next to Baggett. Baggett looks over at him. It's a drag race up the hill.
Tomac was underneath him, scrubbing those jumps. He goes to the outside.
Your leader, Tomac, has caught him, and Tomac slices his way to the lead. Wow, takes away.
The pass for second, Tomac was right in front of Roczen. Now you got to give Roczen a little bit of credit. I was just trying to minimize the damage. He's trying to hang with Tomac here. Time running out in this one. I can point out, see the Geico countdown clock. We are within 15 minutes of the finish to this one. 11 minutes and then 2 laps. And Tomac might have his 2nd straight.
Working on that, working on his technique, and it shows here. The way that he's riding with the type of intensity, the points lead, and then to leave 27 points up. He got a little lucky. Ken Roczen had a big mistake.
Leading this championship, that doesn't matter as long as you hold it at the end of the year, and he takes a big step toward doing it, winning the overall.
To close that gap down, his speed today has just been phenomenal. He is absolutely railing these corners. His corner speed's down, those mid-centers, and his exit speed is just phenomenal. His entrance speed's phenomenal too.
Yeah, puzzling too, because honestly those little dabs on the gas, but Tomac on the gas, I guess just that much harder. And they've stretched it already 12 seconds over. Still managed to pull the trigger and make a pass. It's starting to tighten up, and you can hear the fans again.
Oh, the fans are going crazy. They've got air horns. They've got vuvuzela.
For the first time since 2013. And by the way, it was back in 2013 that these 2 guys were battling it out as youngsters. Yeah, the 250 division with Southwick National, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, the rough sand track at Southwick. Eli Tomac, number 3. Monster Energy Kawasaki has caught your leader. Fran Mechanics area.
Yes, the atmosphere down here is unbelievable right now. The Fran Mechanics area, all the team members are going crazy.
Friend in motocross because they don't have windshield wipers, so you can't clear it. So you have to use tear-offs. So the problem is, you use all your tear-offs and eventually you can't see.
I don't know if there's room for Tomac to make it happen here, but he's certainly putting the heat on. Gonna switch to the left again. Everywhere Roczen
championship. Tomac, we know he's number 3, but from the front, it's just, there's no number visible. Yeah, come on by. They're trying to stay out of the way, not sure which way to go.
I think those guys are exhausted. Mike 5th, Nicoletti 6th.
Watch this.
Oh, big run around the outside. Long way around for Tomac. He's got the drive, and he's going to be
the crowd are going crazy here in Southwick, Massachusetts.
So Tomac able to take the lead. He held more your insurance if you call Geico. If you want to call them, though, I'd advise you to keep your eyes on the TV screen because this battle is great. Part of Southwick, we actually have a... Whoa, Tomac has gone down just like that, and Ken Roczen has taken the lead.
Once again, Tomac to the inside, takes the lead.
Roczen squares it up. Roczen's going to try to beat him to the exit. No. Now allow Roczen to get it back, but only for a few corners. Tomac had a little something extra and was immediately able to respond. Much vision.
Yeah.
Where the tear-off gives you the complete goggle clear, the roll-up. Now Tomac's got a few more lap riders to get through. He does it! Eli Tomac wins the Red Bull Southwick Moto 2. It wasn't enough. Tomac is finally on the board with a victory.
Yeah, he just pit-pocketed all of them. He just went around the outside and railed that outside edge, and good start for Sexton.
Tried to find a line on Webb, and he almost went into Sexton. It worked, though. He's taken the lead from the number 2.
But got pushed a little wide by his teammate, and Cooper was committed to that outside, railed it, and like you said, came out of nowhere. Times, there's 5 or 6 guys that are super fast, all at the same time, including number 3, Eli Tomac, who's on a mission right now to get around. Don't know if he's close enough.
Oh, he is.
He made up that gap. Wow. Tomac
is closing. He's got it under 1 second now between he and Plessinger. Plessinger getting sideways again.
Oh, yeah. It's not what these guys want to hear, but I'm telling you, second half look of just pure aggression, just charging everything. And Plessinger's riding a great race in front of him, and it's a good feeling. And then all of a sudden, you've got some guy just harassing you.
What? That was an immediate attack. He just leaped.
Say that. The train just keeps coming. Ferrandis gets out of that rut.
Second, but here comes Eli Tomac on a mission from third.
Tomac really starting to get the pace going. I mean,
in these conditions, again, you would think with his aggressive riding style that this would not be his best track, but we have seen epic second moto charges from him to dig out race win. Now he's got this big leap at the end of the whoops. Can he line this up? Side by side, Sexton takes the line away.
Oh!
Big power move by Tomac. Gets him into the inside, but not close enough. Sexton shuts the door again.
Battle. So just a little cushion. You can see it's actually just over 3 seconds. Is Eli just going to go for the stuff? I thought about it.
Side with Sexton.
Whoa. Eli tried everything.
Woo!
This might work this time if he can square it up underneath Sexton and get a good drive, and he does.
Oh!
Not much Sexton could have done. He put up a good fight there, but hey, still got the overall in the bag. Should Tomac not catch Ferrandis? Not.
Here it is. Listen to the crowd. You can see how pumped they are. 2 laps to go. And we'll give you the lap time here in a second. The 2
won't even know that quite just yet. I mean, I'm sure he can hear the crowd, knows that someone's back there, but probably does not know who it is.
Here's the battle everyone has wanted to see all year. Dylan Ferrandis and Eli Tomac, both on their A game on the same day. They're both so strong late.
Round was his best lap of the moto, 2:14.3. He shut that gap down. The crowd is into it. Ferrandis knows someone is there. We don't know if it's exactly who it is, and he's probably going, the one guy you do not want to see right behind you at the end of the moto.
Seen some epic late moto charges from Eli Tomac, and he's putting it together right now. He made up 1.5 seconds.
Talked about, let's have a look at the lap times when they cross. Do they get the rhythm nice and clean through the whoops there? White flag waves and lap times, 2:14.
Watch him on the outside of this right-hander.
He's going to try the same thing. Watch, he's going to swing to the outside. Ferrandis may not know this, but Eli knows his inside can work.
No, it wasn't quite close enough.
Ferrandis is going to have to be picture perfect. He can't let the crowd and the pressure get to him. He's a seasoned veteran, but Tomac.
How will Tomac play it? He's going to go way wide here on the entrance to Horsepower Hill.
He got a bit of a slingshot, but I think he ran a little bit high.
Get back to the rear wheel of Ferrandis. His last couple corners did not work in Tomac's favor.
God, Ferrandis is really, really putting the hammer down.
Far.
Yeah, I mean, he is just hammering these last few turns and hasn't made the mistake of a little one there. But he's got a gap now.
Again, it's, as you said, not enough for the overall, but a clutch second moto win for Dylan Ferrandis. What's Ferrandis' lap time?
2:14.6. His fastest lap of the race was the very last lap of the race.
Yeah, Reed got around Brown, and now he's going after Villopoto, and Dungey takes the lead. 3 championship favorites in the same
pressure-packed championship battles that I've ever witnessed. 2000 250 motocross comes to mind, him and Ben Townley, and he was able to withstand it. So let's see if he can counteract. Apexing his turns, he's being very patient right now. He's not trying to blast it up. See the riders zigzagging back and forth across the apex of the turns. Now the momentum for the number 1.
Dungey on the outside. They swap spots from where they were 1 lap ago, and Villopoto grabs a handful of throttle and gets it back. Oh, and Dungey and Chad Reed going after your leader, Ryan Villopoto. Great racing here at Hangtown, and somehow Villopoto has survived another charge. Dungey's got to be careful. The 22 of Reed is right behind him. Now Dungey to the inside. I haven't seen anyone run inside where Dungey just went. Wasn't able to make the pass. Trying to ride this cheat. Can he make it happen? Completely different lines to this corner, side by side. Dungey overjumps on the outside, and Villopoto's going to beat him in the spot. Tremendous riding under pressure for Villopoto on the number 2.
Dungey really has some lines where he can set Villopoto up, but Villopoto has held steady.
Will Dungey back it in this corner? This is where he made the pass for the lead on Windham in Moto 1. Villopoto has it covered. The last 2 laps in a row. Here we go again. Dungey grabs the lead.
Villopoto this time not able to respond, and Ryan Dungey has done it the hard way.
Through that section, the rear wheel never slipped out, and he was on the throttle the whole time. Made the pass stick, and now Villopoto has to worry about Chad Reed, number 22 here.
He could start with his championship-winning setup.
True.
He said that might give Dungey an advantage, but I'll tell you what, it worked out about exactly the same at this point in the moto.
I'll tell you, let's see, just all of a sudden you start hitting every bump on the track.
Whoa, Reed's getting close on the inside. Can he squeeze Villopoto? Yes! Under the weather coming into this one, dealing with a little bit of a cold or maybe even the flu, and maybe that's having an effect. But how about this? Reed coming after Dungey. He wants the lead.
Physically fit and just have brute strength. Even though most motocross athletes are built more like the endurance athletes, like a bicycle rider or a runner for the most part, but incredibly strong in the package that they have.
Oh, Reed's strong. He's on the inside. This is the line that Dungey liked to use to make passes, and now Reed is going to try to use it against him.
He's got it.
I think he does. Chad Reed has taken over the lead from Ryan Dungey.
Through the braking bumps and kept his momentum, and it was very methodical how he got through that to keep his momentum into that turn. This ain't going to be a fast lap time, but it doesn't matter because he's your winner.
Chad Reed wins Hangtown for the second year in a row. This year doing it on his own terms.
In the first moto is on the opposite end of the gate for Moto 2.
Right next to his teammate Tortelli. They're off and running, the second moto underway here at Budds Creek. And look at that, number 14, Kevin Windham, again the hole shot.
He just made a straightaway out of it. That was beautiful. First moto at Southwick, losing his clutch. He can't afford to drop more points, and he dropped a lot in that first moto, so he's got to get hot now.
Windham, last year's winner here at Budds Creek, under more damp conditions than we have here. And he'll pick it up a notch. Windham, Vuillemin, Carmichael, Dowd, and Tortelli.
Pressure from guys who were trying so much hard. A little mistake by Kevin.
Here comes Vuillemin, bar to bar we go. Don't forget the huge ruts at the bottom of this hill. Vuillemin wading through them, looks back. He is our new leader. Starting off his first full season in 250s. So winner Ricky Carmichael. He is currently in third, and he is moving.
He better be. Tortelli is moving a little bit quicker and has actually caught this pack. Tortelli could push this into a four-way battle in a matter of like a lap and a half. They were going that much faster.
For that, Tortelli just tried everything possible that he knew of in the book of racing to get by RC, and RC just never cracked.
I think that's what Tortelli was counting on. He was surprised by the fitness of Ricky to go the distance, and they're going to get into it here again.
You think that Ricky will lay back and watch that Vuillemin Windham out for a little while, or is he going to jump up and join it?
There ain't time. Tortelli's right on his rear wheel.
So we got a great battle for first place with Vuillemin and Windham, and a super battle here for third with Ricky Carmichael and Sebastien Tortelli.
Well, Carmichael, like I said in the first moto, he always feels like he's out there, wants to smoke these guys. He always feels like he's got something to prove. He's got so much fire in him.
I've got to win motos. I can't sit back and just be consistent because I've got some catching up to do. And Ricky Carmichael certainly is riding that way. These guys are going so fast.
Just when they come through that whoop section, it looked like earlier in the day they were timing through there, trying to find a rhythm. Now they're just pegged through there. They don't even care if there's a rhythm. They're just and they're kicking our tails.
Carmichael to the inside, and oh, Ricky Carmichael moves up a notch. What a move by Ricky through that gnarly-looking section.
He didn't care how deep the berm was, as long as it was good enough for the pass. And Tortelli's right there. Look at this battle. And while these guys are battling, and let me add, I cannot believe how fast and how hard these guys are charging. Vuillemin is pulling away. There you
can catch him as Windham and Tortelli go at it. Tortelli makes a clean pass on his Team Honda teammate.
It didn't seem like there was any room there, but that has been the favorite spot of Tortelli to get by all these guys. And anticipating the rain, see that green on the top of Tortelli's helmet? That's a sponge. Remember those guys were doing that at Mount Morris in the mud.
In converting to the 250 during a Supercross season, picking up his third 125 crown last year, and now is really showing that this 250 bike is his, and he can handle it.
I'll tell you what, Art.
Come in. What a performance by Carmichael. Now, can he get close enough to intimidate and put pressure on him? Let's go down to Davey in the pit area.
Brian, it's starting to look like Ricky's got a hook into David. Do you think David can fight him off?
You know, I don't know. It's looking like David might be slowing down just a little bit, making a few mistakes on the backside of the track. I hope he can pick it back up. That headache may be coming into play. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes.
There, David.
Well, this is part of the race where everything's pumping, the adrenaline, the blood, you got the throbbing going on. He may have a little bit of a problem with trying to focus right now, and who wouldn't? Look at the pressure he has. He gets a big swap right there, and it forced him to the outside berm. I don't think he wanted that one.
Incredible finish. David Vuillemin currently leads, but look at Ricky Carmichael. Number 4 is right on his tail. And then Sebastien Tortelli is not that far away. Here comes Ricky Carmichael. They're going to go bar to bar. Up the hill we go. Can Carmichael get the angle? No. David Vuillemin shuts the door, but Ricky goes to the outside. Here comes Carmichael. Carmichael takes the lead. Incredible. Look out for Tortelli, though. Here comes Tortelli. Tortelli looking for second place. Oh, what a great afternoon for Tortelli, despite having his problems with a first turn crash in the first moto, coming all the way back. Tortelli getting a little bobbled there down in the horseshoe.
Tortelli's so focused and so motivated to catch Carmichael. Even his foot coming off the peg right there didn't knock him off center.
The crowd going bananas, as you can see.
It's on Vuillemin.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tortelli now just doesn't do the same thing to Carmichael with the speed that he's been able to garner.
Well, if this were the first race of the season, then I think Tortelli could be a little bit smart. But he already knows that if he doesn't put enough pressure on Carmichael like he did at the first round.
First moto, and he's sitting in 11th now. But he is the top privateer as we go back to the battle. Carmichael, Tortelli. Ricky Carmichael. He's really feeling it now. There's Tortelli's move in the shadows. Carmichael comes right back. Back and forth we go. Here comes Tortelli. Oh, my goodness. Bar to bar we go down the hill. Tortelli takes the lead. That was a great move. Great setup.
Just sheer strength. He came into the corner so hot, slammed on the brakes, and just, it was like a tractor. He just moved the dirt around. And it still wasn't enough. He had to go up and use a little bit of finesse to get around Ricky at the top.
So Ricky Carmichael with the second place finish could still take the overall. But Tortelli would have such a... We're back for the white flag lap. Sebastien Tortelli taking the lead away from Carmichael. Carmichael not that far away here on the last lap. What does he have planned?
Something outrageous. That's what it's going to take to get around Tortelli, because he is solid. He's going fast enough. Ricky's going to have to take chances.
In this position earlier in the... Oh, whoa, look at that. Ricky Carmichael comes right in and does a block pass on Tortelli. Makes Tortelli stop.
The way he looked back and stopped like that, I'd be so motivated to get him back.
Well, they still have a lot of this lap to go, though. And Tortelli has opportunity. Let's see if he can get him back.
Yeah, Ricky may have pulled the trigger a little early, because now Tortelli... That would just aggravate me. If I ever did something like that to Hannah or Rick Johnson, I'd be parked in the stands the next moment.
But Carmichael has the lead. Will he hold on to get the sweep?
Oh, you got to hand it to him. He did what he had to do. That's Ricky Carmichael. That's his style, whatever it takes. You got to admire somebody that wants to win that bad. These guys both do.
Tortelli slipping out just a little bit in the back turn, but you can see that red fender.
That's
right
his favorite corner. Look how close he got.
A lapper, a couple of lappers. They're going to have to work around. Look out, here comes Tortelli on the inside, but Carmichael takes the inside line. He's going to split the lappers. Carmichael. Oh, that was a good break for Ricky. And the checkered flag for Carmichael. His second sweep of the year, his third victory of the season. The 250s are underway. Jeff Emig. He's got the whole shot money. Dowd, Hughes, Lest, Everts, Ward, and Albertine are right there. Whoa, Dowd almost lost it. Fourth, but Everts is looking very quick off the start. This is a perfect situation for Stefan Everts, David.
Well, it is in that if he wins, he's going to look good. If he doesn't win, well, he could say, you know, I really was focusing on the World Championship, didn't want to take any chances. So
on track, he's out in front where he wants to be. He wants to regain the momentum that he had earlier in the season. He hasn't won since Glen Helen.
Lose much.
There's Keidrowski, a former winner, getting up right next to Stefan Everts. He's number 100 as we go back to the front. Hughes in third place, Dowd in second. We see number 14 slipping just a little bit, trying to square that turn. Thank you, Bobby. As we rejoin the action up front, we mentioned before the break that Dowd was closing in on Emig. Here's the interval for first place. Number 1, Jeff Emig, the defending champion in the 250 ranks, and John Dowd, who's looked stronger and stronger and has started chipping away on the points lead of Jeff Emig.
Big advantage to hit one of those little bumps about 10 or 15 feet from the top and pre-jump the whole thing.
Oh, the crowd's starting to go crazy here at Unadilla. They're a little crazy anyway, and Dowd takes the lead on a great inside move.
Boy, Emig has got to be going, what is going on here? John Dowd has just found his rhythm, found his confidence. He's riding relaxed and has caught Emig and passed him.
Here comes Emig. Bar to bar we go. John Dowd and Jeff Emig. What a battle.
Wasn't a challenge with, I expected, but this is the third race in a row where Dowd is threatening Emig.
And let's go find out from his mechanic, Brian Barry, what's going on.
I don't know what's got into Uriah the last few weeks. He just moved up and past Emig. Very aggressive for John Dowd.
Yeah, you know, I think a couple times this year he fell down trying to get by Jeff, and I think everybody just kind of picking on him about it and stuff. I think he just finally got mad, and he wants to be the guy to, if anybody's going to fall down, it's going to be somebody else and not him. Let's put it that way.
Well, I know you've been feeding him or telling him lately, but he's riding as best as we've ever seen him ride.
Yeah, I sure am happy right now. I just hope we can keep it up for the rest of the season.
Behind Larocco. Out front, Emig making a move to start to come back now.
Emig is definitely responding to the challenge by Dowd, and you can see that Emig's starting to ride a little bit different lines, a little bit smoother here and there. He's not following. He's found his rhythm, and it looks to me like Dowd is not out of the woods. He may have caught him and passed him, but check this out. Emig right back.
Oh, such speed by Emig. A great clean move between these two guys. And the battle out front is joined with a battle for second place right now. Emig in the lead, number 1. Number 14, Dowd in second. Look at Albertine. Albertine's making a move on Dowd. Showed him a wheel, then backed off as Dowdy had a good line.
Just a couple of corners ago, charging in that little left-hand corner there, Albertine dodged a rock that was like the size of a football and hit the fence post. Holding the banner, so to try to find a good line out here and to dodge that roost, man, you're threading the needle everywhere. Confidence that Dowd's riding with lately, and to think that they're not pulling away from anybody, that's just great racing.
Boy, they're going so fast on this Unadilla track.
Dowd right there, just fourth gear wide open all the way up that hill. Track has really changed since what it used to be. This track only saw fertilizer from one year to the next. Now it has amateurs and...
Oh, Dowd gets a wheel in front of Emig. They're coming up the hill. Oh, Emig gets that rear tire down quick. He's got the drive going. Who's going to win this one bar to bar? Look at the rebound on Dowd's bike.
He's pushing so hard to get down to that corner. And that back end bucks like that, you can't be slowing down.
Back and forth we go with laps running out here at Unadilla.
Boy, it's just a drag race into every corner and out of every corner. It's like a hole shot.
We got lappers coming up as Emig retakes the lead again.
What a great battle. These fans are getting their money's worth. They're coming to the famous hill people as they drop into this gravity cavity right here. They've even got a sign right there as they drop in, the hill people. They make the most noise.
Emig now with the advantage over Dowd as they get through the lappers wisely getting out of the way. Good sportsmanship there. Here comes Dowd, puts a little aggressive move to the inside, a little scrape. Emig holding on. Oh my goodness, what a battle. We haven't had a race like this to the finish in some time.
It's great. That's what's so neat about motocross too, because you can bang it a little bit like this and push each other and tap each other, and you do that in car racing and you can spin a guy out and the race is over. This is going to go down to the wire. Neither one of these guys look like they're ready to give in.
Dowd really has to make his move, don't you think? Because Emig is so good at using all the track.
Yes, he is, but this is too much track to try to use up. Look at that, Dowd just trying to stick a wheel, and that's pretty gutsy right there. If he would have caught the back tire of Emig right there, that would have been a high side, and he would have flown all the way to the bottom of that by himself.
Away, it's still John Dowd hounding Jeff Emig.
Look at that right there. As he came out of that corner, he tried to let the bike get light underneath him. He actually left the foot pegs, let that bike float over the top of that hill, not catch any of those bumps, keep all that power to the ground. As long as he keeps the pressure on Emig right here, he's got a legitimate chance.
Oh, a last lap mistake. John Dowd. Can he get it going before Albertine comes by? Yes, he's still in second place.
Watch his front wheel right here, just over that rut. Tries everything to save it. You can see the fans reacting. Oh, no.
This year. Here comes Jeff Emig.
This is well-deserved. He's not feeling 100% today physically, but he deserved this one. He fought all the way.
The checkers for his 8th moto victory of the year.
On these rough and rutted tracks, originally from North Carolina, so he's raced here before. Oh, Tomac making moves.
Tomac coming to Ryan.
Teammate Tickle, they race past the Fram Mechanics area. Roczen going to try to make the pass on the outside. He's got it.
Yeah, Tickle took a look over.
While we're away at break, Tomac, very aggressive, was able to pass the second-place rider, Brock Tickle. It was 5.5 at one point. So Tomac's not giving up, but we are hitting the waning moments. 4 minutes before the 2 laps to go into the lead. At one point, his gap was 5 seconds over this man, Eli Tomac. But Tomac has chopped it down to 2.3 seconds.
Almost every time, and this gap is small, and the crowd are on their feet and cheering.
Race past the front.
Mistake from Roczen.
Tomac's got an opening. He's down to the inside. Can he make it work? Roczen knows he's there now. He can hear the motorcycle, and Tomac has set himself up brilliantly for it. Roczen able to beat him to the spot.
Tomac, a little bit of breathing room.
It's what Roczen has been so good at this year.
Exactly what Roczen is doing in the sections where he is strong. Different line selection there.
That's where he's looking for. Oh, Roczen off the track.
That could have been way worse.
Tomac, right there. He's got a wheel on it. To the inside.
Oh, they go past
to come together. There's only one line up this hill. No, Tomac's going to invent a new one. He goes from outside to inside. They come together. Tomac on the outside again. Wide open through these ruts.
He might have him now. They're side by side. Different lines. White flag. 1 lap to go.
It's heart, guts, will. At this point, these guys got to be exhausted. Heart race through the roof. But the uphill triple, they both negotiated perfectly. Now a tight corner, and this section right here is going to get tricky. There's 1 line.
This section here, I think Tomac's been able to improve a little bit, which means he's not losing.
His right-hander coming up. He's on the inside again. He runs it in deep. Couldn't get a clean exit. Right-hand corners that'll lead them to the finish.
He's got to get a little closer. There's too much of a distance. Hopefully the lapper gets out of the way. Tomac is protecting that inside. Smart move. Make your competitor go the long way around. He's not close enough as Tomac.
Ken Roczen sweeps it. Goes 1-1 at Mo Racing from Spring Creek. This time, Villopoto has the good start. He's out front on the number 2 with Reed.
Trey Kennard right there inside the top 5. I think he sneaked around to the inside, but this is exactly what number 2, Ryan Villopoto, needed to do. And they've smoothed out the sand whoops to entry, but it's Chad Reed on the inside.
Sections in all of motocross, and Reed handles it best. He's looking to make a move. Villopoto's going to fight back around the outside. But Chad Reed takes the number 1 spot.
Vacation and a weekend off. He is fired up here in the number 22.
Oh! Reed launches! We got trouble! Chad Reed is down and down hard! Crash that big.
So Villopoto out front. That puts, he's got a couple seconds already over Dungey, as you can see. And the intensity was too much.
Are you kidding me? Chad Reed is back on the motorcycle? Wow. How can this be? 30 feet up in the air, Jeff.
See his team manager, Dave Osman, there. They were taking a look at it. It looks like the silencer, looked like the bars, everything was pretty good. That also, and watch, he loses traction. And look at Chad, hits the downside. Let's just go ahead and just, I'm not sure.
He is back racing, and he might have a shot. He's not that far back yet. He's not a lap down. He might have a shot to maybe even score some points. Top of the screen, 6 minutes plus 2 laps. So Dungey has time to make a move. Now we have both motos that count here. Look at the event points as they run.
1 point, a second's a 2 point. Yep. Our point system goes 25, then a 3-point gap back to 22, and then 20 for third. So you get that extra little bonus point for winning the moto, and Dungey needs it.
And listen to the crowd come to life. Moto, he's going to try to make a move around the outside. Going to jump back down.
Dungey has needed to do something really special. He's been so good and so consistent. And this is the place where you come for the rider.
Look at this. Woo!
You know, you got to win at your home track.
Well, we talked about it, Jeff, leading into this race. Would the home track advantage give him that little extra burst? You thought it might? It's
ever in 2007 when he was battling.
Dungey's got an impressive second moto going here as well. He's going to drag race down the inside. Can Villopoto beat him to the spot? He does.
Villopoto, in his body language, he's not broken down. He's not, you know, there is no sense of urgency. He's still riding his pace and his race.
Can he make the move?
Taking the wide line, but what can he do with all that momentum? Dungey all over the place, left, right, on the outside.
Woo! Over the same jump. When they both saw Chad Reed almost end his season, they both step up, clear it, negotiated together in
premier class. Two of the sport's best
Dungey
going
coming
at
down
it.
that hill so hard, Jeff.
Watch this here. He squares him up around the outside, maybe.
And once again, Villopoto beats him to it. It's second half of this championship fight. Dungey needs to make up ground. Is it time for him to get aggressive?
Yeah. Well, he is getting aggressive. There's no doubt about it.
Here.
Look at Dungey. He just seems to have a little more momentum in spots.
Oh, this could be it. And once again, Villopoto beats him to the spot. Great move by the number 2. Right back up on Villopoto. But now time might be on Villopoto's side. He has staved off this attack. Dungey got to him about 5 minutes ago. Here he goes to the inside. And Dungey takes Villopoto down. Unbelievable. This could shake it up. Trey Kennard is in third. He's 50 seconds back. Villopoto's got to get the bike started.
Kawasaki in here. Watch this one more time. Gets a little wide and then hits that soft dirt right there on the side of that hill. Here it'll be, you know, he's got some visual memories of flying through the air like that.
Right.
But
a lot of people wondered, would Ryan Dungey find that extra spark, that extra aggression at his home track? And he did. He's going to win it in front of the home fans at Millville. Welcome back to Spring Creek. You are looking at one of the toughest athletes in any sport.
Stefan Roncada just did in the 125s after he swept Bud's Creek. We're right with Ricky Carmichael here on the left. Carmichael, good start. But it's David Vuillemin on the Yamaha gets the hole shot. Vuillemin's first hole shot of the year. Ricky Carmichael in second place. The red bike team Honda number 14. Kevin Windham fighting for third, gets into third place. Tortelli also a good clean start.
Right there behind Ferry. Look at the way these guys whip the bike sideways as they go off that ski jump. That would make me a little nervous if I was sitting around 5th or 6th. A little mistake there. Didn't cost anybody any time, but the clutch in Southwick killed him.
That look back to Carmichael. I wonder if he picked that up from RC a couple of weeks ago.
It's head games, a little bit of showing off, a little bit of, hey, what are you doing back there? You know, but we'll see. I mean, you just don't want to do that stuff when you got a fiery little guy like Carmichael behind you that just will do anything he can to win.
The redhead is on the move against David Vuillemin. Ricky Carmichael putting the pressure. The 250 Moto number 1. Ricky Carmichael looking for opportunity against 934 on the Team Yamaha. Carmichael has the inside. Can he make it stick? Carmichael makes the pass into the lead.
Heading up into that right turn, I didn't really see a mistake from Vuillemin. It was just that Carmichael went that much faster. So he wants to get into the lead and just disappear from these guys. Tortelli a little nervous. He's got to stay close. Kevin doesn't even matter. Vuillemin doesn't even matter to Tortelli. It's Carmichael he wants. And he's got to get past these guys now to have a chance at it.
Tortelli is so good in cutting up through the field.
Yeah, we could go off and say, well, oh, a little mistake there by Kevin.
And here comes Tortelli in the good position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it was so smart. It was a great decision for him to go wide in that berm because he had both Vuillemin and his teammate taking that inside berm. So there really wasn't anything to gain by him going in there and following. He didn't have anybody pressuring him, so he could take that chance, and it paid off.
Tortelli really stepping it up now.
The track's starting to get a lot more ruts now.
Michael trying to hold on to the points lead here in the first moto with David Vuillemin in second.
And Rookie looked back there coming out of that corner, and he wasn't looking back at Vuillemin. He was looking back to see where Tortelli is, I believe.
RC running smooth out in front right now. Let's go to the pit area. Davey Combs is making his way over to Ricky Carmichael's mechanic.
Chad, it looks like another lightning fast start for Ricky. That momentum from that 1-1 at Butts Creek carries over here at RedBud.
Yeah, he's got a good start. He's riding a good pace right now. But the main four guys are all first through fourth, so there's no play time in this moto.
I saw Sebastien Tortelli's mechanic, Shane Drew, already wrote pass now on Sebastian's board, and this is only the third lap.
Yeah, I mean, if those two guys in second, third would get caught up to each other, they might lose a little bit of time. But Tortelli's definitely got a good pace going right now.
Right behind him.
He's in his draft. There's some places around the track, just to stay close enough to have an opportunity in another place, you've got to stay right in the line. But here you see different lines.
Sebastien Tortelli on the rear tire of David Vuillemin as they... Here comes Tortelli in the second place.
And a little different timing through there. He actually bounces over one of those big bumps. It's been a weird section today for the riders to try to figure out. There's no smooth way. You just got to muscle through there. But Tortelli really bothering Vuillemin all the way up over the rock.
He's gaining on Carmichael. Going by the mechanics area now. Shane Drew, what's on the board? He's 3 seconds back. That's nothing to Tortelli.
Here for the next one.
Carmichael down the hill, looks back to see where Tortelli might be. Hits the rut. Absolutely perfect.
Carmichael has been flawless so far, but I just don't know if his pace is fast enough. Look at Tortelli. Forget about that 3 seconds. It's on.
It's down to at least a second right now and closing rapidly. A down lapper trying to stay out of the way.
On now, though, Art, because that first round at Glen Helen when Tortelli kept the pressure on and Carmichael didn't crack, he knows that now. He knows he's really got to apply the pressure hard. He knows that Carmichael will come back like last week and run into him if he has to get the win.
Chad Watts looking on anxiously now. There's Tortelli, number 21, getting by a lapper. Oh, this is going to be a great one. It's a dilly right now with Ricky Carmichael trying to hold off the charge of number 21, Team Honda's Sebastien Tortelli. Tortelli is determined, though, to make a move against Carmichael.
He's able to take different lines everywhere, as you see right there. He's got Carmichael nervous, looking over his shoulder.
Oh, the fans are going crazy here at RedBud. To the inside, Tortelli. Acceleration of Carmichael, though, holds him off for one more turn. Here's Tortelli to the outside. Inside, outside, Tortelli takes the lead.
Beautiful pass. Clean move on the outside where he would least expect it, right in front of Ricky's mechanic. Just to make that kind of rub in a little bit more. He's able to go to the outside right there, too, over the double jump. So now Ricky thought Sebastien might try to square under him, so he got on the brakes a little extra. Sebastien guessed right, went to the outside, which would put him on the inside coming into this next corner. Cuts right back in front of the line of Ricky, so he has no chance to come back.
Back on the last lap to repass Sebastien Tortelli for the victory.
I believe right now Sebastien is on a roll. He's going to try to take this next couple of laps and just ruin the spirit of Ricky.
Oh, the battle continues. Let's go down to Davey in the pits.
Shane, turns out he didn't have to get too aggressive. He just went around him. He just motored by him, but now he's got to stay ahead of him. We saw what happened last race, so he's got to get a bigger lead than what he's got right now.
An overall victory so far this year. He had one last year, and that was the opening round at Glen Helen.
You don't see that much celebrating from Sebastien, but he got a little thumbs up right there over the jump. This is an emotional win for him. He wanted it bad.
And the checkers are waving. Sebastien Tortelli.
Tell us about the gates down at Millville. Barcia going to lead everyone in. From pretty outside gate pick. Cody Schock with a big run around the outside. One, Barcia. Then it's Schock, Cianciarulo, Ferrandis, Dean Wilson. Is that Ken Roczen?
That is Roczen. And it took one of our title contenders down.
Oh, it's the right-hand first turn, too. That makes it a little more difficult as well.
Also, not a good opening lap there for someone else goes down. Not a good
Tomac.
By Webb get by, as well as Craig. So Ferrandis not having a fantastic opening lap, but obviously a lot better than the number 94.
Or Roczen in a normal situation. Unfortunately, Roczen down early. And Barcia was quick early in Moto 1 last week. He kept Ferrandis honest for the first couple of minutes.
And he's looking good right now on that Red Bull.
The track there on the side of those sand rollers. But I think he gathered it up really quickly. Adam now got the luxury of seeing Webb so much better being behind Justin Barcia, because he's followed him in some areas and then he's tried different lines, and some of his lines are actually starting to work.
Barcia actually drifted a little bit wider in that corner. That's where Cianciarulo had been going, putting the jumps. Oh, Adam was getting to the inside. Now he switches to the outside.
Yeah, looking really good. It looks like he's got more speed than Barcia.
They were a little aggressive on each other last week, by the way. Barcia said he got annihilated by a rider that he would not name in the first turn of Moto 2.
Last lap, and I think if he keeps up this pace, he's going to be right there in able to win this thing at the end. So something to watch for.
And he just blows by Webb in the sand whoops.
That is commitment, faith in your machinery and yourself, and a lot of guts.
Oh, and standing up in the entrance. That corner is now standing up, coming out.
This is huge if you can get. Oh!
Cianciarulo almost lost the back end, and then he watched the front. I saw Ken Roczen in the 250 class go down hard in that very section. You hear the whoop monster there, the mascot for that section of the track. Bringing the cowbell, bringing the noise as Dylan Ferrandis brings the heat. Justin Barcia continues to lead the way here. Mav TV's coverage, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Dylan Ferrandis has been awfully hard to hold off for anyone this year, but Barcia doing a good job. I side with Barcia now.
Oh, there's AC pulling in the pits. You talked about that uphill. The Ferrandis thinking
Go
about
for it. It's so far wide down here that Barcia's got a lap rider in front of him. Nowhere to go. Still able to cross the line in front of Ferrandis. Lap rider doesn't know to go left or right. The danger zone. It's Tomac lurking back there. This is vintage Eli Tomac. We used to call him the shark in the water. You had to think about where is he, even if you couldn't see him. Well, we can now. And we're about to have a three-rider battle for the lead.
Competition has really picked up, gotten deep, and he just has been head and shoulders above everyone as far as pace goes this first moto.
All right, we'll keep watching. Let's see what kind of drive he can get on the outside.
Lines came together. Ferrandis took a look over his shoulder, and he saw the dreaded big number 3, the guy he did not want to see coming. So Ferrandis, you can see the urgency on him.
Oh, Barcia was washing the wheels as he entered the downhill.
Oh, you can hear the crowd getting into it as well. They sense a great battle to finish this moto off. And time is...
Face full of roost right there on Ferrandis. Ferrandis comes back.
Another little look over the shoulder from Ferrandis. He's nervous. He knows the big 3 is there of Eli Tomac. Is he going to try and cut underneath him, square him back up, and just go for the block pass? He thought about it.
Yeah.
Barcia suspected that. So smart as Barcia. I could see Tomac passing
there it is.
him.
On the inside. Tomac tried to tiptoe through that line. Wasn't quite enough, but it's on Ferrandis. Absolutely. Barcia is now out of the picture. He's pulled away. Ferrandis having to deal with pressure from behind. Not something that he's had to deal with much. Fewser again after the mistake entering.
Oh.
So sandwich and nearly an endo from Ferrandis.
Yo, he got a kick.
At any point in this moto, he's in a rush right now to get Barcia. Barcia launches it, washes the front tire and whips it downhill.
Outside, Barcia's going to have to take the line away at the exit. He's able to do so. This time, all moto, we've seen Tomac get to the rear of a battle and not be able to just execute. And look at this.
Oh, Barcia kept it wide. He drifted right into the line of Ferrandis. He knew it was coming. He's side by side with Barcia. What's the strategy here? Does he cut underneath? Barcia hangs him out on the outside.
Yeah, Barcia just a counter block pass, and that has allowed Tomac right back at that.
Loves to battle like this. Pressure will get to a lot of guys. Often not him. Ferrandis had a line, and they almost collided as the white flag comes out.
Barcia apologizing there. That was, he bottomed out on the face of that roller. Dirty right there. That was just a racing incident, a little bit like when Jet Lawrence landed on the back of Jalik.
Tomac just has to get a run at the beginning of this section.
That was better.
Yes, absolutely. This is as close as he has been to Ferrandis through here in several laps. Inside of the Kawasaki.
This is where he's also good. Can he carry the speed? Look at this. Is Ferrandis going to defend?
Oh, Ferrandis does go to the outside. Barcia tries to run it high.
And he should. That inside now not working at all. You see.
Yep. Leave the brakes off on this very steep downhill. You can make passes. Can Ferrandis do it? For the track. Oh no, Barcia bobbles. Recovers. Still holds the lead. And Barcia is one turn away. He's got to be clean, though, in this corner, which is not easy to do. A couple mistakes on previous laps. Perfect this time. Barcia takes his first moto win of the year.
What a great race.
Board is sideways, and we're off. Emig with a good job. Look out, Moto X's Brian Swink, number 103, is also in the mix. There's Ezra Lusk, Chaparral's Jimmy Button. They're all ahead of Dowd, Hughes, and Everts. Back and he said, hey, I'll take the 3-digit number instead of that 13 number. Oh, Albertine is down early against his former rival, Stefan Everts. Look at that, Brian Swink is our leader. Number 103 cuts in front of Emig. Emig's got to be saying, hey, wait a minute, guy, this is not supposed to happen.
Probably forgot about the number change, thought it was one of the Europeans coming over with a 3-digit number. The ground just falls away from you. It's hard to stay on the side of the hill, and just got in there aggressive, took the line away. But here comes Emig.
Real easy move for Jeff Emig. Will Swink hold on? He's giving him a short challenge right now, trying to show him a wheel or two. Jeff Emig, though, simply picks it up a notch.
RedBud.
Yeah, that was his first American motocross victory here last year. His first overall for Suzuki since 1981, when Ken Howerton was able to win the overall. So it was a very monumental victory, but here today he's got his problems, and Jeff Emig still getting hounded by number 103 Brian Swink.
And Jeff knows how to handle it. He knows Swink is going to stick a wheel in. He knows he's aggressive, and but I think Emig also knows in the back of his mind that around the 25-minute mark he may not have company from Swink anymore. And I don't mean that to put Swink down. I'm just saying that he hasn't been doing it, so why should he today on the roughest track on the circuit?
To the inside, Swink trying to hold on. Ezra Lusk, can he make it to the corner first? Yes, he does. Swink backs off just a little bit, comes over the berm. Stefan Everts is right on his tail.
Well, he's still got pressure, Swink. It's not over yet. Lusk is around, but here comes Everett. And Everett's just behind him is John Dowd. Got an amazing first moto, and he's not through yet. Still early in the race. A lap so we could bring home the title.
Here comes John Dowd trying to move up. Dowdy still with a good chance at the overall. He's seeking his 3rd overall in a row. Gas trying to get around.
Whoa.
The Moto X rider.
That was squirrely. I don't know what he hit there, but he'll remember that for a few minutes.
What an acceleration from Stefan Everts, and Lusk woke him up. He retakes the battle.
Well, I was just talking about how good the lines were, and he just got smoked. Well, it wasn't that necessarily that corner that I was talking about, but Everts sure found a way around in a hurry. Caught him by surprise.
Lusk having an outstanding Supercross season as well, signing with Honda for next year. And the team Honda rider, you might say, borrowing a bike from the American team Honda. 215 Stefan Everts is right now his big competition for second.
He's doing some interesting things too. He's got some lines that which we just saw. He just made a quick pass. It didn't stick, but you see he's using completely different lines out there on the racetrack than Lusk, trying to find a way around. Very sneaky, and because Lusk doesn't race against Everts, he really doesn't know what to expect or how to retaliate.
European riders, when they come over here, always talk a lot about knowing their opponent's riding style. Stefan Everts moving into second place. John Dowd now putting pressure on Ezra Lusk.
That was pretty neat. He just snuck right around. Like I said, he's been finding different lines out there, and it worked again.
Davies with Shane Drew, the mechanic of Everts. Stefan Everts, number 215 in second place. John Dowd now in third. Everts has been very fast. If it wasn't for a minor mistake in the first moto, he would have been right up there battling with Emig and Dowd.
As Emig's lead starts to shrink, you see Keith McCarty there, Yamaha team manager, urging John Dowd on. Dowd just all over the racetrack, inside and outside, trying to find a way around.
Oh, Dowd putting the throttle on, and look at that! John Dowd has moved in front of Stefan Everts, and Emig is not that far, and Everts goes down. Well, he didn't go down, he put it down. Battle like we had in Moto number 1.
And Emig has got to be nervous. You know he's not feeling 100% physically. This is the point in the race when you're getting a little bit tired. Lappers coming into play right here.
He gets around Ryan Huffman, number 47. Emig will it hold him up a bit and give John Dowd a chance to catch up. Area, everyone cheering, regardless of what team they're on.
This time it's for dear life. If he loses this moto, it's the overall. He hasn't had an overall in a while. He wants this one bad.
For those newcomers to our sport, if Dowd should win this moto and cheer it on his teammate, wow, look at this. John Dowd now pulling up closer to Jeff Emig.
That's got to make Emig nervous. The way that Dowd has caught him is carving so much time out of his lead. And the last turn on this racetrack, it's kind of separated from the crowd. They disappear for a second, and that left turn is weird. There's not a definitive line. You can go anywhere, and believe me, Dowd's got plenty of chances to get around.
Dowd made a tiny mistake in the first moto to define that issue. Will he hold on? Will Emig use up the track on John Dowd on this final lap? Where will Dowdy make his move? He cuts to the inside. Dowdy's got a wheel. No, Emig comes back. Emig got the tire to the ground quicker, and perfect shifting. What a race. It's the closest finish we've had all season long.
Here we go.
250 moto number 1. You see Reed, the 22 Yamaha. Carmichael, the number 4 to his left. Who's going to get the ever important start? It's Ricky Carmichael to the inside. Boy, they did not want to see that happen, and look at him hug that inside. He's trying to check out early.
A few laps, the track's going to really start coming around, but right now, Ricky is spotless. You can see James starting to get into the picture right there now.
Yeah, James gets by John Dowd. Dowdy back in, former champion, the number 16, trying to close in on James Stewart. The 259 into third, closing in on Vuillemin. The fastest, but it's a different one.
Never follows. That's what I like about James. He's able to create a pass for himself, double over that thing, and already into second place, and I guarantee you Ricky's going to look back over his shoulder and be like,
around the next time that Stewart will be behind him. Vuillemin drops back to third, Dowdy into fourth. But now, if you're James Stewart, I mean, do you try and set, the tone for the rest of the year? Do you try and just hammer on him? Do you stay behind him and see if he makes a mistake? What do you think?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that can be put on paper for James Stewart in this situation right now, but I think what's happening is he's young and he can't help it. That very few people have been able to do.
You saw those statistics, so many moto wins. I mean, a perfect season last year, and so far perfect this year after 2 motos. Can James Stewart catch up with Ricky Carmichael? I mean, people forget. I mean, they're like, oh, James, but it's Ricky who has not been beat. I mean, he has 2 perfect seasons in his career. James can't.
Barely made the corner, but whatever Ricky does, that's what he's going to do because he doesn't want to see him get away. And I don't know that his physical fitness is really where it ought to be. Since Houston, he hurt his ribs. Vegas, he hurt his hand. At the last round, he was sick. So
his mechanic gave him the pit board, Gosler, when he came by, and he gave him that update. Who's behind you? How much is the lead? And he'll check on that each lap. But look at this course. I mean, we talk about how the course and the riders adapt to that course. I don't know if there is a certain condition Ricky's good at. He's passing all of muddy, dry. He doesn't care. He just goes out there and blows through it.
He doesn't have any doubt in his ability to go fast the whole entire race. So right now, he's probably feeling like, go ahead, James. Catch me if you can. Let's go at it.
And people can't see. Yeah, let's see what you've got a little bit later. You saw the lap times, 3:20 or 2:20, shall I say. In the first practice of the day, 3:02. So, I mean, it's already, like you mentioned, the track's going to get better. Already 30 seconds better than it was in the first practice of the day.
Ricky's starting to feel the pressure now. A mistake here and there. James, that just takes total strength right there to go through that section the way he did. Balance and strength. And these guys have got it wired. Ricky's been a little bit stronger for the long haul. This is James' first chance. And you know what? I'm encouraged to see that he's able to match Ricky that last lap and actually inch up a little bit more.
Ricky Carmichael, James Stewart first and second as they complete one more lap. Who knows, Ricky might not as well. But there, nice knack-knack save by Ricky Carmichael. Pulling his foot off of the pegs. It's the top 5 spot now, though. Great start by Ricky Carmichael. You see James Stewart closing in fast. Right now, Aaron Bates is with his mechanic, Jeremy Albrecht.
J-Bone, it looks like Bubba's closing in that gap on RC. Do you think he has what it takes today?
Yeah, definitely. Last week he had a tough race. He was sick throwing out the night before. And, no excuses. It's a long season, and it can happen to anybody. So he's just out there trying to have some fun. He hasn't really had fun the last couple races. So looks like he's doing a good job out there. Thanks.
And what you don't see when you're watching this battle is how bad James Stewart is getting roosted from that 450. I mean, just being next to the racetrack, it hurts.
Oh, look at him pull up side. They saying hello, going to the inside, setting up. And it looks like Stewart takes over and passes Carmichael. When was the last time we can say that?
Down there like that, Ricky's going, hey, if you want it that bad, I'll just follow you for a little while and figure out where you're catching.
The Fox Racing Kawasaki gets by the Fox Racing Suzuki. Carmichael drops back to second. Now will he see what James is doing? James obviously a little bit faster. Will he tuck in behind and say, all right, I can pick up here and there? Or does he just say, set the tone and try and get by as quick as he can?
Well, Ricky doesn't like to run around in second, but at the same time, this has got to be kind of fun for him, He's got a pretty good points gap over James, so he can afford to be a little, play
playoffs here, and James hasn't proven it yet. Ricky's just sitting there biding his time.
You kind of talked about it earlier. James Stewart, hurt thumb. He's been injured several times this year, but that thumb, I mean, a couple of weeks into it, when you tear up your thumb, you're hanging on a lot by your thumb. A lot of people don't realize it. I don't think he's 100% either, but he looks pretty fast out there. When you can't hang on, it's hard to go fast. I think that was part of Hangtown's problem as well.
Yeah, just, he hits that berm and it just stops. Then,
and nowhere to go. He went to stick a foot down, and down goes Stewart. Stewart has to pick it up. They have a long, nicely, but what happened there?
Well, it set it up. He hit the berm a little bit. All these berms kind of lead into a big, mushy hook. And there's no concern about third place catching up. But this battle that the crowd was really waiting to see is over with now. You see James from another angle just getting caught up in that soft berm. And you see him looking to try to block Ricky. He knows what's going on.
Look at that angle.
Ricky's like, I'm not going to shut off. Are you kidding me?
Hey, that great camera work right there, and Ricky almost gets thrown off the track. I thought James was going straight down.
No one's going to feel as happy about their moto as this guy.
Another moto win. That's 3 for 3 on the year for Ricky Carmichael. The Makita Suzuki takes it again here.
Baggett with an actual good start. When was the last time we saw that?
Roczen starts.
Yeah, I don't see him with that lead pack.
Not looking like inside the top 10. He won. Possible player for the overall. Definitely in the points chase.
There is Baggett.
Barcia.
Good try to go inside. Whoa! They scrub the jumps together, kicking the bike sideways.
This same group of riders, and at one point on the last lap, Baggett had the overall one. He knows that he has to get out front and make it happen now and not wait.
Inside line, they're going to come together. Roczen's on that outside line that was so strong in the first moto.
But definitely did not have the intensity in Moto 1 that the lead group had.
Oh, there goes Tomac to the inside. Musquin.
Fight on the same intensity level. He's not battling as hard. And that comes down to just, how bad do you want it?
3, then 4, now 6.5 seconds. Pulling away.
Incredibly focused at this point, just right.
Way at break. Great action, Justin Barcia and Blake Baggett duking it out for second. Baggett has got the number 2 spot. Then Barcia made a mistake.
In Moto, Tomac gets a horrible start. I did not think we would be seeing this
out over the edge like this.
This is incredible, and at the start of the day, we really had to see. Now, what you don't want to see is any rough riding or anybody taking each other out.
You don't want to see this if you're Mitch Payton, and that's
consequently forced them into some mistakes.
Yeah, so he lost a spot to Musquin and Jason Anderson. So now Baggett back to 6th. What? The rear tire?
Yeah, just miscalculated it, got on the throttle a little early, and didn't get both tires in that rut. And it's fight day here at High Point. Jason Wygant, while you were reading the promo, we just had it.
I believe would edge that out.
You got me, yep. But I got too excited, jumped the gun there.
Well, first of all, the battle has been unbelievable, given the overall.
Well, and there's Roczen right there.
What?
So the lead was 9.7 seconds last time around. That's going to change this whole thing up here. There's a lap rider, 404 in there.
Oh, little mistake there from Tomac, but I'll tell you, he's done a good job, Jeff. Even when the feet come off the pegs, the right hand does not let off the throttle, and he doesn't lose much ground.
You like Tomac because the pace was so intense between Roczen and Barcia and Baggett.
Seconds off of Roczen's lead the last time around. Roczen ran a 2:21. What happened there?
That was the deal. Roczen's cheering you on. You hear the fans cheering you on, and you're just completely, in another world. Championship. Tomac has came from the back. The intensity is there. He's got passing lines.
He's a sport if you run the same pace lap after lap to suddenly turn it up.
Yeah, and Roczen just took a look over his shoulder, and there he is. The lines. He's just worried about just hammering his way to the front. Look at this. Another lapped rider in there. A great display of fitness and determination.
Here it is. The white flag is coming out, and Tomac is right behind Roczen.
Trying to win his first moto of his career in this championship. Tomac going for the overall win. The next left-hander is where Tomac passed Barcia for second.
Oh, he's got a lot of lines picked out, including that one. There's the Saints.
Eli Tomac.
What is this? This is
He's a man possessed.
From way back lap. And he has come all the way back looking for the moto win, and that would give him the overall. Roczen just has to
away at this point because this is one of the best rides maybe that I've ever seen, because I'm now past Anderson, Baggett, Musquin, Barcia, and Roczen to not only take the moto win,
one of the best rides we've ever seen for anyone. He has pulled chupacabra coming from nowhere, a totally different level. Eli Tomac wins High Point, an unbelievable charge.
We are away. Doug Henry on number 15. Mcgrath with a great start. There you see him on the red number 1 bike, and he's got all of the early leaders from Moto 1 right there with him.
And Jeremy rode right around the outside of him. Now here comes Emig.
Riding that back wheel, number 2. Jeff Emig takes the lead. Doug Henry right there. He too goes around Jeremy Mcgrath, who bobbled coming down the hill.
This is where he got his first one last year. Right now, he's looking at the lead. If he can pick it up, depending on how these guys finish behind him, he could mathematically win the overall.
And look at Jeremy Mcgrath back in 5th place once again. Late Al Holbert, a 5-time IMSA Camel GT champion. Looked at Doug Henry right there. But this skirmish between Mike Larocco and his Suzuki teammate Greg Albertine.
Really starting to pour it on.
Larocco goes by Henry for second. Can Henry respond? Oh, and Albertine is down. Up the inside, couldn't get it done. Dives behind Henry, then goes up the inside in this corner and takes away 3rd place. So Mcgrath on a charge. Well, Jeremy Mcgrath has certainly left himself with some work to do after a 5th place finish in Moto 1. He is up to 3rd spot right now behind the man on the right there, number 8, Mike Larocco.
Jeremy doing a beautiful job of getting over that triple jump. He came out of that corner before it on the inside.
Get some help from slower riders or perhaps someone else. Moving up from behind. Contact, and Emig is off the course.
Wow, Larocco got in there and just punted Emig. It looked like Emig grabbed a hand. Larocco did a good job to set that up, and now here comes Jeremy.
Two-way battle for the lead between Larocco and Mcgrath. You see Emig held on to 3rd place. Fortunately, didn't get tangled in that tape along the edge of the course. Now I'm going to go. This is what Jeremy Mcgrath needed, but he needed Emig to drop further back in the top 5. Right now he's got Larocco ahead of him and Emig behind him. And now he has Larocco behind him.
Jeremy got a strong drive out of the corner at the bottom of the hill. Working now.
Jeremy Mcgrath out front. And if you'd like more about how to get the most out of your motorcycle, here's Jeremy's help. If Larocco stays where he is, he has the advantage for the overall.
The way it looks for Jeremy right now, though, isn't too bad. Winning the 2nd moto, kind of putting an exclamation on things. If he can hang on to it, he wouldn't lose that many.
Unpressed for the lead. In fact, I don't think we have any particular battles going on right now. The question is, where will everyone finish in the overall?
Well, he's just got to keep his fingers crossed that the cards fall in the right places and he can pick up the overall win. That'd be just about impossible with Larocco and Emig where they are. That one's safe. It could be a good year for Doug in the outdoors.
Well, with no one behind him but a lapped rider, little twist of the front wheel for the fans. To the checkered flag comes Jeremy Mcgrath. You heard him say earlier, you have to put together...
Tomac's going after Baggett. Tomac going to try to make the pass.
Oh, this is awesome. Musquin made a little mistake. They went to the outside but didn't cut to the...
He got Bogle back there challenging. Nice line by Tomac to make the pass.
I don't know if he's got it done yet. Leads Baggett on the inside. Was going to send a message to Blake Baggett there.
And Musquin able to escape for a moment and focus in on Craig. Let's see what happens in this left-hander.
He's leaving the brakes late. Makes Craig go to the outside. So Tomac now looking very racing. So hungry. Tomac's got that eye of the tiger kind of look going on now. And when he's got that going, theoretically opening up the turn a little bit.
And jumping down that hill is Tomac. Oh, he is putting so much pressure on.
He is fast through there.
Tomac trying to figure out a way around Musquin. Outside to inside here. Musquin gets back to the right side to cover it.
It is wide, and especially in a lot of areas, and you can utilize it. If you go far enough off the main line, and if you head out to Siberia or something, you will find some smooth tracks. And Georgia, can you add on that?
Well, we were talking about the track conditions, and there's a lot more sand within the dirt than normal here
sorry,
at
Georgia,
RedBud.
cut you off. Tomac takes the lead. He
What did he do?
Together.
He put his hand down like he was reaching down for something. I don't know if that was maybe just loud and wild, and that's going to pump any rider up.
1 lap to go. As they're going to make this right-hander, the white flag's out.
Well,
the fans at RedBud coming to life. This is the battle everyone wanted to see all year long.
Same way, he's basically power sliding out of every single one of these corners. Almost maybe a little too aggressive on the gas.
Yeah, they're both probably not subscribing to that go slower to go faster. And he's going to go back to the outside of this downhill. Tomac trying to manage it. And so far, so good for the monster Kawasaki. Tomac weathering the storm.
You got to think right now, if Tomac doesn't make a mistake, he's got this in hand. The fans are going. You can hear the air horns.
The inside lines. Baggett switching. Getting closer, but not close enough. Tomac hits the lead.
Had to do that in the last lap. That was crucial.
Here it is at RedBud. And Baggett gave it a run right down there to the end.
Second moto. Gate is down. Charged to turn one. Larocco start the question mark. He's out of the gate a whole bunch stronger this time. Look here. It's Doug Duboc behind him. Keidrowski made the key pass in the first moto. Yeah, that was a piece of cake.
That was real nice.
Eventually, the inside will come back to you. Note that Keidrowski is right there and trying to do the same to Duboc. He does not want to let Mike Larocco get away. In fact, Keidrowski cannot afford to be behind Larocco. He needs to be in front of him. Mike Larocco and Mike Keidrowski separated by 2 to 3 bike lengths. Running third and fourth. Oh, and change all that. Jimmy Button's entire race. 2 motos. Oh, look at this. Down the inside comes Larocco. First time we've seen it all day. Mcgrath went to the outside. The door was wide open. Larocco says thank you very much and leads the race. Keidrowski has closed. Is alongside Mcgrath. He's going to try to take that Kawasaki freight train to 1-2. The fans go crazy. It's tight in the top 3. Who's going to come out of it with second spot? Give it to Keidrowski. We're back at Mount Morris. Mike Larocco leading Mike Keidrowski. Ooh, Larocco gets her a little sideways. Up the inside goes Keidrowski. Makes the pass. Mike Keidrowski reversing the order of the 2 team green bikes here as they come back. Keidrowski headed for home. Larocco in pursuit, but that pursuit now is pretty half-hearted. The checkered flag falls as Mike Keidrowski sweeps at High Point Raceway, Mount Morris, Pennsylvania. Keidrowski continuing to close in on Larocco.
Down the green grass, Albertine got the advantage over Mcgrath. Emig will credit with the whole shot. It's Jason McCormick in second. Another great start for the privateer, who moves into second place. Oh, now we got a good matchup. Dowdy's not the one to give up. And Emig's got the lead.
Hughes, who stayed up this time. So Hughes, if he can ride as good as he rode in that first moto from this position at the beginning, he'll be looking good.
Emig up the hill with Dowd number 14. Emig choosing the right rut.
He's aggressive, he's passing people, but it's Emig, though, that consistently gets those starts, always where he needs to be to get the overall or to maintain a points lead or even pad it a little bit.
Emig in first, number 14, Dowd in second. Hughes is right there.
Using the entire racetrack.
John Dowd pulling up on the back tire of Emig. Didn't quite get that opportunity in the first moto. This is looking like a rerun of Unadilla, David.
Yeah, so he'll be more aggressive this time.
John Dowd has a birthday coming next week in the off week. He'll be 32 years of age. Spent a lot of time helping his dad out at the scrapyard. Incidentally, John Dowd is one of the few riders that...
The first moto, it seems like he'll be able to move around.
Look at this. John Dowd now is really on Jeff Emig for first place. Dowd, bar to bar for a moment, now slips back into a comfortable position. Tries to show him a wheel to the inside, but Emig shuts the door. Oh, this is a great race for number 1.
Dowd always gets close right here. He's been losing time up this hill. This time he's choosing the line of Emig. That's how close Dowd has been until they get to that uphill. He loses time every lap right there.
Larocco, the inside move on Ryan Hughes. Larocco moves into third.
This thing's that happens in a race.
I think it is, yeah. It's kind of unfortunate because I know he tries hard, but he just can't quite put it together yet.
Talking about trying hard. Look at number 14 going bar to bar with Jeff Emig down the whoops. Here he comes again. Jeff Emig with the inside advantage, however. Cutting to the inside is John Dowd. He gets so close in the sandy section of the track, but it's on the uphill portion that Dowdy has his problems holding on to the advantage. Look at this. Dowd fishtails just a little bit on the berm.
Boy, that side of that hill saved him. He did a big swap there. He was about to go off, took his feet off the peg. Look at that line coming down the hill. He's over in the soft stuff where there's no braking bumps. It'll be a lot more aggressive coming down the hill. This time over the double. If he keeps doing that, that's going to really make things tough on Emig.
It awarded a second overall at Troy in the last event. That's been his best overall finish of the year. with a 5.2. He got the whole shot, you might remember, in that second moto. Back out front, just as close as ever right now. They touch. A little polite bump by John Dowd, number 14. Get the lapper out of the way. Here comes Emig up that hill. Emig looking for the sweep. The white flag is out. This is the final lap. Can John Dowd interrupt this tremendous string down the stretch by Jeff Emig? Emig taking the whoa! Jeff Emig getting a little squirrely. He's riding on the edge, David.
He has to. Dowd is pushing him to his max. I know he doesn't want to have to ride the last lap this hard. These guys both have to be pretty tired right now, and Emig is coming around that finish line corner, got a little out of shape.
Whoops in the sandy section. Emig still has the edge. Dowdy gets a little squirrely there at the edge of the whoops.
A lot squirrely. That back end bounced completely over. He did a good job, stayed with it.
A
Didn't
definite
panic.
break now for Jeff Emig, David. John Dowd trying to catch up here. Not much room left on the track.
This is the section where Emig has been better all day. Coming out of this corner, he gets a great drive, picking the right line to get over this double.
John Dowd is tough, though, and he always finishes strong. A football linebacker, center in high school, that really shows the mentality that he showed us on the track. Really possible for him to win the overall unless something miraculous happened. But Emig is just not giving in. Here's the two mechanics. All they can do is sit back and enjoy the situation. I'm going to win the bet.
Dowd is getting close. He's trying everything. Look how early he got on the gas coming out of that corner down there.
The big test coming up as they go down the hill. Lappers getting out of the way for the championship run. Jeff Emig, number 1. Number 14, John Dowd, just like he did at Unadilla. So close here at the end. We're getting toward the checkered flag. Dowdy touches him a little bit. The throttle by Jeff Emig just a little bit.
And a good start out of the gate. Can he lead them out of the first turn? He does. Moto's
Kick down the outside. Oh, mistake from Roczen.
And that actually slows up Musquin, allows Tomac to pass them both and take over the lead in the number 1.
Inside. No.
Ooh, that was close. Roczen's not giving up, and in fact, he still is able to make it happen. There was virtually no.
He's for the 51, the blue Yamaha. He's got a little bit of pink on his gear. He likes that color.
Marvin moves on each other, and now Tomac with a good line of the downhill. Oh, and then Roczen off the racetrack. Gonna hand the lead back over. Can he hustle? First time, not able to pull the trigger on a pass. That's around the outside, a little bit too long of a distance. But that was the first time he was officially next to. Big decision maker as they jump downhill here. There's lines on the inside and outside of the bottom of the hill. They're absolutely rushing it into every turn now as the clock is set to expire. Next time around, it'll be 2 laps to go. So
where will he make his attack? He actually is pretty good through this section here, but he's not close enough.
You see the car to the right side of your screen. Now the left side as we switch the angle. So here it is. If Musquin has any lines picked out.
This great battle.
And they are essentially matching. Oh, as Tomac was wide and Musquin almost had him.
They're just going at it. They're tired. They're fatigued. There isn't a perfect line. There isn't a perfect
Musquin outside line. Got side by side with him.
They're to the left. They're on the right. They get the blue flag. Blue flag warns them that they're coming.
Side by side. White flag is out. Musquin tries using the outside.
Tomac has not really made a mistake yet, but Musquin's good through here. He's really close this time.
Okay, he's going to try to jump down the rollers. They almost come together. Rushing out of the corner. Momentarily the lead for Musquin. Tomac gets it back.
The ruts come back together there.
They're at the top. When they drop back down, this is where Musquin's been very fast on this straightaway.
He's committed. He's got to go to the outside. Oh!
Can he make the pass on the outside? Big downhill section here. Oh, it's so tempting to rush it. You can make a big mistake. Marvin Musquin flying down this hill. Big triple out. Tomac's going to hold it under extreme pressure. He wins the Red Bull High Point National
Fray early on sits in third, but your leader, the man who won Moto number 1, Kevin Windham, and he is looking to make history today here at New Berlin, New York, Unadilla. Will the streak be broken? Ricky Carmichael, 21 overall national wins.
Ricky Carmichael, look at that lead.
So number 14, Kevin Windham in first. Ricky Carmichael sits in second, and he...
Well, it seems like Ricky will catch him, Kevin will pull away. They're just doing back and forth, back and forth.
In charge, as Davey pointed out, he looks very fast in that technical section, starting to close the gap in on Kevin Windham. And Ricky Carmichael is in the race of his life. Does the streak live on or does it die here at Unadilla? 125, and here he is on the 250. It's a win-win for the folks at Honda.
It is, it is. You see the factory connection guys out there on the track giving them the go-ahead. You hear the fans yelling. This is not a boo.
Well, the sting of defeat will last with Ricky Carmichael for a week, but what a breath of fresh air. Kevin Windham has done it. He has dethroned the king in Ricky Carmichael. The streak is over. Number 4 will have to settle for second place today.
Well done, Ricky. Well done.
Watch for the start from the inside there. Who's it going to be?
Baggett, much better start this time, but it's Brock Tickle.
Colorado and Suzuki. There's something about the altitude. It's brought the best out of all the teams.
Baggett going back to that line, sorry to cut you off, but he's
worked well. Oh, he got a little cross-rutted, but that was perfect. Like you said, but then look at Tomac up the inside. He wants a piece of the action up front.
Knockdown, drag-out battle. Baggett had unbelievable speed in the first moto, but Tomac has got to have fire in the eyes. Attack.
Wow. Tomac around the outside. Has he got it? He's got the inside of this turn. He does. The crowd are on their feet.
That is the Eli Tomac they bought their tickets to come see. Something was wrong with either him or the motorcycle after that. He did not ride like the Eli Tomac we're used to seeing. This is more like it. Now the question is...
Then Bogle. So, like I said, once again, just a fantastic weekend for the Suzuki guys in the 450 plus.
Yes, 4th. Grant 5th. Cooper Webb, nice ride by him. He's had a struggle so far this year. He is 6th. Tickle back to 7th, winning the first moto. So it has come unraveled for him. Meanwhile, El Chupacabra, Baggett.
They try and make an attack, and the guy in front tries to counteract that. And then you make a couple mistakes. Somehow she swings. Baggett looks like he's going right back off Tomac, and he's close as he's ever been first part of the track.
Yeah, just riding the wall all the way on the outside. And the Rocky Mountain WPS KTM team, they have never won a race in this series.
Yeah, but that lapper hurt him a little bit, but he had a run, the yellow flag. He is riding on the better part of the track. Tomac can bulldog his way through a lot of the rough stuff. But look at this.
Can't find a line here. Very tight turns. Second lap in a row that Tomac could not get out of that corner clean. Baggett smells blood to water or more on your insurance. But if you're going to call Geico to do that, I recommend you keep watching the television. I'd like you to listen to us, but if you got to talk on the phone, that's...
This is awesome. Blake Baggett putting the heat on Eli Tomac. Tomac's probably thinking, where did this guy come from? At a track like this. But Baggett has just got the upper hand as far as wherever Tomac goes. Baggett.
Now he's got a line inside of the next corner as well. Tomac's going to have to grease the outside of this corner, and he does to hold on to the lead.
And then look at this, to the inside. Now you got Baggett to the outside. It might send him up to the inside for the next turn. He's not close enough.
But remember the next section as they go uphill here. All these left-hand corners. This is where Baggett.
Oh, around the outside. Look at Baggett. Oh, what an amazing move. That was beautiful, genius move on one of the fastest riders we've ever seen race an outdoor national. You take it over, Jason.
I've seen this type of performance from him on a 450. And honestly, although he did beat Tomac for a 250 championship once, that was 5 years ago.
Make a battle. See the mechanic just going, hey, trying to not get his rider overexcited because
he doesn't retire. That allowed this team to pick up Baggett and want to pick up the goal for this team. Forrest Butler and his brothers.
Tomac. Sorry, going back up the hill. He lands on the banking. He's used it to his advantage of the hillside. And we saw a few guys trying to do it, but no one has done it as well as the number 4.
The team that started as Butler Brothers Racing, now Rocky Mountain ATV MC KTM. They win here in Colorado.
For the moto number 2 of the 125s, they're off and running. Davey Pingree right there on the inside gets the whole shot. What a break for Pingree. Fonseca in second. Talon Bolin moves into third, 7-11. And Pastrana is right behind him. Langston.
Hitch a ride with him. He wants to disappear.
Coming off a third overall at Mount Morris. He was a third place winner here last year with a 5-2. And it doesn't look as if the hard rain we've had has affected the track much as Bolin cuts in front and takes the lead.
Travis still right there. So Fonseca and Travis in the same positions they were in the first moto. Let's go back and take a look at how Talon got 20 feet of racetrack, shorter line, made the pass.
Boland's our leader, but look at Pastrana. Pastrana making the move for second place, gets by Fonseca, and so now it's Travis Pastrana. He's looking to get the broom out for a sweep. Fonseca making the move on Travis Pastrana. Pastrana trying to hold him off, looks over there, sits back, takes the corner. Here comes Fonseca. Bar to bar we go. Fonseca just doesn't want to give in to the 17-year-old. No, he almost went over off the track on that berm.
Couldn't quite line up for that inside. Travis had the faster outside line, and it would have put him on the inside into the next corner, so that worked out great. It looks like Travis is missing his goggles right now. Pretty early in the race for that, so that's kind of unfortunate. Long ways to go.
Yeah, second moto. Look at this, 199. Travis Pastrana starting to put the pressure on our leader.
Just throwing it into those berms, Art. Taking a completely different line from Talon, and I think part of that is because he's got to figure out where he can go fast, where he doesn't have to soak up the roost of Talon without goggles.
Outstanding racing by Travis Pastrana right now. He could finish in second and still take the overall.
They are starting to separate themselves slightly from Steve Langston back there, but Langston is close. If one of these guys falls down or makes a big mistake, starts to get tired from the battle that looks like it's going to take place.
Looks like he's looking down at his bike, but I think he's just putting his helmet down to get away from the roost.
That's exactly what he's doing. You see these guys lose a visor out there in a race, the middle becomes the smoothest again, and that's what's happened here.
And as we mentioned earlier, Pastrana's trying to catch Boland without goggles in this sandy soil.
And now it's probably hard because you got the sun coming out a little bit. The shadows from these trees affects what you're trying to look at as far as focusing on your line. Trying to dodge the roost of Talon. I don't know how he can concentrate right now. He's just riding on full adrenaline right now, thinking he can put two motos together.
Whoa, he's going hard to the outside. Travis Pastrana's working for the lead. They touch back wheels. And Pastrana takes the lead on Talon Boland. Here comes Boland back again.
Those guys risked almost going down, both of them. I think that was just a little bit of an error on both their parts. Travis was coming from the out. They come close together. You can see Boland, he already knows. Travis had a little bit of a wheel on him, so he may not have expected that. But that's possible. Those guys could have both gone down and handed the lead to Steve Langston. It wouldn't have been for that weird first moto deal with Mount Morris. It'd be 4 moto wins in a row. And coming off a second place, hard charging through the pack to second at Hangtown in the second moto, so he is hot right now.
And pay off big time, especially if he should win this moto and take home the overall, his very first as a professional. His mom, Debbie's a little nervous right now as Pastrana's pursuing Talon Boland, number 711 for the Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Time is running down now for our second moto in the 125s here in Southwick, Massachusetts. And the pursuit for the lead is still underway with Travis Pastrana not that far behind Talon Boland. We're on the white flag lap, the final lap, so time is running out for Travis.
No, he has been chasing this whole time. Look, he cuts off a little bit of racetrack right there, gains some time. Talon came up short there, so he's definitely working on Talon's mind.
And it's a slingshot effect for Travis Pastrana. Bar to bar we go now. This is for the win.
They're both a little bit shy about that jump that time. That's where they already got together once in this race.
Coming down to that speed section right there. It used to be the finish line. Travis Pastrana cutting to the inside now on Talon Boland. And the Suzuki has the lead on the final lap. What a performance by Travis Pastrana. Lee McCullough almost got in the way of Talon Boland that time. Pastrana going all out to hold on to the lead as they go down that dangerous speed hill.
He's only got this corner and the next left-hander, and he's got it made.
Nods his head to the corner worker, looks back, and the checkers for Travis Pastrana. He has swept both motos in the 125. He's got a streak of 3 moto wins in a row.
Stewart on the inside again. Boom! 2 whole shots on the day for James Stewart. Forget about the whole shot. He's got that dialed. Now he's got to deal with Dungey, Villopoto. They're right there on the 1 and the 2.
It looks like Trey Kennard is up there. Is that Short or Michael Burns? Once again, doing what they do. And after Moto 1, Stewart's comment said, look, I just want to get the person in the books, but I know I'm going to have to step it up. Step up the intensity.
Dungey trying to get to the inside. Dungey able to hold him off. And Kennard shows wheel to Villopoto. Villopoto a mistake. Trey Kennard up into the top 3. So the question was, who could challenge the...
Pull some tear-offs.
Kennard's going to be on the inside of this next corner. And they've got Dungey to deal with as well. They're still side by side. Now Villopoto will be on the inside for this next turn.
They've had some bar banging at times here, but the intensity is on. Stewart, like Villopoto mentioned, he's one of those guys that you have to keep your eye on because of just his all-out raw speed.
This time he does, and he's got a little gap actually over Dungey. So far, a little bit better performance from Stewart. Now Villopoto tries to go after Dungey.
Fairly easy. They were great moves, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to discount the rider that made the pass, but it looked like he gave it up.
And Dungey,
right there, look at the crowd off to the left here. Absolutely stacked. The hillsides here are just packed with these fans. They've been very vibrant.
Saki in and out of the mechanics area. He was 7th in Moto number 1, struggling here early in Moto 2. So just give you an idea of the matchup. Dungey and Stewart raced a couple of times. This battle, and there goes Villopoto. And here comes Dungey right back. Dungey on the number 1, able to take second place back away.
And then he gets a kick there as Villopoto jumps off the side of the track. Himself at a disadvantage in Moto 1, made a little mistake, went back to 4th. They all started first, second, third here, these top 3, and so Dungey had to work his way back up to 2nd. But right now,
Moto's here. Dungey starting to work Stewart again. It's back and forth. Sometimes it's the battle for the lead. Sometimes it's the battle for 2nd. Right now, these two putting a little bit of distance.
Trying to stop the bike, but not lose traction with the front tire.
Here we go again. Dungey on the inside, and again, Stewart able to beat him to it. And this time they bump.
The crowd here, they're waving their shirts. They got towels, banners, everything. They're absolutely mad, just going crazy. The action here at the opening round is just big. Hits right there. Kennard's bike just bam, bouncing around. And then you make a left, and you're trying to accelerate to go back up that hill, but yet
breaks early so he doesn't tangle with Stewart. But he's at least a lot closer than he was a lap ago when they came together. Maybe he's got another spot picked out.
Well, he's working on it, and what you do is you start behind the rider in front of him, especially in the fast section, because that Russo literally blow you off the bike.
Yes, who's back in it? Villopoto has closed back onto Dungey, who is outside.
He might, and it becomes the, look at that, he just pivots.
How did he do that?
Inside.
I haven't seen anyone do that all day.
Villopoto has had the grip to dominated it. Now he's starting to get it together, put the Kawasaki in the lines that he wants, and he is really starting to apply the pressure. And Stewart's going to feel that along with Dungey.
8 times already. Here comes Dungey again.
Hey, where they're at right now, their heart rates are right up there, 90-95% of their max. The way that this thing's really starting to tighten up with to hold the bike in line. Oh, Stewart hits the marker.
No problem there. Actually kept the bike straight as he hit that. But look at the real. We've seen many errors now. 2 on this lap. Dungey's going to try to take advantage. Dungey's going to be on the outside, though.
He's going to see if this works to his advantage. No, Stewart.
Villopoto watching all of this. This is unbelievable, this battle.
Yeah, they're separated by 1.2 seconds, and Kennard's about another 2.5 behind.
Back underneath again.
Oh, he's got a good drive now. Now watch if he stays on the outside, if he can square it up and get to the inside of Stewart. There he goes.
He's trying to show the wheel. Defensive riding by Stewart. Now they're just going to try to make another pass. And again, the number 7 able to hold on.
And it did not work for him. He lost the position. But now here he is once again up the inside.
And Stewart beats him to it. Dungey cannot complete the jump. Stewart makes a mistake. They're side by side.
Believable.
I can't even keep track of how many pass attempts.
Oh, Dungey's off the track.
And that's going to allow Villopoto to take second. Might actually work later in the race, though. Will that line potentially open up? Oh, Villopoto has suddenly taken over the lead. So just like that, from 3rd to 1st for the number 2.
Stewart's riding on the edge a little bit. Dungey, he's been trying hard, but Dungey's going to have to step it up at this point. If he wants a shot at this overall, and he certainly is capable, the competition up front between Dow and now Dungey finally gets it.
So the bottom falls out for Stewart, who goes from the 1st to 3rd.
15%.
50%. Yeah. Think about it. By the time this moto is over, you'll be done with that phone call. I kind of need your help, though, here in the booth.
I can save money. Love it. What his bike is going to do. He's, like I mentioned earlier, he's like physically fit. His strength is there, but he also is loose on the bike. Just lets it do its thing. I can tell you that.
Big step toward a championship this year. Ryan Villopoto wins both motos here at Hangtown. It's going to be a long season.
Joey Savacci going to lead them into the first turn. In second.
The championship contender, second points Roczen, looked like he was about sixth.
Tomac on the inside of Ferrandis. Going to be side by side for second. Has got to finish the move here. Oh, Ferrandis just holds it on the inside. And they almost got Savacci.
But hopefully that can put a little pressure on him, and he may surprise himself and lead some laps here.
Look at this battle, Ferrandis and Tomac. He's right there with Tomac.
No, that's Roczen.
Oh, that is Roczen. That was out of nowhere. Top speed is unbelievable. What we're seeing him 6-7. Meanwhile, Ferrandis goes for the lead on Savacci. Roczen's.
Wow, look at the scrub that Roczen put on right there. He drug the foot peg on the Honda.
Go to the inside. Almost had a line. No, he made a mistake. No, he still is going to take the lead. How is that possible?
And the crowd here at Ironman, they're going ballistic as Roczen goes from, I'm going to say, sixth to
second. It's not enough, but Ferrandis is not done. He's challenging Roczen to try to take the lead back. Was the overall winner here last year at Ironman Raceway. Ferrandis right back there with Roczen. Can Ferrandis get it done? Oh, they almost come together. Ferrandis to the lead.
We're going to collide.
Okay, so Roczen going to have to reset the attack. Tomac lurking there as well. This is spectacular. He's got completely different lines than Roczen, although now he will slide in behind him. Savacci and Webb.
The rider, I love seeing it because I'm like, okay, where are the lines? Where is the rider carrying more momentum?
Jump just like Jet Lawrence did in the first moto. He got over the top of that hump, turned it into a double. Ferrandis.
But it looks like the next double after that, the outside is better. So it looks like wow, that's a good ride.
Yep. Hartraft just got around him, as did Plessinger. Shock.
Braking bumps that are made of sawdust, they move around. So between the first lap and the last lap, those lines will completely change here. But off of the start, maybe with adrenaline and everything, maybe you're up around, I would say, sorted things out.
Yep.
I mean, we're not even 10 minutes into the moto right now. So now you need to kind of manage your heart.
These three looking for lines, studying each other, setting each other up. Tomac, he might be in position
to try to work that inside just before the finish line next time around on Roczen.
Oh, he's eating so much roost.
What a great shot. And look.
Oh, Roczen's right there, almost to make the pass. Bar to bar, they almost came together, and Roczen could not execute the jump.
That far wide. I'm thinking that outside line had a big hook in it, and it came back across Roczen's line. Free lunch.
I'm getting nervous right now as Tomac gets closer and closer. We'll give you a box and a box. This is getting closer to Ferrandis again. It almost depends on what section of the track we're looking at, who has the advantage.
All right, well, get ready. Last lap around, but that is great team strategy right there. Of course, they have multiple people on the team with radio headsets on inside. There it is, perfect.
He did. So Roczen does not make up the ground this time.
Cooper Webb is little by little finding his groove here in this championship.
You know, it's always tough to get inside and learn more about this, but
agreed. Well, meanwhile, Tomac, he almost used an inside line to pass Roczen there. I don't know if you noticed that, Jeff.
I'm not going double or nothing. Fans here at Ironman, I mean, they were lined up at 6:30 in the morning to get free donuts. Look at the race they're getting to witness.
Oh, Roczen almost found a line to get Ferrandis, who had to look it over to put time into these guys. They come right back to his rear fender.
Well, and you want to settle in. Once you get the lead, you want to settle in.
Tomac on Roczen. He's tried this inside a couple of times. And then this next straightaway, we have actually seen some passes.
Right, you have to accelerate, decelerate.
Oh, Tomac right there. Tomac to the inside again.
No.
Roczen just able to hold it back about 4 laps in a row.
That's from where he was at. Oh,
Tomac, a new line. He sliced underneath Roczen. Now, Roczen had been close to the inside in that corner. Now the question, Jeff, can Tomac, can he make the move on Ferrandis? We're going to be watching this one very closely. Just one corner, battling with Roczen.
How many fans are here being treated to a fantastic Moto 1 of the 450s. Webb's going to be could get a podium here. So, Webb, I'm really impressed with him. I know he's laps ago, but still, overall, it's a really good Moto 4.
There's that inside line from Tomac. Different view of it from...
tiptoeing around a turn. That's when the heat starts to kind of, you know, sink in. You can feel it. But here, plenty of breeze
in a row with Washougal, Minnesota, and Unadilla and Budds Creek since he's won.
He was extremely disappointed in that finish. So Dylan Ferrandis isn't thinking about this massive gap that he has on the season.
Yeah, there's no championship management mode right now. He has Tomac all over him, and he is fighting for this moto win. Roczen.
Yeah, it should be about 2 seconds between first and third. But officials, you see him right there in the background, has that blue flag waving. Some of the lap riders don't always move out of that line.
Whatever you want to call it, back and forth. Now Tomac has lost a bunch of ground, has to get around a lap rider. Ferrandis has his opportunity to run and hide, and then hand up ahead. I think that was actually Harlan they were dealing with before.
I mean, when you're the man, it's like great ride.
Yes, huge pressure from Roczen and Tomac. Once again, Dylan Ferrandis overcomes all.
Stewart came down the downhill after showy hill, as a matter of fact, and he came down way hot, couldn't make the corner, and just took Brown all the way to the outside. They both cartwheeled. Brown got up and said, actually, I can't say what he said. You'd have to beat the entire thing, but it wasn't nice. He is going to just park that kid any chance he gets. And
made himself a lot of fans in his rookie season, but you know what? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. As we saw several times, James Stewart lost a lot of victories with his wild, aggressive riding style, but man, how do you hold
Stewart for his aggressive riding? Remember how aggressive he rode last? Oh man, that's the first time I've seen him really get out of control, and that's a bad place to do it. That's what it led to. See, he wasn't able to get his rhythm and get back on the brakes.
James Stewart makes his first mistake at
5 positions. They're going back to Brown, baby. You see there, he puts a pass on his teammate. He's not nice when he wants to get by somebody, and that's what he's criticizing Stewart for.
Racing at Glen Helen Raceway in San Bernardino, California, and we are watching James Stewart, and he goes out and around Matt Walker. What a pass, David Bailey.
That was amazing.
Champion. Now here is Langston. He continues to lead Mike Brown, and there's James Stewart. He is completely recovered from that crash, David.
Well, what they were doing out front was turning 303s, 304s, and James just blistered a 302 to catch these guys. And I don't know if they realize he went down, but if they look over their shoulder, and you do that quite a bit when the track doubles back, you know where your competition is, and they know that they had about a good 150, 200-yard lead.
All on 125s. We don't see Larry Ward up front on the YZ250F. We don't see Demuth, and we don't see Chad Reed.
Well, Langston's KTM might as well be a 254 stroke because that thing it runs so strong and got good starts. Larry Ward was running second that first moto, went down, had to drop out. He's having a little bit better go at it. A little bit of problems going down, but he's able to catch this pack even without jumping that double.
You know, the only thing this battle is missing is Chad Reed, because right here are 3 of the really big 4 contenders for this championship. And right now, I got to tell you, the biggest surprise to me, David Bailey, is Grant Langston. Coming off that injury, explained after the first moto just what the extent of it was. And he is doing a fine job holding up.
Mike realizes, okay, here comes Stewart. I don't want any part of it. To get the leader. So now Langston's starting to feel all this heat.
And don't forget, there is no love lost between Mike Brown and Grant Langston. Last year, their battle for the national championship got a little heated at times. They made some contact here and there. Actually, it wasn't contact. It was full-on takeout moves.
Yeah, it was on purpose stuff, and that rivalry continues. And Stewart plays over stuff. He creates new lines. If you break this track down into 10-foot sections or 50 yards, I don't care how you slice it, really. Stewart is just flashier, and he's faster than these guys, and they know it, and they're pushing it hard now.
Brown tries that inside line around Langston as they go down through the sand whoops. Stewart holding pace as he comes down 1, 2, and 3 as they go through the mechanics area. They have completely lost touch with the rest of the pack.
And if he does, he's going to do all he can to knock him down as soon as he does get by. That's the kind of words that they exchanged yesterday.
You have to wonder how long Langston can keep up this pace, having been off for so long. With a battle like this, is this good for Langston?
Bad, actually. I've been paying so much attention into the Supercross season. And he's holding these guys off, no problem. I can't imagine what would happen if he were actually 100% health-wise. These guys might not see him.
Stewart getting a little squirrely off that jump there as he continues to pursue Langston and then Brown. And you see Brown jump that double right
Not
there.
able to get around him. Langston was thinking about what happened there the next time through.
And why they're not jumping it this time is because the main line to the corner before it has moved to the inside. They don't have enough run on the 125. It's amazing they're still jumping this. Look how bad that straightaway is, and they're still jumping this plateau. That's far.
It's 130 feet. That is a long way on a 125. As you can see by the way the track is really starting to deteriorate. Number 1, Mike Brown, and number 259, James Stewart, apply the pressure. The lap starting to wind down here in the first national of the 2002 Summer Tour.
Langston still having a good lead. Oh, that was a little...
And he goes down. Grant Langston came down on that inside line. It looks like he may have even hit the fence, David.
He straightened him up, and he went out into the outside. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch that group again, because they were all over. 125 class against the new 16-year-old sensation. And Brown's getting a signal to take a look at Bones. That's a nickname for one of their...
Jim Baker.
Yeah, Jim Baker standing up on the uphill. And I think he has information. These guys have headsets. They don't have communication to the riders, but they have communication amongst each other to point things out on the track. And I think what's happening is since Mike Brown is a little bit thicker, a little stockier and heavier than Stewart, he's losing time up that hill, and they want to push him through the fence if he has to. But up the hill, I think the Pro Circuit guys are worried that Stewart might have a run at him.
Here they come up the showy hill. It remains Brown in the lead, Stewart in second, and they are winding down here in the second moto. As it stands right now, James Stewart would be the overall winner, and this one is going down to the wire, David.
Whoa, Stewart gets a little squirrely, hits a break. What a save. Anybody else might have been in that fence. This kid's reflex, he's like a squirrel, man. Moto, he wants this to defend this championship, and he is serious about it, and I have no doubts that he can.
Mike Brown points at the number 1 across the finish line. He gets himself a moto win, but the overall winner this time will be James Stewart.
To beat Ricky Carmichael for the overall, he's got to keep going.
You know, really thinking about this, about the shower doors wet, you can't see through it clearly.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, Jeff, but Ricky had a moment.
But the chase is on. We're 11 minutes into this moto. Seems like these two riders have stabilized. They're going to try to get against.
You're watching Moto 2 Round 5 here at RedBud in Michigan, and the chase continues. Carmichael.
James Stewart over Carmichael. It is definitely below that now, and you can see how deep these ruts are and how bad the hooks are coming out of there.
Up front. This is what it looks like over the uphill double. Stewart, Carmichael. It's now down to less than 2 seconds.
32 seconds last lap. Carmichael a 2:30, about a second and a half quicker.
An all-out fight between Stewart and Carmichael. Whoa, a moment there for James Stewart. He almost threw it away. Again, because Carmichael is relentless.
Carmichael is on Stewart now, and Stewart, you can see him almost every one of those bigger, but right now the heat is on.
Coming up to complete another lap. Less than 10 minutes remain, plus the bonus 2 laps. Carmichael is coming. Move in Moto 1 on Alessi. Tried to do it on James Stewart, but Stewart closed the door. Ricky goes one side, Stewart the other.
And Stewart got a great...
The uphill double. To go back to one of our storylines at the top of the show, remember that this is Ricky Carmichael's second last AMA Toyota Motocross event. The next one, the last one, is at Millville.
Carmichael riding all the wide lines, the long lines. See, same thing there. Carmichael way on the outside hand to gain that advantage. Trying to take the overall at his very last RedBud Motocross.
Just like in Moto 1, Carmichael.
At this point, you can see a dozen lines coming into the turn. Insides, outsides. It's also difficult at this time of day because when they go through some of the treat areas.
We are back at RedBud, and we are back with this incredible battle at the front of the motocross field. Final moto of the weekend, round weekend victory. He would dearly love that before Ricky calls it quits.
That's really such a good fight, just like he's doing here today. Stewart, such a determined racer, does not want to give Ricky any wins, and Ricky's...
This year, he wants to beat him this year before he farewells him.
You see Stewart once again inside, full amount of skill and balance to negotiate those and keep up your momentum along the way. Burst of energy, stretches it back out, 2 or 3 bike wings.
He was somewhat ill in the second moto at Bunch Creek 2 weeks ago.
Turns are into a deep groove because once you get in, you can't get out. If that lap rider makes a mistake or slows, you're locked into that line, into that rail, if you will.
Closing stages of Moto 2, round 5 of the AMA Toyota Motocross Championship. We're in Michigan, in Buchanan at RedBud, a track that Ricky Carmichael has won 6 consecutive years in the top 20.
Biggest stars in the sport of motocross once again duking it out. This is for the moto win and for the overall in Ricky Carmichael's final RedBud.
And he's had to work his way through methodically. Now he's as close as he's ever been.
Carmichael's having to pull tear off. See a rider down. Carmichael goes wide. Stewart on the inside.
Oh, he's good through there. This is where he got him in the opening moto. Easy as you like. Just a little over 2 minutes remain. And then the 2-lap board will be displayed. Where Carmichael farewells RedBud. He has just one more AMA motocross event left in what has been a stellar career.
Rocco's leap. Stewart seems to be a little quicker, but Carmichael is really dialed in through this section. He's got some great lines. Chooses to go inside. Stewart pulls out about a second.
He's down! Stewart is down! Oh no, he's stuck! Can you believe it? Laps. The dream for 07 at this point in time is over anyway.
Down on the inside. And it almost looks like he grabbed a handful of front brake and the front wheel just stopped on him.
It's been a privilege to watch him. This era of motocross and supercross has just been something special. His 7th consecutive victory at RedBud here in Michigan. He does it.
Absolutely. You know, it was hard. You know, I thought it would have gone a lot smoother, but hey, James stepped it up, and just super pumped to get a win. Not the way I wanted to do it, but hey, life goes on, and you live another day, man.
Hey, take a look at this.
Man, I just, you know, it was just tough. I went a little too far inside and just hit my brakes and stopped. And I was so pissed right now. I mean, felt like I had it. You know, I only had 2 laps left. And
so he's going to have to do something special off the gate if he's going to grab that whole shot.
He's going to tuck in behind Billy Laninovich round as they work their way through the first couple of corners. It looks like Ryan Dungey out front.
Ryan Dungey, our fast learner of the year. It seems like it doesn't take him long, whether it was in Supercross or now in motocross, to pick up on some things. And maybe his trainer Johnny O'Mara said, hey, back in 1984, this is how I did it. Yeah, Johnny O definitely one of the legends of our sport, now working with Ryan Dungey on the training side and also the mental side. So they put some great things out of him this season.
Well, and mental confidence is a huge part of going fast in the sand, too, as we see. Because you can see that thing really sat up and came straight off the corner, while everybody else went way wide, chewing up more dirt, spending more time before they got straightened out.
On the foam venting on the goggles to put baby oil on there, and it kind of acts like a filter oil, if you will, and keeps the sand out.
Townley not bothered by the sand at all. He is coming hard after Ryan Dungey. Townley on the green 101, the Kawasaki rider, trying to get through the inside. There, he's going to get the pass done.
I love that synchronicity there over that sand tabletop, and that's actually.
Oh, and Dungey's right back.
Actually, the fast line, I guess, is what I should have said. And Dungey and Townley both first time here at an AMA National.
Well, now Ryan Villopoto is going to get into this fight. It's going to be a 3-rider battle for the lead. Townley around the outside. Wow. Just giving it everything he's got.
Guys definitely took the energy pill in between motos.
Dungey tries to square the corner back up. Tries to get back inside of him. Townley takes the lead. Villopoto continues to close.
Oh, and you know that Ryan Villopoto wants a piece of this action too, but he's back there. He gets a chance to watch which one of the lines was successful on each part of the track here, so he's actually at an advantage.
Rides with a tremendous amount of confidence, does young Ryan Dungey. Villopoto comes right up the inside of him, alongside Jeff Emig. And Aaron Bates covering the action down along the racetrack for us today. The Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki teammates of Ben Townley on the 101 and Ryan Villopoto on the number 1, battling it out. And Villopoto to the inside to take the lead for the first time here in Moto number 2.
And that has been Villopoto's MO all season, is outside, carrying a lot of momentum, really using the speed.
Townley might have had a bit of an issue there. He seemed to slow up pretty good.
Well, he's
right over the rear wheel. Back to the leaders.
Well, we'll see if Townley can pick up on some lines here. It seemed like he was pretty fast there in the first couple laps. Villopoto charging real hard. You see Townley using the outside this time. Last lap through here, when Villopoto passed him, Townley went to the inside. So smart racers always going to try to remember what happened last lap.
I was wondering if Townley maybe was just getting a little tired because he seems to be just making more mistakes. Oh, it's Villopoto with the mistake here.
Ryan Villopoto going down in that tight left-handed turn.
For sure.
Not sure what he did. He looked pretty comfortable coming in. You see Townley having to...
But he does gain the lead.
Yeah, Villopoto's lucky that was his teammate there next to him and not one of his arch rivals. He would have ran right over him.
And now Villopoto challenges Dungey.
Here.
Up over the big jumps, and Villopoto takes the lead away now. And Dungey finds himself back to third. One good thing for Villopoto is he won't lose any points.
Yeah, but I think at this point for Villopoto, it's a pride thing. I think he wants to win that overall. Right now, you know, it's all fine and dandy inside of the team truck, and yeah, my teammate won, but...
Here early to get some extra practice in the area.
But Ben Townley has had it.
And Ben Townley takes a checkered flag here for Moto number 2.
And it's Justin Barcia, the number 51. Honda Muscle Milk Machine out front. Barcia struggled big time with his starts last time. Still feeling a little rough this weekend. Now he's down in the first turn. I think Brock Tickle was with him. Here's Villopoto on the 2 going after Dungey for second.
Dungey to the inside. Let's see if Villopoto get up to the first turn in a good place, but comes out third here early in this first lap.
And Dungey, Evers there on the Suzuki. Oh, look at Villopoto down to the inside. Still second away from Dungey. Seen it happen a few times between them.
Oh, wait a second. There's no settling in the pace. You have to go now.
Oh! Villopoto makes a mistake, and that's going to allow not only Dungey to get by.
No problems right now for our leader here.
No.
But he's got company.
Yeah, they're starting to close back in. Weimer, by the way, just to finish that update, Weimer
benefited from Villopoto's mistake. He's back there, kind of in, nobody in front or back. But we'll see in the next lap or so. You got to think that our fastest qualifier, right? Yeah, take a look at the gap right at the finish line was 3.1 seconds. Now, Barcia was at 2:06.1
for this. So the team kind of figured, hey, if we're on in South America, maybe we can make it up to Colorado. They'll also race next weekend with us, the Tennessee National of Muddy Creek.
Same thing here. You notice he's getting out of the line of sight from Barcia's rear tire there, trying to stay in a different line.
Barcia, is that to stay out of that roost, or is he looking for passing spots now? They have to funnel together through this turn.
Yeah, it's a little combination of both, but certainly you got on the leaders, and then pretty soon Dungey won't have that luxury of trying a line and having it not work. If he uses an alternate line, just a really odd weekend, odd things happen, but tough way to start out round 2 for Justin Brayton.
It certainly started out season for all the rounds on a 450. Jeff, you remember well, just 2 years ago, he came in for a couple of races toward the end of the year. Honda threw him on a 450. Your defending series champ going after a rookie. only his third moto in this class. Justin Barcia on the 51 has led it all the way around. And last week's winner.
Yeah, Barcia made a little mistake right there, allowed Dungey to pull up alongside him. Now Dungey back to the inside, loses traction, keeps the position, but that's gonna...
Just about. Check out the Geico clock at the top of the screen. We'll go 30 minutes and 2 laps. It's an opportunity for me to remind you that you could save 15% or more on your car or motorcycle this race right now, because things are starting to pick up. Dungey is trying to get Barcia, and Villopoto's trying to get Dungey.
Wow, this is really some tight racing, and it's tough, but these guys are going to have to go for it. Dungey found himself in a similar situation 1 week ago and went off the track, lost a position.
Oh, Villopoto, he can worry about going after the lead. Villopoto wants it right now. Here he goes on the outside. Wow. That line didn't hold up.
Brave.
Yes.
I was wondering where Villopoto, and literally blast around the outside of Dungey going into the turn. Yeah, I'm like, is he really that confident?
I think so. There goes Dungey now to the inside. Now the Red Bull KTM rider is in the lead.
There it is, right there over that massive triple jump at 205. But yet now they're all wheel to wheel once again.
And no, they're not wheel to wheel now. Villopoto off the track, so he's taking some chances. Green Bike has taken second from Justin Barcia, and now he wants Ryan Dungey for the lead.
Boy, Villopoto has really started to get aggressive with his riding. 204 last lap around.
He's on the inside, Jeff. Here he goes. And Villopoto has the lead for the first time in this moto. So maybe I spoke too prematurely, saying if he's back there battling Barcia, he might not be able to go and reel Dungey in. And again, the Viper. Dungey, you can see Dungey and Barcia are pushing right now. They know it is a pivotal moment in this race. They've got to try to keep the number 2 in sight.
Well, and Dungey, he's lines completely. Villopoto has made something work. He's riding a lot of the wider lines, finding some smooth sections of the track out there. Over this quad, Villopoto stays lower, and look at this. Wide open into the turn, around the outside of training style, but it looks like he's battling it a little bit, right? Just not, and we're talking just...
That's SOS, the 7 Oklahoma support. And they'll give that jersey to a winner next Saturday at our Tennessee National. The hard way, he's had to pass some really strong competition to do it. But once again, Ryan Villopoto takes the checkered flag. And Lucas Oil Pro Motocross.
Sweep at Mount Morris as we get set for moto number 2. They're all right together and off and running. Oh, Pastrana and Brown got into it. Brown went down. Michael Brown starting in last position here in the first lap. Barely out of the gate. He rubbed plastic with Pastrana. Langston got into it a little bit. And look who's out in front. Number 18, Brock Sellards, KTM.
He needed a good start. He finished 10th in the first moto, right behind his teammate Langston. So if anybody's just joining this show, Langston, who won the first 4 motos of the series, led the points. There he is on the left right there. He is riding with a severely injured left shoulder. Look at these guys coming off the gate. Doesn't even look like they're trying for the start. That's the way you do it on this cement. Travis leaned a little bit to his right, caught Mike Brown. Now he's got to start from dead last. Now,
the overall is wide open for the 125s here at Southwick, Massachusetts. Moto 1 leader, Mike Brown, hit the deck early right out of the gate. And Travis Pastrana is gunning for the top. He's currently in 7th after a slow start, but he's weeding his way up through the pack.
A little bit better start than what he got in the first moto. After the first lap there, he was 11th. See, he's trying to clear that double there every lap, and he keeps all that momentum and goes all the way around the outside right there. You save a little bit of energy out there wide, and you keep your speed up. There's certain things Travis is able to do out there on the racetrack. Change up his line if he needs to all of a sudden and not lose time. That's why he's able to maintain the gap, same gap to the leaders while he's in traffic. Very few guys can do that.
He zips by Ramsey on the Yamaha 4-stroke.
Well, Travis is really on the move right here. I think he understands this could be the day where the championship, he really gets a firm hold on it. Langston's having his problems. Travis' start wasn't great, but he's making up for it.
After the first lap, he was in 14th, and now he's gunning for a top 5 position. Let's bring in 30. As we look at Travis Pastrana wearing the number 1 plate, the defending champion. He'd love a back-to-back overall win, and it's wide open right now.
Well, I think when you look at who's in front of him right now, Travis can beat all those guys. He knows that. There's time. He can catch them all and put himself in a position to win the overall. Leave here with a healthy points lead.
Right in front of him, he's got the privateer, Damon Huffman. There's Grant Langston, 111. And you know he's riding herd.
I'll tell you what, Travis, he always talks about the other riders in his interviews. And I guarantee you, he is just gaining so much respect for the effort that Langston's put in today. He's riding his tail off into this race.
Going to the outside, but the speed that he's going downhill in that sand.
Look at that. Almost hit the back tire of Langston and went down. He's looking around going, what's going on right? It's gotten real busy. Travis was in a place in the track where there's no one around him. Now it's a mess, and he's trying to make some good decisions in that.
Well, Langston, I just think it's remarkable in this battle for fourth that he's...
Yeah, all he can feel right now is the championship could be slipping away because he knows this isn't just going to heal before the next week's round at Budds Creek. And here he's got Travis breathing down his neck again. They're already tied in points, so if Travis gets around him, he loses the points lead, and if his shoulder doesn't get any better, he may never get it back.
Travis looked like he got jammed up in that corner. He's coming out of it shaking his head like, what did I do that for?
Hey, look ahead of him, though, and it doesn't seem like he lost much time. I mean, we saw Ramsey go down right there in the first moto chasing Travis. He's at least got enough balance and the reflexes to save that from being much bigger time loss.
Just Damon Huffman was able to get by him once again, so Travis has his work cut out for him.
Well, he loves this racetrack. He loves the challenge, and he's got one now. He didn't win the first moto. He said he was going to come up here and win both motos. So did Langston. Langston's got an excuse, though. Watch Travis. Comes into this corner. Doesn't get his foot out there early enough. He's a little bit too hard on the brakes when he hit that last bump.
Back in a moment.
This has got to be blowing Travis's mind. I mean, he's been back there behind Langston now for a few laps going, okay, doesn't this guy have a shoulder separation? Why is he still ahead of me? There goes Huffman. I don't know why he didn't just lean into that. Just went straight.
So Brock Sellards has led every lap of this race. Langston is in second, remarkably.
Thanks a lot. Takes over the position, no problem. He's got to be kind of wondering what the heck has gotten into Langston to be riding this well with that kind of an injury.
That's the break that Travis needed. Right now, he's in pursuit of second place in Grant Langston. This means the points lead after this race is over. He just blasts through that berm, made his own berm out of that. Pastrana is flying.
His mechanic, Andrews, said that he was very sore between motos. Was there any thought about not going out?
I mean, from my side, if Grant's in too much pain, he doesn't ride. But, you know, I don't know what it'd take to stop him from racing. I really don't.
If he wins this championship, you're going to know he won it here.
Yeah, that could be true.
There's a guy that knows, Kurt Nicole, former world champion. Knows exactly what he's talking about. The pain that this kid has gone through. Grant Langston, number 111, and trying to hold off Travis Pastrana and thus hold the points lead.
It's a bittersweet day for KTM. They got the top two spots in this moto. They got the points lead unless Travis can make that pass.
Travis Pastrana finally gets by Grant Langston into second place. Langston trying to come back. Travis checking him out.
Well, it just seemed like inevitable that Travis is eventually, with a healthy body, going to be able to make up the difference. But still, going back to KTM, they got to be so happy and proud of their effort this year. And in this moto and in the gutsy performance by Grant. But I'm sure there's some concerns about whether he's going to be able to continue this and grab this title or not.
Sellards, Pastrana, Langston are top three.
National back in '79.
This is reminiscent of the time that Ricky Carmichael came back on Sellards on the last lap. I think he did that to McCormick also that year. White flag is out. Final lap. The showdown is underway. Sellards with Travis Pastrana right on his back rubber.
This makes you so nervous. You start worrying so much. Already a mistake. Whoa. And Travis, I don't know how he stayed on the bike. He just kept it pinned. I don't think he understood what Sellards was doing there, but he ran right into him.
That Suzuki interval. You had Damon Huffman 8 seconds back in third.
Pastrana
He's already got the overall and darn near lost it on a fishtail.
This is his favorite section.
Pastrana to the inside. He takes Sellards. Can he hold on to it? Get out of the way, Lapper. Yes. He goes through the mechanics area. Lee McCullum gets out of the way. His wrencher. Sellards trying to come back on Travis Pastrana. Travis checking him out. Travis already has the overall in his hip pocket. But this is how competitive this young man is.
Yeah, get out there and take big chances with a concussion. That's basically what's going on. This kid, last year, he did it with no goggles or rear brake.
Moto win of the year. And this would give him in this position about an 8-point lead in the championship. Much better than last year's.
He's just not safe out there if he's behind him.
Travis Pastrana, the cheers of the fans here at Southwick. The checkers for Travis. He's got to feel good with the way he came back from mid-pack to take over the lead and win here at Southwick. The first Suzuki to win back-to-back 125 wins here at Southwick ever.
Cianciarulo, and he controls the lead. Ferrandis to the inside, takes second away from Webb, and Roczen now moves around Webb as well.
Good in these opening laps, and once again moving forward, but Roczen doesn't give up.
Roczen, tightrope, walking down the inside. There was no room in there, and repasses, and now goes after Cianciarulo, and is in the lead.
Good start. Sexton, Craig, Musquin, and Plessis, you're rounding out your top 10. So a lot of familiar faces once again.
Don't forget, Cianciarulo and Ferrandis, they are not strangers to each other. They battled tooth and nail for the 250 10 and 11th. Get used to it. There's going to be a lot of disappointed riders this year. There's just not enough room in the top 10.
Yeah, this is the closest he's been all moto. He looks up the inside.
Whoa! Leaves no room. Actually takes Roczen off of the racetrack.
It's a tad, but at this level, that's what you got to do. And Roczen will look back at that.
On MAV TV. And these two are pulling each other along. Adam Cianciarulo.
Well, obviously that pass on Roczen affected his lap time a little bit, but last lap
for Osborne. But it is a lead trio all alone right now. And honestly,
mistake. But no one really getting away from anyone at the moment. Even when you go back, I was able to get close right here to make that pass when it happened a few laps back.
Ferrandis on the move.
Cianciarulo is maybe dealing with a bit of arm pump. That was one of the things he said last week, why he struggled with lower body. So possibly a little arm pump setting in.
Is it going to come unraveled here for Cianciarulo?
Yeah, it's most dangerous. Ooh, he tried
down
to go
the inside, and I think Ferrandis has it. He does. That was a quick attack. Roczen trying to get him back.
A lot of times that turn only really has the inside or the outside. We see the outside coming into play more likely in Moto number 2.
Look at that inside. Ooh, can he hook it? A little bit of contact, slight contact. Ferrandis to the lead. Done. It would be huge, but Cianciarulo's coming right back. You know, like
replay. Watch this.
Show you the pass here. No, we're back at it. Cianciarulo almost got it done. Now Ferrandis.
Send a message right back to Cianciarulo saying, "Don't try and push me off the track."
Yep, and it's allowed Roczen. Let's see if Adam can learn anything on this downhill section. No, in fact, he's going to get passed by Roczen. Still there, behind Ferrandis. I'd say less than 2 seconds in it. They have pulled away from Cianciarulo.
Been able to drop Cianciarulo just a little bit. Time will expire before they get to the finish line.
A different line compared to Ferrandis there. We're going to find out in a hurry because the 94, he is on the gas right now. He continues to close.
It's just all filtered back to that inside. Get around the lap and no problem.
Should be 2 to go next time they come across the finish line. This is great racing.
Why he didn't race the outdoors last year.
He's on the inside. Oh, almost came together. Ferrandis airs out the jump. Couldn't get the landing.
It's right there. Goes to take the line away. Ferrandis. You see he just gets thrown off just a little bit.
This would be huge for Ken Roczen. To have a late moto charge to retake the lead is a real statement for him.
He just railed that turn there. Ferrandis wants this. The one thing you know about Dylan Ferrandis, he is
right here. We reclaim the lead, and in a dramatic late race charge, Ken Roczen claims the
cooled off, rehydrated.
Second board is up. That means racing is going to be happening here pretty quickly. Dead center of the screen, the number 4, Ricky Carmichael. Most, if not all, the eyes are focused on him, and he typically gets such great starts. He launches out through the middle of the pack again and takes the whole shot. First man into turn number 1 is the number 4.
Carmichael gets the Racing X Whole Shot Award.
But
goes down.
Oh, man. And look out. This is the freeway in rush hour, and with all the respect everybody has, they don't want to run over Ricky, but now it's going to be Chad Reed who's the leader on his Yamaha.
I'll tell you, he's the loneliest man in the world laying there in the middle of the track with 39 guys coming at him. And that is not a good feeling. He did have the bike between himself and the rest of the pack. That's a little bit more comforting, but he's got a lot of work to do now.
So now it is Chad Reed out in front with Robbie Raynard out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma on his Honda CRF 450. Here's Ricky Carmichael. We're used to seeing him out front by a margin of this magnitude, but now he's going to be chasing the tail end of the field, of course, making a lot of passes, and that puts himself at risk. Take another look at what happened here. We saw him get the whole shot, then why did he crash?
Well, the dirt's a little bit wet. They've had some drizzle on and off here all morning, and you can just see the front end just goes out from under him, catches a bump, pops him back over, and that's it. You're not saving that one.
Couldn't quite use Chad Reed for enough of a berm.
Chad dodged a bullet there.
Robbie Raynard on the number 17 Honda out in front. Here comes Reed with Bubba Stewart. James on the number 7 Kawasaki coming inside. Can't make the pass there. In fact, stalled it. Wow, we're seeing all kinds of strange things going on here among the best riders in the world.
Well, this is Chad Reed's race to lose now. I mean, that having these guys that far back, there's no reason he can't just check out. This is his race to win.
And trying to get these Kawasaki KX450s or any of those big 4-strokes started again is not as easy as it used to be with the old 2-stroke machines, in spite of all the manufacturers' efforts to make them a little bit easier to refire. So here comes James Stewart now trying to make his way through traffic. And of course, the question at this point is, where's Ricky Carmichael? He's got to be threading his way about halfway up through the field at this point.
Yeah, he's tearing tear-offs like a crazy man and working his way up. There you see him. He's right up to the back of Stewart. Those two are going to connect here soon, I'm sure, and work their way to the front of the pack.
Used to see Ricky Carmichael on the number 4, following James Stewart. Different line right there. A little bit different drive off the corner and up the hill. Stewart with one foot, then both off the pegs. And he punches the number 144 Partridge kind of out of the way and goes on by. Let's see if Kyle Partridge hangs on, whether Ricky Carmichael gets a clean line around him.
Well, it's got to almost make your head spin when those two come by you. You know, one guy bumps into you, blows you out of a line. The next guy spins you around in a circle. I wouldn't want to be Kyle Partridge right now.
Well, he's hanging in there pretty well as both Stewart and Carmichael go past. They're working up behind Robbie Raynard now on the number 17, our early leader.
And Nick Way's in there as well, top finishing privateer in the Supercross Series. Nick's had a great year with the MDK team, and he's looking to continue that relationship and you know, continue to grow that team. And they've been great. They've done a lot of good things this year. In the Nationals, Nick's always been comfortable, loves the outdoors and the mud. And it'll be good to see him just keep the good results up this summer.
Nick Way on the number 27 machine. He's out of Michigan, also riding a Honda. There goes Stewart. There goes Carmichael, both around Nick Way. So they seem to be like the tide. You know, they're coming. They're heading up towards the front. As we take another look at our Toyota leaderboard, it's changing. Leader is Chad Reed on the number 22 bike, but we are watching with more than a little interest now. A battle that's developing behind him as David Vuillemin is coming into the clutches of both James Bubba Stewart and Ricky Carmichael. So we're seeing 3 of the biggest names in motocross, but they're not the leaders.
Looks like Vuillemin sort of took a glance over, got out of the way a little bit. I don't know if that's being courteous or just
afraid,
realizing he can't run the pace there. Those guys are going so fast, you see James get a little crooked, and Ricky diving to the inside to take advantage of it.
James looking around at Ricky Carmichael. They both came by David Vuillemin like he was a lapper almost. Vuillemin pulled over a little bit, looked at both of them. Now they're looking at each other, and they've got a real man-to-man battle going here between the green Kawasaki number 7 and the yellow Suzuki number 4.
You got to realize here, too, David Vuillemin is not slow. He's a very, very fast rider, one of the top 5 riders in the world. And these two go around him and just absolutely check out. The pace these two have going right now is so ridiculous. It's almost impossible that they can go this fast.
So James Stewart in front right now with Ricky Carmichael right behind him. We would expect this to be a battle for the lead, but instead it is they have come up through the pack. Carmichael from dead last. James Stewart from just a spot or 2 in front of him. They both made mistakes. Carmichael early, Stewart a little bit later. And now they're trying to make up for the mistake that they made. Heading towards the front. They'll never get to Chad Reed. We'll never say never, I would say.
Yeah, you know, this is critical for Ricky. You can tell he's trying frantically to get around James. Here it looks like, yeah, he's trying to the inside. He's doing everything he can. His goggles, he's got to be down to his last few tear-offs. He's eating that roost, you know, being so close to James. That does not feel good. I mean, that's flying off their rear tires so fast. It's muddy. It's sticking to him. He wants to try to get by as quick as he can and get in front of him.
Like being in the line of fire at a machine gun nest, because the dirt clods coming off of there, little rocks and everything else. Here's James Stewart throwing some roost up on the crowd now, and Ricky Carmichael getting a little bit of it. Reached up there and wiped off his goggles. If he's out of tear-offs, he's going to have to use his glove. Deep ruts. Look at that, all the way up to the engine cases. Here's Chad Reed getting more than a little encouragement from the crowd. Out in front right now. He should be able to hold those two off with a good, consistent ride. One, well, I would have to say a big mistake, and they'd be on it.
Yeah, he's got a pretty huge lead right now. It's looking good for him. You know, he needs the Ricky and James lap times, also on Chad's lap times, letting them know the difference, letting him know his lead. It's probably shrinking a little bit, and he'll be doing the math in his head. Okay, I've got 15 minutes left in the moto or whatever. They're catching me 2 seconds a lap. You know, the pace I have is good, or I've got to pick up the pace. So believe me, they're all over there like a bunch of calculators working it out right now.
A few spots on the track. They might even be able to get a glimpse of one another here and there with all the elevation changes. It would have to be on high ground. Chad Reed climbing one of the big hills here at Hangtown. And there is the gap between him and Ricky Carmichael. It is significant, but not so bad because the laps are winding down.
And you can see Chad, when he came down that hill, he can peek straight over and see where those guys are at. So he'll be able to spot them every lap and say, all right, they're catching me this much per lap. So that's an advantage he's got. And those guys, again, Ricky's in the worst position here because he's going to lose his vision. I mean, this is, you can't eat roost for 40 minutes and still have clear vision. It just doesn't happen.
He's trying to stay on a different line to minimize the effect. Every once in a while, he'll show Stewart a wheel. Now and then, there's alongside. Carmichael makes the move. Can he make it stick? He goes around and with a great acceleration, indeed, takes the position from James Stewart. And now it's payback time with the dirt coming off the back of the Ford Suzuki. It's Stewart that's going to have to pick his line.
You see Ricky take one little wipe at his goggles there, you know, thinking, all right, good, I'm in front of him. Now I can clean my goggles off and charge and try to catch Chad. That's what he needed to do. He had to get in front of him quick.
James Stewart will try to fight back. Had a little bit of a thought there to come on the inside. He pulls up alongside again on a very different line. But Carmichael with the inside rut is going to hold on to the advantage right now. This is for second place, amazingly enough, from dead last to runner-up in one moto.
James goes inside, tries to get a pass back.
The crowd lights up. Stewart's wheels are slightly ahead of those of Carmichael there, and now he has made the pass stick with laps, with time winding down and just a few more turns to go here. These guys have been battling in the middle of the pack, now at the front of the pack, and now for the runner-up position, the final 2 spots on the podium. Carmichael getting wild, comes by, but only briefly.
This is what everyone came to Hangtown to see. These two guys going at it. They're going to do this all season long, back and forth.
It is great racing, and long gone are the days of total domination. First by Jeremy Mcgrath. Well, we could go back further than that. Carmichael himself dominating the sport for quite some time. But in the last Supercross season, and now in motocross, it is really going to be the fans that come out the winners, no matter who crosses the line first.
The drizzle continues to come down here. You know, everyone in the crowd has umbrellas, and this track's going to continue to get slimier and slick as the rain continues to fall. You know, that is the worst thing you can do is take your goggles off. It's almost like a cardinal rule you don't do, but sometimes when it's cooler like this, there's humidity in the air, your body starts to heat up, you'll fog the inside of your goggles, and there's nothing you can do. You just can't see out of them. Or you lose your tear-offs like Ricky did. He had to come through 39 guys. He just ran out of tear-offs, and eventually they get so dirty you can't see out of them. So it is definitely a last resort, but...
last lap, look at this, and it is James Stewart right behind, getting into a little bit of traffic right now. Who would have thought that Stewart or Carmichael would catch Reed with that big of a lead? It's happened. These guys are incredible.
This is the same move he put on Ricky right here.
Up inside, makes it work. Reed tries to cross back behind the wheels, but can't do it. They're in the air together, but James Stewart has made the pass, and you get the feeling that since he caught him, he'll probably be else. With James Stewart mounting the podium here, having won Moto #1 and spectacular.
James Stewart on the #7 Yoshimura Suzuki is going to beat everyone in the whole shot.
First turn first, but they were so aggressive around the first turn. Grant and Stewart puts them right up front.
And Dungey is 4th.
In Moto 1, he scored no points. They got the bike fixed. He has the confidence from his team to go out and make it happen here in Moto 2.
How about James? And he's trying to pull away. Villopoto is up to 4th. Where did he come from?
Villopoto now up to 3rd. has made his way past Dungey.
Far out ahead and get too comfortable.
And there you see the gap. Stewart on the yellow number 7. Grant on the blue number 33, the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota.
Villopoto made a little mistake.
Oh, look at Dungey getting in there. If he gets stalled out, oh, looks like they worked on this right-hander. They took the Villopoto.
He needs to make this pass. I think he pulled it off. They're going to go wheel to wheel, and they've got Brayton to deal with. Larocco's leap. Together, Brayton and Villopoto, the 10 and the 2, and Villopoto makes the move.
Now he gets to the inside of Brayton. It's a drag race. He blocks the inside. Dungey getting really aggressive. Cuts really sharp, and it likes to throw the bike out of whack.
Villopoto to the inside now on Grant, trying to get the number 2 spot. They're going to whip it together over that table.
Practices, I mean, coming from behind like he did the first moto, make it very explosive. Now look at this. I mean,
battle for the lead. There's Larocco's leap again, the 120-foot triple jump. Biggest jump in this series. Villopoto in second.
Keep the pressure on him. Look at this. You see
That'll coming together.
Yeah, Villopoto's starting to...
It's on the inside where it's nice and clean, less chance of making a mistake. To do that, you have to carry a lot more speed, a lot more momentum.
Let's get a great view of them. They're headed to the sand whoop section. This is one of the roughest parts of the track.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is Villopoto never follows anybody. If you get around,
see those different lines here, carrying a little bit tighter line. Still able to get the drive over Larocco's lead. Villopoto is done. He's just...
He's got him on the inside. Will he try to pull the trigger already? Stewart, this is where they hook back out of that first turn after the start.
Kind of just let it, you know, leave it natural.
Which is more of a play. A little bit of rock in there. You see those light specks in there.
Seconds on him, so it's a one-on-one fight for the lead here at RedBud into the sand.
Oh, here it goes. Villopoto really made a charge.
Section of the track.
Okay, Ricky, right here on the right-hander.
Oh, Stewart covered the line. James Stewart leading the way right now in the Yoshimura Suzuki, but he's under some fire from your series.
Because he knows that the reigning champion, Ryan Dungey, is right behind him.
And a mistake from Stewart opens the door for Villopoto. Down to the inside.
Dungey could not reel Villopoto in quite quick enough. I suspect Villopoto's going to drop the hammer.
Shot of energy right here. Look at Dungey.
He's going to try the inside. And he clears the big leap. Stewart going to try to block it. And he
make the passes by him.
Unbelievable. Dungey gets Stewart and has shown a wheel to Villopoto now.
Scrubs at the finish line. Dungey gets through that section so fast.
450 class moto of the day, and it is as close as it gets. There's your leader in green, Ryan Villopoto. Second place, Ryan Dungey. Right in the orange bike. Times you're looking at almost 15 minutes left in this moto. I'll give you a reminder, 15 minutes, you can save 15% or more in your car insurance, but I don't know if you want to call Geico right now. You might...
Dungey was a 2:27, so Dungey lost a little bit of time, but now it looks like he's picked it back up. Here.
Getting down to the wire.
Yeah, Villopoto taking a little chance there on that double to get past the lap rider really quickly.
Damn, those are lap riders. Dungey is down and stuck under his bike.
What?
Some assistance from the track workers.
His goggles are off.
Gets sideways. Oh, it sticks the front end, and the bike lands right on top of him.
He's going to win a second, and he's hammering it all the way to the checkered flag. Ryan Villopoto is your champion today here at RedBud.
Jeremy Mcgrath, or again, number 2. Oh, my goodness, Emig with another great start, but Jeremy's right there. You see 13.
Up front in most of the first moto, looking good. Here he's in contact with the leaders. Nobody between them. He'll be able to see everything that they're doing. Look at all the water splashing out of that berm. It's one of the off cambers, and all that water runs down in there.
Something tells me Jeremy's not going to put up with that splashing.
Slower before they get up to speed, and that berm forms right next to the tire.
Looked like he just tried to put on his brakes and make a chute right out of there.
Yeah, well, it's hard to stay in that berm. He overshot a little bit, but it's the kind of corner where you can pull in the clutch and skid it in there and not lose that much time.
Jeremy, like this second moto, you begin to wonder right about now when and where Jeremy's going to make his move. He went up on the lawn.
Look at that. He's just looking for anywhere to miss those bumps and to stay out of that ruse. There's no ruse from Emig going into that corner, but Jeremy just getting creative. I mean,
this race and others worked out every day. Jeremy Mcgrath kind of split it up the middle. He took some time off at Lake Havasu for some boating and skiing and also did some riding.
Well, he says he needs that. And Jeremy Albright telling Emig, pull away, come on, focus. But Already, Jeremy down the inside, cuts him right off.
Here comes Emig back again. Can he hold on? Emig on the outside. Jeremy's got the edge. And Jeremy Mcgrath, once again, early in the race, taking over the lead.
But he's able to do that kind of stuff and get away with it. Emig, on the other hand, with an outside line, had to choose a route he didn't really like, got a lot of height, and lost some momentum to Jeremy.
Emig not letting Mcgrath off the hook like he did in the first moto, but he just never had the great opportunity to make a pass. What if you now the difficulty of a 30-minute moto through the heat of summer plus 2 laps as adverse to a supercross?
Oh, Supercross, I'll tell you what, at the end of this race, he's really not having to dig very deep. I mean, he's probably, the breeze feels nice as he comes out of some of those shaded areas, and he's not really having to put a lot of effort into this. He's just loving every minute of it and knows that he's put a few more points on his points lead.
Oh,
does it all.
Looked like a private code as he put up his fist there in the air. The checkers and the knack-knack for Jeremy Mcgrath.
Cianciarulo way sideways out of the gate, and Osborne's going to use his pick. Oh, I thought he had the lead, but Musquin's right there.
Turn is like a sharp left into a right, so all the lines come together. You can see what it's like being further back in the pack. Cianciarulo's been really good this year about getting good starts, and then the opening laps, he's just very efficient. But see, your line is going to be a little bit tough. Watch when they get to the bottom here. This is that clay base that I was talking about where they hit. There's points of concern, keeping this championship alive. But now you got some Hondas lining up. If Osborne rides a little conservative,
Pulls away, gets all over Musquin. Then he makes a mistake. Musquin pulls back away. And now we have Tomac on the scene. Good right now. Kind of guy who gets stronger as the moto goes on, so that can be bad news for the riders in front of him. Chase Sexton, Zach Osborne, Marvin Musquin.
It's a little jealousy, but it's you know, I love watching. I really appreciate seeing talent at work out there. And Osborne doesn't have rear view mirrors right now. He does not want to see what's happening or what's coming because it's fast and furious.
Musquin's frustrated. He's trying to get those spots back. So it's come unravel for him. Tomac on the attack.
Yeah, that unfortunately that bend. I can't say I'm surprised at all as Tomac barrels to the outside. Laffer's having a look.
There's not going to be much room. So that's what Sexton's about to have to deal with.
It'll be interesting to see if
Craig, not too far back as well. Little mistake from Sexton. Tomac almost had it.
Yeah, Tomac squares to the inside. He's going to do a Sexton. Also, it's not rough, so you can be aggressive on the throttle. It's loose, there's traction, and no big holes. About that is Osborne because there's just less to get in the way, I guess.
Wait a minute. Eli Tomac has cut. Cianciarulo's.
And a lot of people will tell you, I think it's true, the leader usually gets, generally speaking, the worst end of the stick as he just got right.
Tomac digging deep.
These guys are going so fast.
Adam Cianciarulo had about 5 seconds on everyone, but once Eli Tomac gets going, he's hard to stop. And I don't know how much longer Adam can hold on because Tomac is right there.
Oh, look how good he is through there, Tomac. He made a few adjustments as the tracks changed.
Tomac's right there. Oh, little mistake from Adam.
He's been able to make a couple of adjustments. I think AC not following.
Here it is. Tomac around the outside to put together. We'll put to rest any question about team tactics today. In the count.
Now the fans get excited. Look at that. To the outside. He's got the inside in the next corner, but Cianciarulo so good at staying low.
Tomac definitely has the pace. Here it is. Going to be another inside for Tomac. Cianciarulo blocks it again. Tomac back for second. Now he is 6.5 seconds behind. Tomac is on fire.
This is what he likes. When it gets
Florida is all over Cianciarulo for the lead here. Almost got him on the inside.
Oh, he tried to make it work. This is where he's fast. Roller section.
Down the inside. Tomac's got a wheel on him. Almost pushes his teammate off the track. Side by side.
Inside. Cianciarulo's got to stay low and get the power to the ground because watch Eli. He's going to try and make it happen.
Whoa, and Tomac again chops the front end off.
Who they catch, where, and when, because we got guys having a great battle of their own. So they're not going to want to pull
side of the racetrack. Tomac going to go the long way around here. These lines converge, and Tomac finally has the lead.
Just gave that outside to Tomac, and you know that if he gets that opening, he'll absolutely annihilate.
Team for Osborne going into the final moto. I mean, it really would come down to this. If Osborne doesn't finish Moto 2. As the season has gone on, what team tactics? Eli Tomac wins.
22. They are typically the fast starters. There is Vuillemin on the left side of the racetrack. Out front goes James Bubba Stewart on his Kawasaki number 7. Along with him, number 27, Nick Way with a good start. But Stewart's out in front. That spells trouble for everybody else. Carmichael's moved into second. Stewart with a problem. Stalls the bike almost anyway. And Carmichael gets by.
Yeah, Stewart just hit a little bit of mud in that second turn there. The front end pushed and pulled him out of his line. So he's back into third.
There is Chad Reed on the number 22 bike. Stewart, just like that, up into second position on the back wheel of Ricky Carmichael. And we saw the 12 of Vuillemin there also very much in evidence. And here we go. Ricky Carmichael is your leader. Bubba Stewart is right there. The crowd's going crazy.
You know, these two are such a class of the field. They always find their way to the front. Even if they don't get the best jump off the gate, 2 or 3 turns into the race, they're always 1 and 2, and Reed's always right there as well.
Well, we saw a worst-case scenario last week when both of them had problems early in the race. Carmichael right in the very first turn, and James Stewart a little bit later. They somehow managed to both get up to the front, put on this kind of a show for the fans, and get on the podium just as if nothing had happened. They are so much faster than everybody else in the field right now, and look at the gap they already have, pulling away from third place.
And we haven't seen this yet. You know, at Hangtown, we had different scenarios where Ricky crashed or James had a bad start. They were never together from the very beginning. And so now they've got 35 minutes here to race each other and get to the checkered flag first.
A somewhat distant third is the number 22 Yamaha of Chad Reed. We just saw the tail side of him there as Carmichael continues to lead Stewart. And this great battle has the crowd on its feet. Yes, the terrible towels and whatever else they use here at Mount Morris are very much in evidence. Carmichael and Stewart in that order. Stewart looks like he's trying awful hard to show Ricky a wheel here and there.
Yeah, he's like said inside line coming up that hill. He keeps kind of scrubbing those bumps and trying to get inside of Ricky. And you got to keep in mind here, you can watch him. He's constantly inside or outside of wherever Ricky is. You know, that roost hurts so bad, it'll take your goggles away, and man, mainly it just hurts. So it's difficult to be able to follow a guy and stay on his pace, but not run his exact line. He's got to always be just a little inside or outside and drop into the good line in the turns, but stay out of that roost when he's coming out of the corners.
Track holding up pretty well. Not a lot of super deep ruts that we saw last week in the mud at Hangtown. So the conditions here nearly perfect, not only for the fans, but for the racers. Stewart is just trying so hard, and Carmichael looks pretty relaxed up front.
Yeah, I think Ricky knows it's a long moto. You know, 40 minutes back and forth. He's going to pace himself a little bit. He's going to save something in the tank for the end of the race and just try to not make any mistakes, put in the best laps he can.
Well, you can't hold your breath and grit your teeth for an entire 35-minute moto. Ricky Carmichael out of Havana, Florida. The Team Makita Suzuki RMZ 450 up front, but not by much. No more than a bike length or two separating him from the Kawasaki of Stewart.
No, and you know, these two pushing at this pace, it'll be interesting to see which one's got the stamina, which one doesn't. Ricky's known for his hardcore training regimen. He's always been one of the fittest riders on the track, but you know, this is what he prepares for, is battles like this, where he's got to go the entire moto and put his fastest lap in at the end of the race. We haven't really seen that with James. He's never really been pressed that hard, that long, but we're going to see it right now, what's going to happen.
Stewart now behind Carmichael. The gap has not increased nor decreased particularly. And here in this first couple of laps, it appears as though James Stewart just studying Ricky Carmichael, looking for perhaps a spot here or there where he might be able to make a pass, and if he thinks he's faster, then pull away.
Yeah, you follow a guy, you'll kind of find sections where you're quicker, sections where he's quicker, and you try to make up that difference. It's always an advantage being the guy behind initially, because you can find where, okay, he's a little quicker here. Why? How? You know, where can I make up time? And you'll follow his lines and sort of improve your riding in that area when you've still got the sections where you're quicker and you can try to make a pass there.
Stewart trying a couple of things here and there. He lost the 30th annual Kawasaki Monster Energy High Point National here at High Point Raceway in Mount Morris, Pennsylvania. Ricky Carmichael and James Bubba Stewart, a match race. At least you would think so. They're so far ahead of third place Chad Reed and fourth place Davey Millsaps. Really carrying on a battle here. And now comes James Stewart. Gets in front of Carmichael for the first time. There's the move. We saw him setting it up for a few laps prior to that.
Yeah, he kept popping a wheel in there, and he knew he was a little quicker, and just set it up that lap and made it happen.
So now James Stewart out in front, reaches off the handlebars there for a tear-off. Carmichael gets a chance to study his young fast opponent here on the green, number 7. So Carmichael shuffled back into second spot as James Stewart, the points leader who won his first outdoor motocross national 1 weekend ago, is now your leader here at Mount Morris.
I don't think this is any reason for Ricky to hit the panic button. He's probably an advantage for him now. He can look and see where James was going faster. Why did he pass him there? What was he doing different? And he's still got his sections where he's quick, and he can kind of combine the two and make another run at James here as the moto wears on.
And now, as it was for Stewart, Carmichael has to find a spot out of the roost off of Stewart's Kawasaki to try to be able to maintain his vision all the way to the end. He's dropped back a little bit there, giving Stewart, I guess you could say, plenty of room
Grab
for
your
that
throttle and look at your mechanic and throw your hand up. Done that as ever, too.
There's Ricky Carmichael, probably a second or two, I'm going to say 2 seconds behind James Stewart right now. This is the biggest gap by far that either of them has had over the other. No surprise that James Stewart, once he got to the front, is going to show the speed that he's shown in practice.
Yeah, I guess that's the 2 seconds a lap you're seeing right there. It is a little surprising to me. I haven't seen Ricky just kind of let someone go like that in a long time.
Ricky Carmichael regathering himself perhaps for an attack against the leader James Stewart. Stewart is the points leader, so Carmichael can't afford to sit back and rest on his points lead, which has usually been the case. And here's an example of the shorter lap times. These leaders are getting into traffic a little quicker than they have in years past here at High Point.
Yeah, I mean, we're just a few laps into the race here, and they're already lapping, you know, good riders. I saw Kyle Lewis go by there earlier, so this is going to play into the race. It's going to be a factor for sure. It's for the leader. It's definitely tougher to get by. The lapper doesn't know he's being lapped until the leader comes by. And then once he does, if he hears a bike behind him, he'll go, oh, that must be second, that must be third. So a little easier for Ricky to get by a rider after James has already sort of made the statement. You can see Kyle Lewis waves Ricky by right there.
And Carmichael goes past using the courtesy, and you can see the riders that are being lapped are giving them all the racetrack they possibly can. And here's Goose giving Ricky some lap time signals in the mechanic signal area, which is a new area here at this racetrack as well, along with some tunnels where the fans can get back and forth to different parts of the racetrack.
Now, when this track goes back and forth through that valley, as you G out at the base of those valleys, it gets very, very rutted. They till this dirt up really deep, and it causes a lot of ruts, even when it's not rainy here, which is most every year. But on the occasion you get good weather like this year, it's still very soft soil, very good soil, so it will get rutted, especially where the bikes are pressing down into the dirt.
A little bit of a save there by Stewart as he works through traffic, going past the number 38 of Jeff Emig out of Kingwood, Texas on a Suzuki. And Carmichael has used the traffic to catch up just a little bit. Now they are pretty much together once again.
Yeah, lap traffic's definitely going to play a part. In fact, a lot of times, if James will get held up for 1 second behind somebody in a rut, Ricky can sweep right around the outside and get them both. So it'll be interesting to see how they get their way through traffic.
Carmichael making a run at the number 7 Kawasaki. They go past Justin Buckaloo out of Arizona on a Honda and continue their battle up front. Third place is so far back that this is just about all we have the opportunity to watch here. What a great fight for first place. Carmichael right there in the wheel tracks pretty much now of Stewart. 1, 2, there it is. Less than a second difference between them at this point, and the crowd is loving this.
Before the halfway point in the race, you can see him lapping guys. You know, see him come up on Sean Hamlin here. He was a top 3, top 5 guy in this class a couple years ago. He's had some struggles this year, but still a great rider. You know, it just shows you how fast these two are going.
Watching the leaders, but taking a look here at the running order at the bottom of the screen. Take a look. Hopefully you can find your best rider, your favorite rider. And we'll take a look at the top 20 here as we continue to watch. James Bubba Stewart and Ricky Carmichael battling for the lead. Stewart, Carmichael, a little bit more traffic there. What do they have to do to change? You know, they have an ideal line. If no one's in front of them, they have to change their lines constantly with lap riders in front.
Exactly. Those lap riders, you know, they're still racing. They're passing guys who are racing for 10th through 15th place already. So they're already up into the pack of competitive riders that are running the main race lines. So they've got to go lines they haven't done since practice, completely different sides of the track. So it definitely makes you think, and it'll get these riders mixing it up back and forth.
Very close there as Carmichael came down the right side of the hill and almost made a pass on Stewart. Now Carmichael with a big drive off the outside. Stewart holds the lead, though. So they're riding very different lines, which makes the racing that much more interesting because they're on different parts of the racetrack. You don't know who might just jet by the other one with a small mistake any moment.
That's right. This soft soil, the way it ruts up as well, it'll cause a lot of mistakes. You come into that thing just a little too fast, a little too far inside or outside, just miss that line. It'll cost you a couple of seconds. So got to be very, very perfect in these corners.
Getting the bike set up just right, making it do what you want it to do underneath, absorb most of the impact. Stewart and Carmichael, two of the best in the world on top line equipment as they continue to hound one another. Carmichael behind Stewart right now, who's riding like a man possessed up for, whoa, a little mistake there as he got wide coming over the top. And Carmichael closed up a bit on Stewart with that small mistake. Now, here comes Carmichael down the inside, can't make the move. And Stewart still leads, lap rider right there on the line.
We're going to see how Stewart handles pressure here. He's got Ricky all over him. This is a very long moto, so he's gonna have some pressure for 35 minutes.
Our Toyota leaderboard. Take second weekend of racing in the outdoor motocross season. James Stewart, Ricky Carmichael have delivered as promised all race long so far here today.
It looks like Ricky's starting to push the issue with James. You know, he's been following him now for a while. It's got to be getting time. He's thinking, you know, I need to get by this guy and get these 3 extra points for this moto win.
James just looks like he's trying a lot harder than Ricky, meaning the effort is more obvious. Not that there's more effort, just that it's more obvious. Look at this.
You can see Ricky wanted to dive to the inside there to get a pass. James came over a little bit, blocked the line, and Ricky had to lock him up. Went off the track a little bit.
But he's recovered. He's right back there. We can expect the pressure to continue. They both go inside of a lap rider who, once again, pulls over, showing them the courtesy that they deserve as the leaders. Stewart opening a little bit of a gap. Here comes Carmichael again. Where is the spot on the track where Ricky Carmichael might decide to try to make a move?
Yeah, it's hard to say where his quicker point was. You know, James had that spot where right here where he kept going inside a little bit, showing him a wheel, and he finally made the pass stick. Maybe it's that downhill where Ricky came around and showed him a wheel there. Maybe he'll do it there. Up
over one of the tunnels that the fans can use to move from one part of the racetrack to the other. Stewart still leads Carmichael. Third place, not even in sight. James Stewart on the number 7 Kawasaki. Ricky Carmichael on the number 4 Suzuki. They've been like this since the drop of the flag. Carmichael in the air, pulls up alongside. Stewart has to know he's there. Hear that Suzuki right next to him. Oh, Ricky Carmichael is all over James Stewart now. Side by side into a right-hander. Stewart's got the position. He'll hold the lead, but Carmichael is right there. Through the mechanic signal area. Of course, some of the most interested spectators of this race are the guys wrenching on the bikes. And all they can do is stand there and watch. James Stewart, Ricky Carmichael, 1-2.
You can see all the ruts in between those jumps, just how it's rutted and soft this soil gets. Oh, Ricky making a little mistake there, but every single jump out there is like that. It just looks like someone took a giant comb and raked it up the jump. Just deep grooves. They'll drag your pegs as you come off.
Because of that minor little off-track excursion by Carmichael, he's got a lot of work to do, and he's got to do it over again. He was right there behind Stewart a moment ago, and now he's a somewhat more distant second.
You definitely don't want to give either one of these guys a gap like this. You give them a little bit of room where they can run their own lines. They don't have to ride defensively. And it makes it a lot easier for them to turn in quick laps. And James has already proven he can run Ricky's speed. So, you know, Carmichael's now going to have to find a couple of seconds somewhere.
The tunnel once again. And the number 11 of Travis Preston in front of the leaders right now. Yes, very good riders have gone a lap down here at High Point, and it didn't take long. Stewart. Oh, James Stewart with a huge mistake, and that hurt. He went in head first off the top of that jump and is not looking real perky right now as he reaches to take his goggles off. Another look.
He kind of slid coming out of that turn. It looks like his back wheel didn't follow his front wheel into the rut he was in.
Oh.
And didn't get the drive off the top of that jump. Front end just dropped. That's horrible.
Oh, and Carmichael comes by, manages to miss both the rider and the bike with the great awareness and control. Take another look.
You can watch it again here. His back wheel slides a little bit. He's got his front wheel lined up into a rut, and his back wheel doesn't follow it. And when he hits that little kicker, his back wheel's in another line. Just drops the front end down immediately.
Oh, and he knew before that front wheel hit the ground that that was going to be bad, and it was going to be a tough save. He couldn't pull it together. James Stewart down and out enough to take part in Moto 2. Here's the checkered flag. It's official. Ricky Carmichael wins the opening moto here on weekend number 2 of the Motocross Championship.
He stated to to me earlier this afternoon, keep your eye on this first moto because it's going to be one of the most epic battles in history. You proved your point exactly, but not quite the way you had planned it to pan out.
Nah, not quite the way I wanted to. You know, James got the whole shot, and he made a mistake. I got by him, he was behind me and got by me, and I started catching him with about 6-7 laps to go, and couldn't get by him, closed it. I tried to catch him, sneak inside, and he closed the door, and I made a mistake, so I had to play catch-up again with about 3 laps to go. And man, he crashed. I hate to get it that way, I really do. You know, we had a killer race going. So hopefully he gets back out for the next moto and do some battle.
And for the second time today, the game is down. This will settle the overall win today at Glen Helen. And there is Alessi already putting the Rockstar Makita Suzuki out front. He closes off Andrew Short and Josh Grant. And for the second time today, Mike Alessi has grabbed the whole shot. It's going to be tough on RV to come all the way through.
Yeah, he's going to take on a lot of roost. And like he said in his at the top of the show, he goes, I got to get good starts, stay out of trouble. The way you stay out of trouble is get out here like Mike. You don't even get dirty. You don't even need your tear-offs.
This time, when he had in Moto 1, he has an opportunity to win this race. So here he goes to the inside on Millsaps. Will that line hold up all the way back up the hill? Millsaps will have the inside when they get back to the top. This is what's great about motocross. You've got to pick lines that last all the way around the corner. And
Short still hanging on.
Oh, nice move by Villopoto. Scrubbed over the top of that jump. Stayed to the inside. This is what they call a saddleback section for the old school California motocross fans. Welcome back. Battle on our hands here at Glen Helen. Ryan Villopoto all over Chad Reed. They both jump together. Now a rough downhill. Who's got the guts to hang on the inside? Villopoto's going to try to put Reed up against the wall. And Ryan Villopoto takes the spot from Chad Reed. With Andrew Short right in front of him, this is the battle we anticipated for the last week. All the conjecture who was faster, Villopoto or Reed.
And Short might not realize that just changed behind him. That battle got hotter. Here comes Villopoto, 75 miles an hour.
That's the fastest section of the track, but no one has been able to make this inside work. Ryan Villopoto just did. He passes 2 riders, 2 of the fastest in the course of what's going on behind him. And he said his challenge this year is to ignore everyone else. Ride your own race, put in your own laps. And that's exactly what the man from Victorville, California has done. He's never won a moto here at his home track, but it looks very good right now.
He, you know, at times I think he knows that Villopoto's a little bit faster, but he better be a lot faster because he's a long ways back.
Yeah, the gap is almost 15 seconds between Alessi in the lead and the 2 of Villopoto here in third. So Villopoto's really going to have to dig. Josh Grant. Villopoto has got it down to 6.7. So he has taken more than half of the distance out. And if Villopoto can see Alessi in front of him at some point, you know he's already getting the signal from his mechanic, but if he can see him, look out. Lap of this race, but Ryan Villopoto discarded Chad Reed, discarded Josh Grant, got past those guys, put his head down, and is now going after his rival Alessi for the win.
That's just the opposite of when they were amateurs. It seemed like Alessi always got the better of Villopoto, but Villopoto was just a little bit faster. And whatever, if Mike did take it a little easy there for a while, it's so hard to get yourself back out of that and go fast again.
Yeah, this is not a comment on Alessi's fitness. As you put it, he had strength dripping off of him when you saw him in the pits this weekend.
Looked like a Navy SEAL when I rode him over to the press tent yesterday. If it wouldn't have got this momentum, the crowd wouldn't be in it, it'd be a whole different feeling.
Bad timing for Alessi. You see the countdown clock at the top of the screen. It's just about to expire now. If they were about a half of a lap slower, they would have gotten the 2 lap board. So now they're 2.5 laps away. And Villopoto now clearing that big triple cleanly. Over 70 miles an hour through here. And there's that new outside line that Villopoto has discovered while coming through the pack. Alessi doesn't even know it's there.
Oh, that was almost pretty sketchy.
That was not a scrub. No, that was a mistake.
Yeah, Mike is obviously aware of what's going on. He knew, okay, good. He's worried. I got it.
Oh, he's got it right now.
Still got to make that pass.
He's going to try to go to the inside, scrubbing it over that jump, side by side. This is the fastest section of all. Villopoto can negotiate that. Alessi will have 2 laps to try to hold Villopoto off. Side by side, Villopoto jumps and takes the lead.
Mike changed his lineup a little bit and got in some ruts right there and wasn't able to do that double in the middle. And now the pressure's off of him a little bit right now. Now he's just going, okay, well, it was coming. There was no 2 ways about that. It's just on. He's on form today. And when he's riding his best, like he did a couple years ago on the 250 and Motocross Nations, just the fastest in the world on whatever bike, he's back to that kind of confidence, and I don't know who can run with him other than maybe James Stewart.
Much has been said about the rivalry of Alessi and Villopoto. It goes back to when they were about 12 years old. They had a bitter feud in the amateur ranks on mini cycles. Who would get that lead back?
There you
Can
saw
he do it?
Big 2-lap board. The crowd is loving this. It was great early. Kind of got a little kind of weak for a bit and heated right back up. And it was, I think, just a momentum shift of Mike thinking I got a big lead. No sense in pushing really hard. The landing to get stopped to the corner at the bottom, it's not really a relaxing point. Just all of it. Just that right there takes strength. The lineup for this deep rut, that takes a lot of skill. Villopoto is putting in today, and it's just going to boost his confidence so much more.
Here it is, folks. History in the making. 3 straight titles in the 250 class, and he goes 1-1, sweeping both motos in his debut in the 450 class.
Moto number 2 here at Budds Creek. Let's see as they go up the hill who gets the hole shot. Looks like Emig's out in front right now. Fired back up on their way. Look at Jeff Emig as he leads Jeremy Mcgrath, but look at Larocco coming up on the inside. He sweeps around Mcgrath. Jeremy has gotten around him, and look, here comes the Suzuki. Is that Albertine getting into the side of Larocco?
Looking for that fork guard again.
Put that in your arsenal. Now Jeremy sweeps around Jeff Emig. Mcgrath taking over the lead, but just for a second as Emig comes back, but Jeremy up the double, manages to pull out in front, and this is just the first lap. They come up the hill, and he will swing to the outside, and Jeff Emig, what a great move as Jeremy went inside. Emig making the pass.
Oh, it's a great move, and people are always saying stuff like, boy, if he'd have had a couple more laps. Well, we'll see what he can do from a poor start. And Jeremy, I think when he got around Emig, probably just figured that was that. And Emig retaliating and doing exactly what it takes to beat Jeremy Mcgrath and take him out of his rhythm, and we'll see if...
I think he can maybe win this. You might say Emig is just about due for an overall victory at Gainesville, 4th, 2nd at Hangtown, and 5th at Mount Morris.
Well, I think he can maybe win this. Doesn't sound real confident to me. And there goes Jeremy up the inside.
Well, Jeremy Mcgrath making that look easy. Coming up the inside on the double. Gets on these is what they call them in baseball. I don't know what we can call them in motocross when the fans have them and wave them around. They seem to be a big favorite of the fans here at Budds Creek, Maryland.
Look at how far forward Jeremy rides on the motorcycle. Look at his head's almost over the handlebars. You can look at his front number plate almost, and that's that aggressive riding style that's worked so well for him in the Supercross, and now it's starting to pay off in the outdoors.
Comes up the hill around the last turn. A little bit of a wheelie as he comes over. The checkered flag is out, and Jeremy Mcgrath comes away with his 2nd overall victory of the season.
Bad jump for Barcia. He gets pinched off. Blake Baggett going to beat everyone into the first turn. Battling it out, and Roczen somehow snuck through and got by both Baggett and Bobo to take the lead. Whoa, Roczen.
This is almost that calm before
the storm. And now Barcia down to the inside on Roczen, and he might have surprised himself on that one.
Gotta love how Barcia handles his racing. The minute he got that wheel, or that you could hear that KTM of Musquin behind happening there, but it looks like a big hole on the inside of kind of creeping up that hill there. See a few riders bottoming out and losing momentum. Look at this.
Oh, it's just such great racing. And to get past Roczen, leaping over that crest and able to shut the door and take the move.
This is awesome. Look at that. There comes Tomac. We're about to have a 4-way battle for the lead.
Musquin. At that point, Barcia was second. Look at Barcia. He slowed up on the entrance to the corner.
How about Tomac? He really just made the pass on Roczen. He wasted no time. It's almost like the 250 class. Different riders, different techniques, different brands, different you name what, countries of birth. Flying, wow!
Musquin, that's the same area where we went flying off the track last year with a huge crash. He shrugs that off and he uses it to take the lead from
there. Now, Tomac, he's going to want to do the same thing. Get around Barcia quick. He's got the inside. I don't think Barcia even knew that was coming.
I think that's Heath Harrison, who was up in the top 10 for most of this moto. His bike is steaming. He finally gets out of the way. Musquin and Tomac.
2-lap car, less than 2 laps to go.
Oh, the crowd is going crazy here. This is what they wanted
through their several laps. They're laying it all out the table at the moment. As hard as Marvin pushes, Eli seems to be right there. Look at him, so strong into some of these.
Section there, you can almost hear them echoing through the valley. Outside line for Tomac. Big charge. Musquin's able to beat him to the spot. Woo.
They're flying. These guys are pushing hard.
This is just fun to watch. There's really not much to say except 2 masters of the game right now.
Usually, watch out of this corner. There's a little opportunity of one of these jumps.
That jump, even had feet off the pegs, trying to get the bike back where he wanted. Big push around the outside.
Marvin keeps closing the door.
Oh, who's going to get the exit of the corner? Finally, Tomac is able to execute the pass. Back, you might as well let it all hang out now.
You got it. You've given it everything you've got. This is a huge mental game that's also be big for a point swing. Huge difference. It's a 6-point swing. But
Marvin! Marvin is down. He hits the back of that jump.
Knows that Marvin went down, but he's got this.
He does. Eli Tomac, a spectacular first moto win.
Somewhere down close to this end of the start as the gate drops, and off they go. And some of the real fast starters get out of there in a big hurry into turn number 1. As they make the corner to the line, it's Davey Millsaps on the number 118 out front. Not sure if he got to the white line first.
They didn't do it, which these top few guys do have. So, not to point any fingers or say that any of them are doing it, but I think we would be wise to just, you know, put the testing in there a couple times a year, and at least let everybody know that, hey, if you're considering it, consider that you might get caught.
All the top riders have gone on record as saying that they would welcome it because they adhere. Oh, down goes Chad Reed.
Front end slid out from under.
Losing 2 spots to James Stewart and Ricky Carmichael. There are those who would say it might have happened anyway, but Chad Reed tipping over makes it a lot easier for Stewart. Here comes Carmichael, and these two have resumed their battle, this time for the lead, and apparently both pretty much, if not at 100%.
Well, here we go again. If you're not smiling right now, you're not a motocross fan, because this is what it's all about.
The gap behind them tells the story. These two are the class of the field when they're both running at full tilt. And so James Stewart and Ricky Carmichael, as Carmichael goes inside, can't quite get close enough to make the pass. Stewart is there, Carmichael right behind him. And yes, if you're a motocross fan, you're smiling right now, and if you look close, you'll see smiles on the faces of the fans around the fences here. Carmichael goes outside, crosses back in with a great drive up the hill. They flatten it out side by side, little kickouts there, and here they come in tandem. James Stewart with Ricky Carmichael right behind him. Inside goes Carmichael again to take the lead, but not for long. And he does it again, side by side. Pushes Stewart out off the edge of the track. And Ricky Carmichael takes advantage by a couple of bike lengths. You know this is not over.
Well, Ricky's been definitely forcing the issue. Anytime these two get together, he doesn't waste a lot of time. He gets in there. If he's got to bump him, he did it at Budds Creek. He'll just shove you out of the way. Yeah, that's how he gets around you now.
And the rain has subsided for the time being, so the track, whatever. Oh, Stewart turns the favor right back, comes in and blasts Carmichael to take the lead.
Oh, snap. Now, how angry is Ricky Carmichael right now?
Whether real anger or just that competitive spirit that both of these men have is going to rise to the top. That's exactly what we have to think here as Stewart and Carmichael resume their rivalry, resume their battle. It's Moto 1 at Washougal, and stay with us. Championship by FMF. This is what they had in mind when they put the season together. James Stewart and Ricky Carmichael going after each other. Hammer and tong, as our British colleagues would like to say, and Carmichael trying to find another way around. Now they've both exchanged sort of rabbit punches, if you will. Now let's see if the real knockout, if either one can deliver it.
Well, Ricky pushed him off the track. There wasn't a whole lot of contact there, but he definitely didn't leave him any room, and James went off the track, had to go around a jump. And when James came back, he ran straight into Ricky. He shoved him right completely off the track. So
now Carmichael just took the lead again in a very gentlemanly pass by comparison. So apparently the hostilities have subsided somewhat, at least, with an exchange of block passes. Carmichael now with the advantage, and Stewart trying to find a way back around.
Well, these two, for the most part, they'll race clean together. They're not going to, there's no bitterness there between the two of them, but they both really want to win, and if there's only a little bit of room to make a pass, these guys are going to take it. They're going to open that gap up.
Every bit of me wants to think that on both occasions they were laughing under their helmets, saying, wow, that was good. All right, I like that. I'll give you back some of your own medicine here in just a minute. So it's that competitive fire that Carmichael and Stewart possess in huge quantities that's motivating them right now as they work through some traffic there, going past Mike LaPaglia from California on his Suzuki.
You see LaPaglia ducking his head down. When you're coming up that hill behind a 450, oh man, you better have a chest protector on it. You will just be welted up.
James Stewart getting close to Carmichael once again as they work the track here at Washougal after a little rain shower. Yes, there's some mud covering both rider and machine. Stewart almost a little short on that last jump, but made it look like he meant to do that.
Can you see how fast these guys are going through these turns? They're just dropping into these ruts, leaned completely over flat and pinning it. This pace they've got going right now is ridiculous.
Well, it's easy to tell how much faster they are than everyone else. Do you see anyone else on the same lap? No.
I wish Reedy wouldn't have fallen because it would have been interesting to see how his pace held up with these two. Would have really added something to the battle, but
Carmichael and Stewart working through lap traffic right now, and those riders doing the best they can to get out of the way in some parts of the track where there's hardly two lines. And besides, there are two guys coming up behind them. You have to leave two lines. Stewart gets through clean, lost a little bit of ground to Carmichael.
Just as fit. He's faster than Ricky used to be, so Ricky had to increase his speed and attack right from the beginning. I mean, James isn't dropping off his rear wheel here at all. Ricky's having to push all the way to the finish. So I would be interesting to be a fly on the wall at their little team meetings and see what Ricky's strategy is. You know, it's got to be just, hey, get to the front as fast as you can and haul butt because James is going to be right there.
Well, James is right there, but seems to be coming up on lappers in slightly less opportune moments. So Carmichael's been able to maintain this gap for the last lap. And we're on the final lap right now, but Stewart isn't cutting him any slack.
Well, he's not backing off either. He wants Ricky to know that he can finish right behind him. These are the turns I'm talking about. Look how fast they get through these corners.
Carmichael on the final lap here at Moto number 1, still working traffic. James Stewart doing everything he can to try to get up there and make a race out of it as Carmichael continues to bounce it around and ride aggressively. The only thing that Stewart fans are the winners, even though Stewart is out of the championship, even by his own admission. The fans who lean over the fences every week at places like Washougal want to see good racing like this. Pass and repass between Ricky Carmichael and James Stewart. In the end, Carmichael prevails.
Oh, and Ricky's waving him up. Wonder what this is all about.
Healthy James, what a battle you two just had. Probably one of the best races ever.
Yeah, you know, it feels good just to be back up and running, you know. Got actually a full weekend in riding, and, man, Kawasaki, these guys busted their butt working on this motorcycle, and it's a lot better from where we've been. So all we can do is improve. We got a break after this, so I'm really excited about getting back and getting back to where I should be at.
Would you say that that's probably one of the best battles you've ever had?
It definitely ranks up there. I've been around a long time, so I've had some good battles. But you know what? I'm looking forward to it. It's great that everyone's 100%, and you know, I definitely got to say, man, I put a cheap shot on him in the back. Really not my character, but you know, I was struggling to get by. I was waiting, and getting by him clean was going to be tough. So I forced the issue, and then he returned the favor back at me, and then the second time to make it stick, I ended up getting a good pass by him.
Look at Eli, he is right there.
And he looks comfortable doing it. I can tell Ken's put, you see the little...
Slow him up. Here's that big downhill. They're calling it Mount Martin, and maybe the first time in life. Tomac to the inside.
Side by side.
Roczen's outside line worked a little better.
I win, and I gain 5 more points, and Ryan Dungey is
right.
third. If he gets passed by Tomac, it's able to find a way around him. But I think with over 6 minutes plus 2 laps, and the race, look at this.
He's to the inside. Right now. Side by side. These are the sandwiches we talk about every year in Millville. So critical.
Oh, Tomac trying to go around the outside. He's got the inside here.
In fact, he had lost ground in the whoops. He comes right back. Outside line. Slingshot. Side by side. They're going to scrub together. Entrance corner at the top. Let's see if he can get there.
Look at him scrubbing
He's set himself up.
Here we go.
He's got it. That's the line he tried to lap ago, and this time it works. Wheeling into the bumps.
Roczen scrubs it.
And Tomac. It worked. Roczen, and again, first time they've ever had that.
He did, Jason. That's exactly the right words. He will himself, just like Tomac is going, I want to lead. I'm tired of pulling tear off here.
Little chicane, left and right. Who's going to come out better? Oh!
Lap is getting not in the way, but growing up in South Africa racing is the mechanic Ken Roczen.
Serious business here. Nice line on the outside for Tomac. Roczen's going to try to square back up.
Eli Tomac just relentless. We know his dad.
champ. Look how long he's been at it. Here we go again.
Moto number 1 of the 250 class from Steel City Raceway is off and running. Big left-hand sweeper there. There's Carmichael, drops into second. Now he slides into first place just ahead of number 15. And Carmichael is looking to close this thing out, David, with emphatic statements of, I am the champ. Kevin Windham had a good run, but this is my title to claim, and he may do it today.
In the position he's in, winning so much, his expectations are about the same as the people around him. So if he just has a bad moto, he doesn't just have to look within inside of himself to figure out where that motivation is going to come from.
Back to round number 11, Delmont, Pennsylvania, Steel City Raceway. Todd Harris along with the champ David Bailey and Robbie Floyd. We are in the midst of 250 Moto number 1. This is the battle for second place. Number 14 is Kevin Windham on the left. Timmy Ferry does not want to give up that second place position right now to the Honda. Timmy Ferry, number 15 on the Yamaha, trying to work his way back up, David. It looks like Windham may have the line.
Well, Kevin, he's got it going into the inside down at the bottom there, but yeah, that was great. I think, you know, it's a little intimidating at first when you have those guys pass you and check out the way they do.
We've got a battle for first, something we haven't been able to say in a long time. Ricky Carmichael, number 4, now being closed in on number 14. Kevin Windham, who easily could be his nemesis of the year. Ricky talked about at the top of the show with Robbie Floyd about every season has its ups and downs. Well, the downs this year have been by courtesy of Kevin Windham, who took 2 outdoor overall nationals away from Carmichael, and Windham has been on fire. Not the best of starts, but he's now worked himself up to second place and has really put the pressure on Carmichael.
Last time he raced here, he won both motos. Look at this, look to the inside.
Unbelievable racing. The folks here getting the best. Look at the inside pass by Carmichael. Squares it off and dives back on the inside. Windham has something for him to answer with.
Windham landed so hard back there off that double. You could hear him sound like he bottomed out. These fighting racing each other, and this is what everyone wanted to see. It didn't look like it was going to happen in the beginning. Ricky was checking out, but Kevin is very comfortable on this type of racetrack.
So it's Carmichael and Windham going head-to-head as we come down to the final laps here at Steel Cities. And Carmichael, not sure where Windham came from. It was out of the blue. He passed Timmy Ferry and then just showed up on Carmichael's back doorstep. Ricky now starting to put a little distance between himself and Windham, but Kevin will not go away.
You know, looking at the aggressiveness, how can you look at Ricky and go, well, he's not...
The board said game time, and that is directed towards Windham as he comes in hot on Carmichael. Your leader, number 4, number 14, Windham in pursuit. This is a great battle. 2 of the best in the business going head-to-head, David, as they come down. One more time, Windham tries that inside line.
Wow, I thought he was going to get it done. It worked so good on Tim Ferry, not on Carmichael. That's the difference, folks. Ricky will not let you have it. You've got to knock him.
Took place back at Millville, but Ricky Carmichael will do a very capable job in leading that team over to Belgium. Wish them the best of luck. Meanwhile, Ricky Carmichael having no problem here at Steel City Raceway. Kevin Windham closed in on him a few laps ago, and Carmichael got the wake-up call and has quickly distanced himself. So Windham, we cannot discount the job that he has done. He was absolutely fabulous, but the day belongs to Carmichael.
Down. Hole shots on that Auto Trader Yoshimura Suzuki ever since coming back into the series, and he's got another one here, putting the 19 out front.
Right now, I think if you're the riders behind, your first thought is get around them quickly. There you saw Tomac.
What they call Mount Martin here, named after the family that owns this track.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, but there is room at the bottom. He's got him, and I think Roczen does as well.
It's tough. I was about to say, usually it funnels into one line, but Tomac trying that outside. Look at that. Front wheel didn't touch the ground for 3 whoops.
Oh, and it worked.
But also, when he gets in that zone sometimes, he can flick up those laps. And even though the bike might be moving around, he's got it under control.
The big downhill. Will this play a factor? Can Tomac hold the inside all the way down this thing? Baggett's going to make it a run around the outside. Nice move. So the last 5 minutes or so, it's worked out about even.
Yeah.
Tomac hasn't been able to keep closing, and now they're about to do some battle here right now. Okay, let's see what happens uphill.
He's got to run.
Woo, what a drive by Tomac. Headed to the triple. Side by side. That Doherty does. That was close.
I thought Tomac had it there halfway up the hill. But he's going to steal the field. But this is going to be interesting. Watch Tomac. Is he going to get really brave?
He's going to try an inside line. Can he beat him out of the corner? No, Roczen gets it. Of the Spring Creek National Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, this is second and third. Ken Roczen on the 94. And Eli Tomac on the number 1, just ahead.
On the run out. He wants this.
Right
Roczen doing everything he can. Yeah, to the inside.
Oh, I might have it. He's actually able to steal Roczen off of the corner. Roczen
He was able to go from right to left 1 lap ago, and he's going to do it again. Side by side in the corner. And he's going to have to charge super hard down here. Finally, Tomac is able to make it happen. This has been, geez, probably 18 or 19 minutes. Now with 2.5 laps to go. What a battle.
Oh, you can tell this is why fans show up and jump at the braking button's going to kill a drive. Look at this.
Look at this. He's got the lead already. Unbelievable. Struck instantly. Eli Tomac, what a performance today. We knew he'd come in here extra determined after some bad luck with the engine failure. Costing at RedBud, he responds with a big 1-1 at Millville. Eli Tomac, your winner.
The 30-second board goes sideways, and we're off. Moto number 2. Emig, not that great a start. Oh, we've got a new man out front. It is Rich Taylor, number 48. Amaradio, number 30.
Henry make up for that 11th in the first moto, but looking at Larocco and where he's positioned, if you look back behind him, there's Emig.
Larry Ward in second place. Out in front, Doug Henry, Mike Larocco, Emig, Mcgrath, and Amaradio, your order.
The heavy favorites, Larocco, Emig, Mcgrath, all right there. They're starting to work their way up quick.
Larocco, the inside line.
It's shaping up to be a great race.
Here in Washougal, Jeff Emig has already cut Jeremy Mcgrath's lead in the points race down to 11 after the first moto. He's got a good opportunity. Whoa, Jeremy Mcgrath, who had moved up to 5th place, has gone down, and he doesn't look in good shape, David.
Well, he's already limping on that bad foot.
Uh-oh. So Mcgrath went into those backwoods in 5th place, the points leader, emerging a rather bad miracle that's got him back on the track.
Anybody that's ever had any kind of a serious injury or back injury or that kind of an operation, and to see what Doug's done is a real inspiration.
Boy, without Mcgrath in this lineup, this is incredible racing. The 4 riders going for the win here in Moto number 2 at Washougal. And a battle for second place is on now behind Henry as Larocco really challenging Larry Ward.
Shake out, hoping these guys will go down. He won't have to pass them.
Larocco making the move on the inside is in second place now. Well, don't write it down for too long. Don't put it in ink. It's going to change, I have a feeling.
And Emig up that long serious. He has nothing he can do about it. The points lead might be taken away from him while he's sidelined.
Meanwhile, out in front, Mike Larocco edges in front of Henry momentarily, going into those trees. Oh, my goodness. Bar to bar, these two battling it out for the lead. What great racing action we've had all afternoon, but this has got to top them all.
I've never seen anything quite that close. They're 4th gear wide open up that hill.
Jeremy Mcgrath, and the first time I can remember Jeremy Mcgrath pulling off the track. Mike Larocco still within earshot in case Henry should go down, but it's coming down to the final turn right now for Doug Henry. What a moment for this young man from Massachusetts.
A little over a week away. Gates drop for moto number 2. Ricky Carmichael looking for a better start. James Stewart fighting for the whole shot award, and I think he got it.
Looked like he and Ricky sort of bumped bars coming out of the gate, and it left Ricky back a ways.
Rick's about 6th or 7th there on the left side of the screen. Windham just about parking it in that very slow turn. Here comes Carmichael. Will he make a move on Brown this time around? Setting up those turns 2 or 3 corners in advance.
K-Dub's got his hunting gear on again. Up here in the Northwest, that's fitting. Probably got some people cheering for him just because of his bright orange gear.
An appearance there. Here's James Stewart, our leader. That's how far behind Chad Reed is. And 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. 5 or maybe 6 seconds by my highly scientific measuring method. Carmichael is up behind Chad Reed just like that. And when Carmichael sets his sight on somebody, it's usually a successful hunt.
We talked a little bit about Ricky always staying outside or inside of a guy's line. Another reason for that is staying out of that roost. Not only does it dirty your goggles and hurt, but it breaks your focus, breaks your concentration. When you're getting hit with that dirt, you're not focusing on where you're going and what your next move is, what line you're hitting.
To a lesser degree on a muddier track, it would also clog up the cooling system, perhaps get stuck in the wheel and slow you down physically as well. So a place to get around him. He goes way outside on this one, setting something up for the right-hander. He gets in tight and makes the pass for now anyway. Side by side up the hill, Ricky Carmichael. gets the job done.
There's a pretty big gap to James. I mean, I don't know that he can close that kind of distance.
Michael possesses when he needs it. Is very much in evidence once again.
I didn't think he'd be able to close that much time on James, but he found some speed somewhere.
Well, when you've got that carrot sticking out there in front of you, you're going to whip yourself into shape here. As Carmichael has closed the gap on to James Stewart here. We've got a few laps to go. Carmichael's going to have to go bold here as the closing laps are upon us. And James Stewart is just in front of him. Carmichael pushing hard. Stewart with the speed. And the battle resumes.
This is for the overall. Both of these guys know that. James certainly knows that he caught it, made up all that distance on him, but he doesn't want to let this go either.
Oh, and right in front of the mechanic signal area, Ricky Carmichael shows Goose that he can get it done as he goes past James Stewart now. Indeed, 1-1 for Carmichael will give him the overall, but a 2-1 for James Stewart would give the number 7 rider that overall win. Carmichael in front right now with Stewart trying to figure out a way to get back around him. These two had such a good battle in Moto number 1. Certainly Stewart will have learned something. Carmichael getting a little bit better brakes in traffic. Let's see if it happens again, and that's partly why Carmichael must have gone by. James Stewart pushing him hard once again.
Ricky looks like he's swapping all over the place there. I don't know if it's getting slippery out there, if he's just pushing that hard, but he's been going sideways more than he's been going straight this last lap.
Sideways again on the uphill section here. James Stewart right behind him trying to capitalize. They go side by side over the jump. The next turn's a left-hander. Stewart can't make it work.
That was the Bubba scrub right there, in case you were wondering. James didn't even get any air off that jump, and he hit it faster than Ricky did.
Somehow Carmichael managed to stay in front of him. Stewart's going to have to work him again. Find a turn. Plan a couple of spots, a couple of turns ahead of that. See if he can make a move.
Yeah, he just lost some time in those turns here through the woods riding section, as Chad Reed called it.
So Carmichael with maybe a second advantage right now, and the distance between them is obvious to all of the some 27,000 fans who have packed the parking lot and the track here at Washougal.
2 laps to go. James is still close enough to make it count.
Carmichael and then Stewart in that order. Inside 2 laps remaining here at Washougal. Track conditions have somewhat stabilized now, and we expect it'll hold up about the way it is for these final couple of circuits. Like Roger DeCoster there signaling to Carmichael.
I think he was signaling to that lap rider to get the heck out of the way.
Well, whatever happened, it worked. Oh! An epic get-off by Ricky Carmichael, who's on his feet before the bike stops moving. And now the question is, no, it is not still running. The bike did stall, but he gets it running pretty quickly. Man, get off, dismount. They'll come up with a name for that one. It is epic.
You see his front wheel it pushed on that hard, slick dirt, and he had the bar turned, and when he grabbed that sticky dirt, when it hit that again, it just locked the bars up and spit him over the front.
And what a tough piece of leather is Ricky Carmichael. Hits the ground flat on his belly from 10 feet in the air, and he's up and running before the bike even quits moving. So the final lap now for James Stewart and the checkered flag. He gets handed a certain amount of good fortune, but a lot of us, including me, are going to say that James Stewart had him covered here in Moto 2.
Well, one of the most bizarre get-offs we've seen in a while. Ricky, what exactly went on out there?
You know what? I was ready. I had 2 more laps to go. Just got into the lead and just was leaning over the front, just charging. And what happened was my front end was, just sliding, and it caught and flipped me over. I'm lucky I'm not hurt. But, man, just disappointed. That was a dumb mistake, and I only had a lap and a half. And I just broken James, and all I had to do was bring it home, but I failed.
And this time it's the 29 of Short, Justin Brayton on the Joe Gibbs Racing Yamaha into the #1 spot.
And James Stewart not good out of the gate. He's going to be just outside of the top 10. And others, where it's dark, it could be wet and slippery, and where it's light, pretty good, could be dry, but overall it's really inconsistent, and the track has not worked in yet.
Check out the battle here, Jeff, as Dungey goes after Kamalt DeSalle for third place. Side by side over one of the big
one by both of these Suzuki riders. Just outstanding efforts, and Dungey has been he's been good. He's been great. He just does his thing. It has not been rattled at all.
With the next rider to try to challenge Dungey. What can you say about DeSalle? Only the second time he's ever raced in the United States. He's going after the second place rider, Justin Brayton, and trying to leave Dungey behind. Different lines. Dungey to the inside, DeSalle on the outside. Now Dungey switches back to the outside. They leap out of that gravity cavity, and they call it gravity cavity. You hit the bottom, you G out. The gravity force forces you down on their key.
And then also for the rider, he really has to negotiate the opening part of this moto here with accuracy, because the track's very tricky right now because of the water and the condition.
Yeah, because he's stuck in traffic. Here's Dungey working on DeSalle again. Here we go, side by side. And the Belgian's still able to hold off the kid from Minnesota.
Let's see if Dungey can double this and get the drive.
Oh, and just going after Brayton. The challenge of Dungey is to get into second, and he does. Nicely done. He splits Brayton.
As they sit right now, DeSalle would have the overall. 25, 22, 20 for the top three there.
And Dungey makes the move on Brayton. Now you see the countdown clock at the top of the screen. That's the time. 25 minutes to go, and then we'll bring out the 2 laps to go sign.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
This is impressive, though. He's dealing with some pressure. It's only going to get worse because you know those Suzukis are going to come after him. They're all getting feel for the course, where the lines have changed. Like you said, they put some water down between our first goggles. They can rip that film off and get clear vision, and you need it. Talk about the rocks and such on this track. They've done a great job putting new soil down to lessen the amount of rocks. You'd much rather get hit by dirt than boulders.
Well, yeah, and new soil, it's topsoil that has washed off over the decades of soil that they have up here in upstate New York.
DeSalle right now with short. Dungey is there. We've got a 3-rider battle for the lead as we approach the halfway mark. Look at the fans. They're up against the fences, just anticipating what's going to happen here.
Starting to figure out how the track's going to flow.
And there's the element of surprise. Dungey has battled short in this position several times this year and has been able to make his way around, but it's a complete mystery for his one-weekend-only teammate, Kamalt DeSalle. Dungey doesn't really know how to play it against this guy, Dave. At the end of Moto 1, he was tired. Maybe he wasn't quite ready yet. So much action right now as DeSalle goes for the lead, and James Stewart is out. Look at this. DeSalle wants a piece of the 29 to get the lead. Not quite able to pull it off, but short knows he's there now.
To avoid those rocks, but this is where he's got a really fast line as he sweeps around the outside. Back to the inside, DeSalle.
He's going to try to use it. You saw that coming, Jeff. Great job by DeSalle. He even looks over to make sure he gave Short some room. He doesn't want to tangle with him. He's in the lead. And halfway mark. What is going to happen when we hear? We got to catch up with the battle for the lead. Kamalt DeSalle out of Belgium is leading. Ryan Dungey.
And steal the thunder here, but I'm telling you, there's 14 minutes left, plus 2 laps in this moto, and we've seen Dungey. He's been challenged at this time, of the moto, especially if you're Roger DeCoster, because you've got a Belgian rider who's riding a Suzuki, and you've got your own rider, Ryan Dungey, your star, 5 here. But as we have this great battle for the lead, we've also got that spectacular battle as Metcalf came up there, and we know he's been strong.
This is where Dungey, like you said, Jeff, been so spectacular. He leaps to the side of DeSalle, side by side, and they're headed to that wall that we talked about at the top of the show. It is straight down, hanging U-turn and straight back up.
Oh, look at DeSalle just dragging the rear brake all the way down, trying to get the Suzuki 450 stop. I'm telling you, the skill set that they've shown and line choice, physical conditioning.
Well, we were talking about the Motocross of Nations at the top of this show, which is a team event. Nation versus nation. We've got a Belgian rider out front, an American in second, an Australian in third. Here goes Dungey to the inside. DeSalle's got some great lines figured out everywhere Dungey goes.
In Lakewood for the first time here in the U.S. since 2007.
Dungey's going to use an outside line in this right-hand turn. It's a long way around. It'll lead him to the inside in the next corner.
Well, this has been a passing spot all day long. You see just how close that was. From here, and you know that you're the guy, you're physically fit, you're strong, the bike's great. When you're eating roost, you're okay, I got to make a move here. And what we saw was Dungey really put on a charge. I mean, he hammered it. He says, okay, this lap, I'm going to do everything I can to make the pass. But DeSalle withstood that charge. The goggle lens loose in the rider's goggles, which I've never seen that. It seemed seems like this year now the bikes are making so much horsepower that is an issue.
Here's why this battle is so critical. In the first race today, Dungey won, DeSalle was second. If DeSalle wins this second one, they will tie. They'll both have a first and a second on the day, and the tiebreaker is the better finish in the second race.
What I think is interesting is both riders have a very patient riding style, very smooth, calculated. You don't really see their feet off the pegs, and they're not using a lot of energy. There's a little mistake there.
DeSalle, look at this. Ryan Dungey tries to make the pass. DeSalle says, no, I'm not going to let you have it. And they scrub opposite directions in midair with a sky shot.
Here comes Dungey around the outside. Oh, he's got the line here, definitely.
Yeah, he's got the inside. He holds his teammate off. And Dungey, well, he takes a look over his shoulder. They don't want to make contact because they're riding for the same team today. All right, now we're heading into that wall that we were talking about. Straight down, straight up. Look at Dungey hugging the inside.
DeSalle way on the outside. Oh, he's way behind now.
No, okay. He's going to try to, but Dungey makes a mistake.
Test of endurance. In practice, in qualifying today, Stewart was the fastest, but to do it for 30 straight minutes is a totally different story.
Yeah, different.
Yeah,
amazing.
it's just a hard thing to imagine. He's still a rookie. He's only going to get better. He's only 20 years old. Where is he going to be in 5 years? The sport is team manager Roger DeCoster. He rides and trains at Ricky Carmichael's house, and he's doing it like them. He was a winner here at the legendary Unadilla Valley Sports.
Ricky Carmichael looking to become the winningest AMA motocross rider in the sports history, number 4 here at Unadilla. He took second in the first moto. He's out in front here in the second moto.
That's when you just want to reach for a pair of wire cutters, snip that all away, and get him going again.
What a great break for Ricky Carmichael, who's got Tortelli on his backside. But it was Ferry he had to beat, really, for this overall.
What a ride from last place. Remember, he went down and came all the way to 5th. He's faster than Ricky. Ricky knows it, but he doesn't want to give it to him yet.
Here's Tortelli making the pass on Carmichael. The overall. And he could keep that string alive, but being the competitive Ricky Carmichael we're used to, here he comes back again. Ricky Carmichael takes the lead back.
I'm still at a loss for words at the way he flew out of the gravity cavity. He flew out of there completely sideways. Last moto of the year, and everything depends on it.
Tortelli might not be in line for the championship, but by golly, he wants to win this moto. He wants to make his mark before the end of the season.
Yeah, it looks like somebody forgot to tell Ricky that this doesn't really matter for the overall. Look at the way he's charging. Through all the holes, soaking up that roost.
Well, Ricky doesn't want to win an overall with
a little bit, and it worked perfect for the pass, but now Sebastian's ahead of him again.
Ricky Carmichael, in his pro career, has never won an overall without winning a moto. Here comes Carmichael once again.
That just looked like he just took a huge risk to me. Just wide open through all those braking bumps, standing up, right across the front, the line that Tortelli had.
Being careful not to rub, Tortelli regains the lead. And see the overall slip away.
Well, he's fooling me a little bit on that because he's taking big risks. Look how hard he's charging through some of these sections. Faster, and Ricky has said, okay, well, I want to win this moto bad enough that I'm willing to take a few chances and hit a few holes that I was missing before. Close to going down and just muscle his way through it.
Tortelli already with about a 2-second lead.
The inside of that straightaway for another pass.
But Tortelli now has a substantial lead on Ricky Carmichael.
Place.
Carmichael down. Will he lose a position?
He lost some more plastic. Supercross championship.
Tortelli with a 1-2 last year here. Well-earned victory for Sebastien Tortelli taking the checkered flag. And Carmichael with a second place wins the overall title.
Fighting for it. They're going to give it to Barcia. I'll come from. He's up to second.
Well, he was on the outside. He made good work coming to that second turn.
And Tomac on the number 3 is right there as well. Best start of the season for ET3. So this early in the races, he's so quick in the opening lap. And just like that, he's into the number 1 spot.
Oh, Weege, that was really well. Wanting to see, where's Tomac? Where's Tomac? He's been coming from behind. Now he's up in the battle.
Yeah, and Barcia, by the way, has been riding very well this
Well, as we always say, it's set up for a great moto. Look at this.
Yeah, it's 14th, but this field is so tight. There he is.
This track so easy to make a mistake on. Cianciarulo absolutely nailed that last corner before the finish line, standing in
the wheel. Wow, cutting across the ruts is Sexton. Gets that rear wheel on the ground. They almost collide on the takeoff of the jump.
Can he go the long way around Barcia?
Yeah, a lot less distant for Barcia, but it's so rough on the inside. Lightning up from the back of the group. Look at Eli Tomac. What a drive out of that corner. Battling Plessinger.
I don't know if Plessinger missed a gear or something.
Cianciarulo and Tomac. So we wanted to see what Tomac can do with a good start.
I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but I feel like Eli looks a little bit different than I've seen the first 5 motos. A little bit of that old flair coming back, but good thing he does not have a rear view mirror because it is packed. Almost had a little sniff of getting up the inside.
Jumping downhill.
They got his feet ripped off in that deep rut. Don't even know which battle to watch.
Unbelievable, 4 riders in the same section right now. And Plessinger knows it.
And again, AP out of that turn just didn't get the drive he wanted.
Yes, he gets Sexton and Plessinger.
And Plessinger, just for Sexton, for Plessinger, there's a slight gap.
Just a bit. Roczen's there. Roczen is looking to get Ferrandis. It's going to be on the inside, downhill.
Oh, look at Kenny. Back to the outside. He'll get a good drive. Ooh, but good job by Ferrandis.
To watch them battle. You got the smooth Roczen and the very aggressive Ferrandis as they fire through the mechanics area and across the start. Oh, Roczen launches it. Yep.
He's going to square it up.
Outside to in, and Ken Roczen has made the pass for 3rd.
Right up the bank turn, and the crowd are going nuts.
Woo! Ferrandis, a huge drive downhill. Wheel. Who's going to exit?
Ooh.
A big scrub by Ferrandis. Going to meet on the exit of this corner.
He's going to take the line away. Kenny, because of the ruts. Now Kenny goes to the outside.
3 or 4 corners. Ferrandis locks it back down. Okay, so first we'll show you the Roczen pass, and then you can see Ferrandis got him back down. And here's that battle for the lead.
Yeah, you don't know where to look right now, but this is great. You can hear the
2 Kawasaki riders have done. We have seen Ferrandis and Roczen absolutely sending it.
That battle hold each other a little bit. Look at Eli over the top of that crest
and flying into that corner. This is the Eli Tomac that we expect to see in Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. ET3 is back with his teammate Adam Cianciarulo for the lead here at High Point. And Tomac, Cianciarulo going to fight back around the outside, and he does. They almost come together.
Yeah, that Cianciarulo got out of the rut, lost the spot, but wow, when we're coming back from break, we're seeing that old Eli a little bit, and it looks sensational.
And it looks a whole lot different. Now, look at this.
He is flying.
That's the Eli Tomac that you expect to see in division. I don't know what's changed, but it changed in a hurry. Look at this. Ferrandis has caught Cianciarulo.
That happened pretty quickly.
Yeah.
With the better on the south side. Once they get through this little ravine area, we've certainly seen ride, but late in the motos, those insides that everyone's been going to are getting chopped up. So here's the thing. If these, mistake from Cianciarulo. He's
Something is wrong here. He's losing all kinds of time. That bike is kicking all over the place. This corner, Cianciarulo going to drift wide and back in the line of Ferrandis, so he's back under control. There again.
He's got the inside line. He can take the line away at the exit. Can he get there?
Oh! And Roczen is right in as well. Almost 3 wide. It is 3 wide into this corner. Overall win today. Oh. Unless Roczen can get Ferrandis, and Ferrandis just shut the door.
There was a lap to deal with. They had to pick their line. Cianciarulo now fighting back on the outside.
This is unbelievable. Ferrandis.
And meanwhile, Eli Tomac is glad he knows nothing about this battle.
He's right back in it. Roczen showing a wheel to Ferrandis, who at least temporarily is in control. Back in on the 14.
The one thing that has been also impressive is just the consistency.
We're going to RedBud. Roczen is there, challenging Ferrandis.
They both know how important this position is. I think he can. He looked good in practice earlier, and he loves that track. He's so good.
Eli Tomac, first moto win of 2021. And Dylan Ferrandis is going to win the overall.
50s, look at that. You can see those guys. They know there's a lot of respect there. Those guys hung it out. That was a battle.
Drop, and we'll be underway with our second 250 moto from Washougal. Larocco once again getting trapped behind, and it's Tim Ferry. Ferry gets the whole shot. Carmichael right there. So is Windham. Villomin in the mix. Ferry, Carmichael, Windham, 1, 2, 3. And Vuillemin and Foy.
Well, now we're going to get to see it. Ferry was catching Carmichael and Windham the first moto, lost his goggles. I didn't notice that until after the race. That's a big problem. So he did a good job considering. He said he thought he could have won it. Now he gets his chance.
He's got all the big guns right behind him as Vuillemin.
So focused on the line that front wheel needs to hit. And nobody's really pressuring him right now. Usually when Carmichael gets a second place start, he's all over the guy in the lead. Ferry's been able to put a little gap on it.
Well, one thing about coming into this race with a 48-point lead in 4 races to go for Carmichael, if Kevin Windham won every race and Ricky finished second, Ricky would still win by 24 points.
Never know. And it's dangerous for Ricky right now. Look at that.
Whoa, Windham. A nice move in the corner on Vuillemin.
It was good that he planned ahead right there. He was already looking for that square off move, but Vuillemin got a little squirrely out there and made it easier.
125 leader Mike Brown sweeping both motos in 125s. We've got a barn burner starting to take place here in the 250s in the final moto of the day. Tim Ferry, our leader. There's Ricky Carmichael now, starting to step it up even closer. Kevin Windham is back in third, and that's going to be a battle pretty soon.
Ricky just came by our camera so fast. I don't know if I should say on the edge, because I think they always are a little bit on the edge. But Ricky came through there so hard. Look at what he's done to Ferry's lead. It's not there anymore. Ferry can feel it. The crowd's in it. This is what Ricky does to people.
One, and now he's got RC breathing down his neck. Oh, what a move by Ricky Carmichael right before the whoop section.
That's so aggressive. The ability to put yourself in that position to be able to just get to the inside and force Ferry out like that. Ferry didn't go through there slow. Ricky just never let off.
Now Ricky wants to take away with the lead as Windham has to battle Ferry. Will have his 6th straight overall victory. Here's Windham making the move on Ferry. He wants to get up there and put the heat on Ricky Carmichael. Can't afford to let him off the hook and let him get away.
Just like the first moto, everything Ricky did, Windham was able to shadow him, get right up and stay him off the gate, hang off the back. You get over the front end. That's the most aggressive position, and Kevin's in that position a lot.
If Windham hopes to win the overall, he's got to take Carmichael one more time. He's keeping up the speed. Hardick with David Bailey and Davey Coombs. Coming to you from Washougal, Washington. The battle for the lead in our final 250 moto is on. Windham was the victor in the first moto, but can he do it twice in one day against Ricky Carmichael, the defending champion? Windham now starting to show a wheel. Oh, Ricky had a good chance there to push out. Now Windham is all over the place looking for a line to pass.
What surprises me is that Ricky looks like he's trying as hard as he can, and Kevin's just going wherever he wants to go on the racetrack. That's not easy.
And he makes it look easy, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
He's in control of this battle right now. I think Ricky can feel that. And he'll be really mad after this moto if he gets past. He doesn't like to be beaten twice in a row, especially. You know, give it to somebody once, but not twice.
While Ricky Carmichael is looking for his 6th consecutive victory on the season to become the only rider in motocross history in the 250s to win 6 consecutive races in back-to-back years.
The racetrack itself, it's beautiful, and like I said, if you got a camera out, take a picture. This is beautiful, natural layout, but it's just not bumpy enough. It's not soft enough. It doesn't separate the men from the boys here and there. It's a high-speed, finesse, throttle control type racetrack, and you give the nod there to Kevin Windham.
Let's see what happens in the whoops. Boy, what a hippity hop for Windham to get into the whoops.
Look at Kevin. Just wherever Ricky goes, he goes somewhere else. He's even going inside of that berm.
Kevin Windham is a different rider right now than we saw earlier in the season. Even though he started off the season doing very well and has had a consistent year, a sparkle in his eye of confidence as we saw him in the post-moto interview after he won the first moto.
I can do that. He proved it the first moto, and he's doing it again here now. He must be feeling just so much more confidence he's felt on the season. It's not a conditioning thing. Kevin doesn't get tired. He gets nervous and tight. Look at this.
Bar to bar we go. Whoa! The fans have every right to go crazy on this one as Windham makes the pass. Can he make it stick? Here comes Carmichael to the inside. Oh, he slipped out of the tail end. And Windham has the advantage. What a great move by Kevin Windham and a terrific battle between these two riders.
Look at Kevin just float through these sections. Nothing really seems to bother him out there. He never looks out of position or a little bit uncomfortable. Pressure's not there for Kevin.
Wyndham's last motocross win was almost 2 years ago at Binghamton in 1999. He went 1-1 on a Honda at the time. That was his greatest year for motocross in the 250s. He won 4 regular season races with 4 other podiums while taking Albie to the final round at Delmont before the championship was determined. He lost the title by 29 points, but number 14 now in the Suzuki even had a great USGP win against Stefan Everts that same year at Budds Creek. Starting to get into some lappers right now. That could make a difference here on the final lap, as Ricky Carmichael is not that far behind.
Little dance back there by Kevin. Didn't really bother him. That could have been a problem. Emig went down that same exact jump a few years ago really hard. And it's because you're laid over as you approach that, and there's braking bumps going up.
That brings up the point. Jeff was up here racing on Friday. Entered the amateur races. Had some fun with it. Kevin Windham, though, he's had fun today. Turning point, though, for young Kevin Windham. If with a sweep here in Washougal, he doesn't gain that many points against Ricky Carmichael, but if he should finish the year out with victories, that's meaningful.
It is, and that's just going to give him more confidence going into next season. And, you know, if he could just erase a couple of bad races here and there.
The heel clicker from Kevin. In 9 races this will be if he can stay upright on the whoops. Look out. Here comes the champ. The checkers for Windham. What a great feeling this has got to be for Kevin Windham, who struggled through a Supercross season. Has had a very consistent motocross season, but his first victory of the year. Ricky Carmichael has some words for Tulicki there.